Welcome. I'm Ada Kay, your deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama, providing ASL interpretation when possible, while making justice accessible to everyone. Grab your favorite cup of Java and let's dive in. Good morning, everybody. How are y'all doing? Oh my gosh, I forgot to turn the light on. Oh, come on. I hope y'all are doing well. Didn't work. There you go. Hope y'all got a good night's sleep. I hope y'all are ready for a new court series. Why? Because Donald Addison is bye. She is enjoying her new life. Ooh, I don't like that. She is enjoying her new life. Well, she's still in the jail, but she's been on self-harm watch. Whether she still is on the self-harm watch remains to be seen, but it has not been a pleasant weekend. I will say that for Miss Donna Adelson. That's what you get when you successfully or even attempt to red room your ex-son-in-law. Oh my gosh. Oh my God, I forgot I was waiting for this to start. I'm sorry for the startle, boo. Let's welcome first in chat. Of course, today is Erin E. and Tinkitude. And hello to Britt and June S. and Angela. Thank you guys so much for being here early this morning and ready to go. She will stay in jail until sentencing, and then she'll stay there for up to a couple weeks, sometimes 3 to 4 weeks, depending, while the women's facility, and there's only one women's facility that they intake out of, I forgot the name of it. I'll have to find it. In Florida, they only have one intake facility that they take the women into. The men have multiple. And she'll go there. She will most likely be housed with Sarah Boone. So Sarah Boone and her can catch up. You know, they can become besties. Who knows? She could be in the same unit as Sarah Boone. I can't do it without saying the Boone. What, Soxy? What, baby? My cat's sitting here going this morning. So, yes. So she will stay in the jail. Actually, most inmates will say jail is worse than prison. Because in jail, it's a revolving door of personalities versus prison. Come on. Oh, you creeping up here like you're going to get, you are not going to get in trouble. Yeah. Oh, she's just purring up a storm. But when you go into jail, you have just personalities roaming in and out. And it's really hard. When you get into prison, you kind of have the same people most of the time. And there's a better routine and you know what's expected and you just kind of assimilate into a life. So that's what I've been told. I've been to jails, I've been to prisons, but not as an inmate. Thank you, Jesus. Well, can you imagine having to spend the rest of your life with Donna Adelson? Let's throw it on that, Shay. Yeah, that would be, that's a pair and a half. And I say that to be funny. Oh, okay. It's weird what cats find to get on and sleep on. I have a container like this that I put on my beading when I travel. She's on top of that right now. Today, we're talking about Alexee Trevizo, and this is the young girl who gave birth in the bathroom of a hospital and put her alive baby in the trash bag at the hospital in the trash can and killed it. And I said the key word, unalived it. So, yes, that is what we're going to be covering today. I have got everything lined up and ready. I'm going to get my weather up here. We've had storms and stuff and a lot of little rain lately. So, yeah. Excuse my eyes, especially. I'm trying contacts. Last night, I took out the contact in this eye, but I couldn't find it. I pinched and it was like, where is it? So I thought it had gotten up between my eye and my eyelid. So I went looking and digging. I couldn't find the contact. And I was like terrified all night that I was sleeping with a contact stuck up in here, because I've seen those videos on TikTok where they're pulling out 15, contact lenses. I don't know. I don't know if it's in there or not. I don't feel it. So, but my eye is a little irritated this morning. Yes, I know. So what I'd like to do this morning is share my screen. Yeah, I would be punishing. I would at some point become punishing. Okay, let me get my share screen up and going. We are going to watch some video, and then I've kind of got a plan here. So we're going to follow my plan and see how it goes. Thank you so much, mods, for being alive today with me. I really appreciate it. And so there we go. Okay, got everything up and running. So I want you guys to watch this, because how in the blazing hell did her mother and her family, the cheerleader sisters, really them, not know that girl wasn't pregnant? Because if you look at my thumbnail, at the beginning of time, she was this, and 9 months later, she was this. If that was my daughter and I noticed that weight gain, the way she was gaining weight, where she was gaining weight, I would have had a pregnancy test on her, whether she liked it or not. But here we go. But once again, she's a 19-year-old senior. 19. So her mother for 2 years, a year and whatever months she was 19, couldn't do anything about it. But there's no way. I'm not going to turn the sound on because they have music. I don't want to get copyrighted. But here she is. Not only that, she's a base. She is lifting these girls. I'm probably screaming and I'm hot. I'm sorry. She's lifting these girls up in the air. I'd say she's about 6 months pregnant there. About 6 months in that video. Here she comes again. And there she is. And it's kind of blurry, but look at the bump on her. You can see the bump. How do people not know this girl was not pregnant? And in cheerleading, how or why would they permit, I forgot my earrings, permit her to cheer? Because most cheer companies sorry about that. Most cheer companies will not permit you to have a pregnant cheerleader. Clearly, she is pregnant. There's no doubt about it in my mind. What do you think? I know some of us are still stuck on the thought of sharing a cell with Boone and Adelson. I think that would be the perfect combination. And let them end each other. Let them end each other. So, dang it. Really? Is it going to be one of these kind of days? And I got a piece of hair out. And that is going to drive me crazy. There we go. So I watched this video and I was actually in quite a bit of disbelief. And the Florida Women's, there you go, Reception Center's unique facility that it has multiple missions: reception, inpatient mental health, short sentence institution, and general pop. So she will most likely stay there, guys, from what I understand. Hello, Little Miss Red Velvet OG. Hi, guys. You said to come back. Here I am after my holiday. Congratulations. Oh, I know. You always need a holiday from the holiday. So this girl is apparently where I'm going. Is apparently with child. There is no way you're not going to tell me. Why did we go to this? That this girl is not with child. We're going to watch it again. I'm like, if I was just sitting in the audience, I would call the school and say, how can you allow a pregnant cheerleader to be doing what this girl is doing? I don't know, y'all. It just angers me. We are going to watch now. I'm going to turn the sound on, and we're going to watch this short clip.
Teen admitted to putting her newborn baby in the trash. A police officer spoke with her parents and her boyfriend.
You'd be the Destin's grandmother?
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
So that's her boyfriend.
Oh, that's the mom, baby daddy. That's the grandma.
Do you have a driver's license?
Devyn Fierro was briefly questioned by a police officer in the hospital waiting room after it was revealed that his girlfriend, 19-year-old Alexee Trevizo, gave birth to a baby boy in a hospital room and put the child in a trash bag. The body was later discovered by a cleaning crew.
Yesterday, she said it was really bad, that her hips were hurting and her back. And then last night, we're on the phone together, and she said her hips were hurting bad. I said, ask her if anything else is hurting. And she said just everything. And she went to sleep.
But she's a cheerleader too, so she's big in cheers. They have cheer competition. She works out. I mean,
And she's been active this whole time?
Yeah, she's been active this whole time.
How long have y'all been together?
Almost 2 years.
2 years? Okay. So I'm not trying to be rude, but you are more than likely would be the father? Okay.
Yes.
These mothers shared a brief laugh of discomfort, which soon turned to sadness.
And they can help you with the afterlife care, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Do y'all have any questions for me right now? Okay.
Alexee Trevizo claims she didn't know she was pregnant, and police say she told them that when the baby came out of her in the bathroom that it wasn't crying. She's been charged with first-degree murder, but her lawyer says she is innocent of the charges against her. She's due back in court in September. For Inside Edition Digital, I'm Mara Montalbano.
So, yeah. So now we're going to watch. All these, when I end a video, it goes straight over to the Adelson trial. Don't ask me why. Okay, so now we're going to watch the Supreme Court hearing that happened, I think, Thursday of last week. We were doing Donna Adelson, so hence why we didn't watch it. And then I'm going to go through the full history, and then I'm going to give you the full deep dive. I wanted you to have context, so let's watch this. It is about an hour long. We will zoom as much as we can. Hope they have good sound in the Supreme Court.
Good morning. We're on the record of S1SC 40487 and locatory
Mods, I need a mic check. Thank you.
appeal, State versus Trevizo. We have on opening 20 minutes. You may enter your parents and proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michael Thomas, NMDOJ, Raul Torres, Attorney General for the state.
Morning. You may proceed.
Thank you. May it please the
Okay,
court.
my bad. I should have told you that. Why are we having the Supreme, I'm not awake yet. Why we're having the Supreme Court hearing is because the defense is declaring that she was not Mirandized in the actual hospital before the police actually questioned her. And part of the problem is when do you do that? You're supposed to do it when you're in custody or not. You're in custody means you're not free to leave or you're being arrested. So, and we're going to go through all of those details. I'm going to break all of the Miranda right laws down and everything in a minute. But this is about the fact that the defense is saying that you cannot use anything she said in the hospital because she wasn't Mirandized. Here we go.
Counsel and attendees. This case, still at the pretrial stage, involves two narrow legal issues, specifically whether the district court's decision to suppress evidence was factually supported and legally sound. The district court erroneously concluded that there were violations of Miranda and of the physician-patient privilege. Many of the court's key findings are either not supported by substantial evidence or, even if they are, do not support any assertedly related legal conclusion, revealing that the district court was mistaken about the applicable law. The interaction of the doctor, other medical staff, and defendant, as well as the police, are captured on the lapel video in the record as Defense Exhibit H from the suppression hearing. A careful review of the video is critical to a proper understanding of the issues, as it undercuts a myriad of defense assertions and glaringly fails to support and outright contradicts the district court's findings, as well as various characterizations in the ruling.
Counsel, I'm going to interrupt you in two things. First, you need to slow way down. Second, I'd like you to address pretty much right out of the gate State versus Ibarra.
State versus
Ibarra. It seems to be a case that answers this question a little bit.
And I'm not immediately familiar with that case, Your Honor. I'm sorry. I'm trying to do my best to answer your question.
Okay, so I'll try and tee it up a little bit for you because I don't want to completely catch you off guard. So this is a 1990 Supreme Court case.
Let me pause. Little Miss Red Velvet, I do know that sometimes teenagers don't know they're pregnant, but looking at her as a mom, I'm not talking about necessarily her, although I have a problem. At 9 months, you should be able to feel something, but I will give her that grace. But the mom, the coaches, the people around her, especially the adults, seeing the weight gain, the where she was gaining it, and all of that, I can't believe nobody questioned whether or not this girl was pregnant. She was told she was being detained, not free to leave, and they didn't Mirandize her. And the HIPAA violation because it was in her hospital room, although her mother was present and she's not a minor. We're going to go through all that. Oh, thank you so much. We're going to go through all that. That is true. But once again, to me, I understand more the teenager not knowing. And she is 19 and not 12. So mama can't do anything about it, but she's still living at home. I'm going to play both sides of this coin. Don't worry, y'all. I'll play both sides of the coin. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Jane77. Thank y'all for hopping in. Okay, we're going to watch. I'm going to try not to.
And in that case, it's discussing the term interrogation for purposes of Miranda, which seems to be an issue here. And it says that under Miranda refers not only to express questioning, but also to any words or actions on the part of the police, other than those normally attendant to arrest and custody, that the police should know are reasonably likely to elicit incriminating response from the suspect. So that's that concept. Does that help?
Yes, and,
okay,
and I do remember Ibarra. Sorry, I didn't understand, but then I recognized it was Ibarra, which is cited in the brief.
Yes. Okay. No, that's okay. So I would like you to address that statement that comes from Rhode Island versus Innis, but was adopted by the New Mexico Supreme Court.
Yes, thank you. And I do recall Ibarra in the briefs. Your Honor is right that interrogation under Innis can be express questioning, or it can be, as Rhode Island Innis talks about, actions or statements by the police that are, as they say, that the police knew were reasonably likely to elicit an incriminating response. The reason why the state believes there's no interrogation here, Your Honor, is when you look at the video, just so we're all starting from a baseline, the police do not ask her any questions at all. The police do at one point ask the mother, does she have a driver's license? They hand that over. Of course, they're going to run everyone for warrants, like showing up at a car accident scene. But as I cited in the briefs, you know, we all are familiar with cases that say asking for a driver's license name, that's procedural, that doesn't count as interrogation. So then the question would be, did the police say anything that would be, as Ines says, reasonably likely to elicit?
I was not saying it can be actions as well. And that's what I want to focus on is actions. Because I get that the police didn't say anything, they didn't ask questions. But here my concern is that if we only review the video and that's out of context to what the police have been told prior to going into the room. There's been a report. They've heard from the nurse, probably things maybe the nurse shouldn't have told them. And then they're invited to go in. And so there's action as a result of that that's different than like they just pop their head in, or if the report had just been made without healthcare folks tying the report to this young lady. That might be different if they were just going room to room saying we'd like everybody's name and information. But here they have this body of knowledge before they walk in the room, and that's what troubles me in this case.
Yes, and I'll do my best to answer. And of course, I know we'll get to the agency issue later, that the other side is arguing that the doctor was an agent. But yes, just strictly actions of the police. And I do appreciate the court's questions in focusing this. We know that it's an objective test for custody, but now we're talking about actions that can be arguably that would have caused or been the equivalent of interrogation under Ines. The state doesn't believe the police did anything here. I'm glad that Justice Bacon brought up the question of, well, the nurse went up and talked to the doctors. The charge nurse went up and talked to the police when they arrived at the hospital. I don't see a problem with that because, I mean, generally when the police arrive at a scene, they're going to want to talk to the reporting party. Now, granted, the doctor, whoever it was that called the police, the reporting party here is a little ambiguous. It's essentially the medical staff of the hospital. It's not like a neighbor calling the police on a loud party next door, but the police naturally are going to want to talk to the doctor, the nurse, get a little bit of information before they barge in there. I think the police acted very reasonably here. They talked to the doctor, they talked to the nurse, and I think the police are smart enough to realize that just because this charge nurse is telling them this, that, and the other, that's just for the police officer's information. The defendant didn't even know what was being told to the police. So my point being that nothing that was said to the police in the hallway would have even been known to the defendant. So going back to the justice,
But that's always the
Counsel, my concern here is, and I'm curious, why did the police feel like they needed to go in the room with the doctor while she's talked about the defendant's treatment? Because the doctor told the police before she went in the room, I need to go tell her about what her condition is and what we need to do next. And then she says, will you come with me? Which I find a little strange, but why did they feel like it was appropriate for them to go in the room with the doctor to discuss treatment?
well, I would say that at that point, they clearly had reasonable suspicion, probably more than that, given that the medical staff was, and I'm doing my best to answer your question, the medical staff clearly knew that the only person that had been in the bathroom during that entire relevant time was the defendant. This was not going to be a whodunit. So you're right, the doctor does say to the police officers, look, I need to tell her what's going on. I got her accepted to Loveless and Roswell. I need to tell her what's going on. She's bleeding. I need to make sure she's stable. The doctor simply says, does one of you want to go in there with me?
No, that's not what he said. She says, I need to make sure the mother is stable. I don't know if she delivered a placenta. She's bleeding a lot. And she immediately asked the officer, quote, if one of them is willing to be part of the conversation, and invited the officers into the hospital room, and they both agreed. So that's, I want to be clear on what the facts are. And she says, I want you to be part of the conversation, and they both agreed. Secondly, maybe this is another way of asking the question that Justice Vargas asked. Is there any medical reason for the officers being in the room when she's confronted? Is there any medical?
I'm going to stop here and say yes, for multiple reasons. But the big reason is, and I have seen this happen, not with a pregnancy child, but with a young adult who did something wrong and is in the hospital, and they have to confront them. Okay, whether it's abusing of drugs and they found it in the urine or whatever, or there's been a crime committed in the hospital or whatever, it is sometimes there to assist the nurse should the patient become emotionally distraught, out of control, and try to harm themselves. That potentially could happen. And I would be worried about this, especially in this situation. If they feel that this woman has just given birth in the hospital, the baby is unalive in a bathroom, they're going to confront her. What is she going to do? Could she potentially harm herself? And if there is a potential situation where she could harm herself or others, then it is reasonable to have a police officer stand by. And that is one scenario. I've seen it.
Medical reason for inviting the officers into the room?
I would say I don't know that there was a medical reason for them to be in the room, but
is there any legal, any police reason? Is she a threat? Is she getting up and running away? Is she doing any of those things? Is there a suspicion she has a weapon? Or is there any police reason for them being in the room?
And to try to answer your question, Justice Beal, I appreciate it. I've watched the video about 10 times. My memory of the video is I don't remember the doctor saying you want to be a part of the conversation. I remember her saying something like, does one of you want to go in there with me?
But assume for purposes
Right.
of this
that
that's what happened.
The answer, I do believe they had a legal reason to be in there. They were conducting an investigation.
Investigation of her medical condition?
Okay, I said this in conversation yesterday, and we're thinking the same thing. In the end of the day, the adult patient did not ask the police to leave. She waived her right to privacy through her interaction. Yes, Aaron, you are correct. You're correct. When you are now an adult, even though, first of all, let's talk about the right to privacy and the right to HIPAA, and whether it's confidentiality with medical staff, lawyers, whatever. Police, if you are as an adult, she wasn't an adult by a few days. She had been an adult for a year and 8 months. As an adult, okay, she can ask to leave. She did not. And the right to privacy, both with HIPAA and all other aspects, confidentiality. When a third party is in the room, you waive that right. So, for example, I'm sick and in the hospital and I've done something silly ass stupid, and I don't want my family to know. I don't want anybody to know. And it's just me and the doctor. They can't share anything. That confidentiality is sacrosanct. The moment I bring my child or any other adult in the room, any other person in the room, and I continue the conversation with the police, with the doctor, with the nurse, with the lawyer, with the chaplain, that negates the confidentiality because you brought another person in the room or you permitted another person in the room. Good morning, Kristen. Oh, well, there you go. Third party, her mother being in the room. That's a waiver of privacy. You read my mind. Being a facilitator, I myself in the hospital, police have waited just outside the room while the doctor was with the patient. But they asked, do you want to come in? It's Angela, you're correct. That would have been my way of handling it. But this is, not everybody does it the same way. And I got to tell you, not everybody understands the laws the same way. In an ideal world, every nurse, every physician, every med tech, anybody in the hospital would fully understand these laws. And guess what? 9 times out of 10, they're not 100% accurate if you were to test them on the laws of HIPAA, even though they go through and they take a test, and what to do in these situations. And I got to admit, we all have to admit, this is unusual. This is a highly unusual situation. But because she permitted, asked, or had her mother in the room, even though she was may not be aware of the law, she waived the right to privacy.
Well, investigation of what led to the baby being put in the trash.
No, she says,
But if they're investigating,
she
we
says,
got Miranda.
Well, Miranda requires custody and interrogation, which I'll get to in a minute. But my point is that there's no legal bar to the police going in the exam room. Now, granted, I admit it. And the doctor said, "Look, I need to talk to her. I don't want you in there."
I can't handle his voice, but I want to also say this. There was no exam being done at that time. Someone made a comment. I was watching some other people's stuff on this, and someone made the comment that they never should be allowed in the room. That's a private room. They're examining. If they were actually physically examining her, he should never be in the room at all. But if they believe, and I will tell you as an ex-doctor's wife, and I'm not perfect, but I'm just saying what I've seen, what I've experienced. Everything is my personal opinion and experience here. Not legal, not medical, but in my personal experience as a chaplain who's been in the emergency room with a lot of different scenarios and people, and on top of that, being a wife of a doctor and many conversations about HIPAA law and privacy. If a medical staff, and they have police security in all hospitals, if a medical staff feels that there's a potential for either someone getting out of control, self-harm, harming others, they can call a police officer into the room, so long as there's not a physical exam being done. There are many times, though, when you have someone rolled into the emergency room and this may be a potential crime and they're unconscious, sometimes the cop is standing right at that door monitoring, making sure, it just depends on the situation.
But yeah, can you hold on while I talk to her? I think the police, you can tell from the video, they were very deferential to the doctor. One thing I wanted to point out, because I believe now is a really good time to say that, there's a lot in the answer brief that suggests that the police presence there caused a delay or hinder treatment of some kind, or even delayed possibly her being flown to Roswell. I want to be very clear. There is absolutely zero evidence in the record that would support any fact finder in finding that any medical procedure or care was hindered or delayed, or that they even had anything to do with the helicopter arriving. So what I would say is, the best answer I have is I don't believe there was a medical reason for the police to be in there, but clearly the doctor did not say, I want to talk to her in private. I don't want you in there yet. I know we called the police, we called you, but please don't go in there. I need to talk to her. Do they have a legal reason to be in there? Yes. Now, might it have been
what's the legal reason?
Well, they're investigating this, and they probably want to, at some point.
Watching her get a pelvic exam, is that investigation?
Well, later on in the video, when there is a.
Okay, wait a minute. Your Honor. I'm sorry. I mistyped that. My bad. But Sod Girl, welcome. Yes, I will be following this trial. This is going to be something we follow. Okay. I want to go into that, Your Honor, and say this. With all due respect, Your Honor, they were not doing a pelvic exam. And if they were doing a pelvic exam, he would be outside the door. That's what frustrates me with that comment is he's bringing up something that didn't happen.
In the video, when the nurse says
he's talking about hypotheses, what could have happened, what if. We're not here to deal with what ifs. We're here to deal with what happened. You're not creating new law, you're dealing with something. And in this situation, there was no pelvic exam done with any police officer in the room. And if there is and was, I'd be all over this like white on rice.
Will you two please step out? And the police do. They step out of the hallway because there was probably a medical.
Was that hindering their investigation? Asking them to leave?
No, it wasn't hindering at all. And the police were very polite. They went out in the hallway. Another thing I wanted to mention too, and again, I think some of this is more clear when you sort of watch the video from beginning to end. There's a point in the video, pretty much exactly at 3 o'clock, where you see the police are out in the hallway and they say to the nurse, they say, well, we don't really want to go in there and cause her more stress. She's dealing with a lot. And at that point, at 3 o'clock, you see the sergeant and the other officer go back into the room when they've clearly been out in the hallway. And the sergeant says, look, we're going to continue waiting out in the hallway. We don't want to add to your stress. We know this is stressful. And the sergeant even explains, we can't have your mom in here right now. We're waiting for the detective. You are 19 years old, but we're going to keep waiting in the hallway. We don't want to add your stress. I know at answer brief, page 9, it certainly seemed to be making the claim that the police were in their room the entire time for that 2 hours or 2.5 hours. And that's just not true. From 3 o'clock until she was taken away by the helicopter at 4:30, pretty much 99% of that time from 3 a.m. to 4:30, they were waiting out in the hallway. And I don't know if that was answered your question, but
but that was after
So I'm trying to get
the
the fonts.
incriminating statements were made that were suppressed.
well, yes, but the one thing I hadn't gotten a chance to get to yet was that it's 3 minutes. It's 3 minutes into the lapel video that they tell her you're detained. You're not under arrest, but you are being detained. Put aside, of course, the cases that talk about being detained is different than being in custody for Miranda. Even if this court believed that she was in custody at that point, 3 minutes into the lapel video, and everything else was suppressed, she had already made the statements. And that's why I mentioned in the brief in chief that the motion was a little bit broad, and not that the other side's motion was a little broad in not limiting the request to exclude statements to at least the point where she was told, you're not under arrest, but you are detained and you're not free to leave. But it was a little bit overbroad. And the case here, I'm trying to find the case really quick. Yes, State v. Philemon v. 2018 NMSC 11 talks about the difference between investigative detention and a custodial one, is that the latter, meaning custody, involves coercive conditions as to constitute the functional equivalent of an arrest. The one thing I also wanted to notice, and I know I'm not trying to get away from the interrogation, I'll be glad to answer any other questions on that. But of course, we know that there has to be both interrogation and custody. Putting aside the agency issue, Santiago case, whether the doctor acted as an agent of the police, there's clearly no custody here. And the cases that support that are 3 cases, one in New Mexico and 2 others. State v. La Couture, 2009, NMCA 71. And that's the case that was provided in the notice of supplemental authority back in March. And La Couture, some of the things they say in that case are almost 100% applicable here. What La Couture said was, La Couture, and he had been involved in like a DUI or some kind of accident. He was.
Okay, this is correct. Aaron, I love you. We're on the same wavelength, Gaboo. You're correct. Anything that she says before the detained is free game. Free game. And and here's the thing. If you do not ask, okay, so am I free to leave? And they say no, that's detainment. If that's my understanding. But she didn't try to leave. And she's not saying, I don't want my lawyer. She didn't try to leave. She didn't lawyer up. So up until the point of detainment, you're right. I agree.
In the hospital for injuries. And what the court said was, the fact that La Couture, this is paragraph 18 of La Couture. The fact that La Couture was restrained by injuries and medical accoutrements warrants little consideration. This is a Judge Kennedy Court of Appeals opinion. La Couture was exposed only to circumstantial restraints, and as stated above, the record indicates no action by Officer Diaz to restrain him. And La Couture, just to be clear, is not an outlier whatsoever. In the reply brief, I cited State v. Garrison, a July 2024.
Brooklyn, I'm not sure. I will research that.
Connecticut Supreme Court case.
We're in front of the Supreme Court at the moment, the New Mexico Supreme Court.
And
So is it your argument today that the custody was circumstantial custody? Because it's not like, I mean, she's just delivered a baby, is bleeding out. It's not as though she's going to flee at that point. So are you asserting that there was no custody at all, or is it circumstantial custody from your perspective?
well,
Okay. Yeah, let me catch everybody up. Number one, why is a lawyer yelling? Yeah, I think he's too aggressive. They are before this. He's nervous, most likely. Thank you, June Just Talks. Okay. They're before the Supreme Court of New Mexico because they have a motion. Defense is trying to get all of her statements and anything that they discover as far as Alexee to be thrown out, because they feel the Miranda rights were not read to her. So anything that she said cannot be used against her. They are trying to build their defense. And we will go through all of this more in a minute. I have everything. I mean, we're going to do a deep dive, point by point by point. So we're going to watch this, but that's why they're in here, because her defense is trying to get all of this videos, the body cams and comments and all this evidence prior to her arrest thrown out, because they didn't read her Miranda rights when she was sitting in the hospital bed and the police officer was in the room.
Custody, of course, can be formal arrest, or as the case is talked about, a restraint on liberty that basically, what's this, how they phrase it? Yes, when the person's freedom of movement has been restrained to a degree associated with a formal arrest.
So that was a follow-up question just Bacon I had, which is, so is the restraint of movement of the defendant based on the condition or that there were officers in the room? Does it matter?
It does
Yes,
matter.
I don't believe it does matter.
It does matter. The restraint for her not to leave was a medical condition. They did not know if she still had the placenta or parts of the placenta from giving birth still in her, because I would surmise that she ripped all that out because she was very much in a hurry to get everything done because she birthed the baby in the bathroom by herself. And she was bleeding quite a bit, and they needed to ensure that no placenta was left behind, because if it is, she can bleed to death. So that is a medical reason for her not to be released, and for them, the hospital, to do everything in their power to keep her there. Now, could she ultimately leave against medical advice? Yes, she could. She could sign the documentation releasing the hospital of all rights and responsibility and liability, but that was not done. And they can sit there and say, we don't think you need to leave. I've been there. People want to get out of the hospital. They don't care what's going on. They don't care. They can die. Get me out of here. And they want to leave. And then they have to, and a lot of times it's because they're under influence of some kind of drug or alcohol, but, or dementia. That's my experience of a lot of times, but people can leave against medical advice, but they have to sign a document and walk out that door. Otherwise, in her condition, because she could bleed out, and they still don't know what's going on, they're just trying to wrap their heads around everything. They're going to sit there and say, no, you can't leave. Medically, we're not going to allow you to walk out that door until you understand the risk that you're taking. And then they're going to do that. But that does not mean it was a police detainment, a legal detainment. And I see it as a medical detainment at this point than a legal or police detainment. That is my humble opinion. But what point did they legally detain? What point were they detaining her? That's what I got to see. I have not seen all the footage yet. I have not seen the case. Literally, I am watching this live with you guys for the first time. So understand, I'm only reacting to what I currently see and know. But I could understand the blurred lines between medical detainment and legal detainment. Oh, I'm getting my legs up and getting comfortable. I think we's going to be here a while. So that is my personal humble opinion to this point. Now, as y'all know, I can change my opinion.
Because on Garrison, and there's also this Johnson case that I cited in the notice of supplemental authority 2 weeks ago, talk about the fact that if you're in a hospital, yes, officers may be present, but if the officers are not doing anything additional to limit your freedom of movement, and they're being polite, they're not being antagonistic, that alone is not enough for custody. And in Garrison, it talks about an example in Garrison at page 289. It's 323 8th 289.
Okay, at what point did she ask to leave and the police officer tell her no? That's what I need to see. Once again, I've not seen all of the video, so I'm going to try and find the entire video. June just talks. Can you do me a favor? I have a question. Can you make me in Discord? Love you.
The court says, because there is nothing in the record to suggest that any of the officers with whom the defendant interacted were threatening or aggressive, we conclude that the tone and tenor of the questioning weigh against the conclusion that the defendant was restrained. And I can't find it off the top of my head. The court talks in there about the fact that the real key is whether the police did anything to further restrain the movement. And probably the case that really best addresses that is the Johnson v. Commonwealth of Virginia. This is again 2 weeks ago, notice of supplemental authority, 916 Southeast 2nd 910. And what the court says in that case at page 921, so this is 916 Southeast 2nd at 921, the court says, the medical equipment connected to Johnson would have made it difficult for him to get out of bed, but his immobility was not caused by the police. Johnson was receiving essential medical care because he had shot himself in the chest.
I follow all of that, but here the police didn't like leave. They stood outside the door. They said, we're standing outside the door. They shut the door. Isn't that some evidence of restraint or custody where they didn't have to, handcuff her because she's medically unstable? But isn't the fact of their presence and standing outside the door to prevent somebody from coming and going, and they're monitoring exactly where she's going, they know she's going to be transported, all of that, isn't that some indicia of further restraint based on the language you just read to me?
I don't believe that would meet the test of State v. Munoz cited in the brief, which is the degree associated with a formal arrest. Because again, when you look at Locketeur, Johnson, and Garrison, they really are saying that yes, you may have an IV line, maybe you're injured, you may not physically, practically be able to leave the hospital, but the police aren't doing anything to further restrain you. So I don't believe them waiting out in the hallway would be custody, but certainly any such finding would have to be limited at least to the point about 3 minutes into the appellate video when they say you are being detained, you're not under arrest, but you're detained, you're not free to leave. But unfortunately, the trial court's ruling suppressed even the statements you made earlier when the police literally were just standing there not saying a word and the doctor was talking. Right? I know that gets into the agency issue.
Well, it also gets into the privilege issue, and your time is limited here. Setting aside Fourth Amendment for purposes of our conversation and the privilege, it appears that the state is taking a position that everything that the victim said is admissible because of the doctor's requirement under statute to report that as a crime. And I'm struggling with that. I can see the doctor, as she did, say we have a deceased individual and I need to report that. But the rest of it seems at that point, you're just opening it up and all the privileges are just waived and whatever that defendant talked about is admissible. Can you address the privilege issue?
Yes, I'll do it very quickly and I'll be glad to do it more on rebuttal. Two things, 11504D4 does have the exception, and as I noted in the brief, this court clearly has, as the issuer of that rule has, and I mentioned this in the brief, has a common law ability to interpret that rule. I would say 11504D4 certainly covers this, but the other big issue is the waiver, the fact that she spoke to the doctor with the police present and her mom present.
Okay, so mom's there to take care of her?
Well, she was 19 years old though.
Okay. And the officers, to Justice Bacon's question, and you can address this, I'll give you some time. They were at least guarding, at least if we're not going into the Fourth Amendment, they were in there. So that's a struggle with that waiver.
And she's on a myriad of drugs.
I understand. So real quick, the only thing I would say, Your Honor, if you allow me 10 seconds, is that
it's okay.
Imagine if the situation had been the doctor had gone in before the police got there. Let's say the police were on the way, and the doctor goes in and says, "Well, I'm sorry to tell you, but we discovered a dead baby in the bathroom." And then she says, "I'm sorry, it came out of me. I didn't know what to do." I think that would not have been privileged. And let's say the police arrive 3 minutes later, because that goes to the heart of the D4 11504 D4 exception. So I think one way to look at it is, had she made that statement in response to the doctor's statement, "We found a dead baby in the bathroom," even had the police not been there, I believe that would have not been privileged under the spirit of State v. Strouts and 11504D4. And I'll sit down and wait.
No, don't.
Take your time.
Justice Moore asked a question. Justice Moore, did you?
Well, it was more clarifying that you talked about the mom being present during the conversation and the statements made by defendant. And yes, the defendant was 19, but I might be remembering wrong. It's entirely possible. I want to see if I am. Wasn't there something she signed authorizing her mom as a caretaker?
Yeah, I feel I want to slow them down. I want to go, whoa, time out. Let's take one question at a time. Slow down. I know you're nervous, lawyer. You're before the Supreme Court. Everybody's slow down. We got all day, boo. All day. Let's logically, clearly, and thoughtfully go through this process. Good morning, Joe Schmo. Good morning, Joe. I've been watching you at CrimeCom. I want to go next year. I hope to be there next year. Are you heading home, love?
Or a party that she wanted, maybe something where she wanted her to be present during the medical treatment. And does that do anything with the waiver issue? If my question makes sense.
I don't know if I can answer that off the top of my head without going back and looking at the record, but I believe that the general rule is that the presence of a third party not strictly necessary, like a paralegal being there during an attorney-client conversation causes it to be waived. Thank you for the answer.
Thank you, Mr. All right. 30 minutes for a appellee. May enter your appearance and proceed.
Thank you, Chief Justice. My name is Amber Feyerberg on behalf of the defendant. Good morning, Chief Justice, justices of the court, counsel. As I said, my name is Amber Feyerberg. I represent Alexee Trevizo, the defendant appellee. The legal issues here, although that conversation got somewhat convoluted, are actually relatively straightforward. It's the ramifications of this case that are extraordinary for Ms. Trevizo and for every vulnerable patient in New Mexico, and for the state's commitment to safe, confidential reproductive health care. And even more importantly, to maintaining the line that separates medical care from police investigations. Physicians and medical personnel take on the role of caregiver. Police take on the role of investigator. If we accept the state's position in this case, that line completely disappears. And it's to the detriment of New Mexico patients at their most vulnerable moment. Police are in the emergency department every single day. This is something real live doctors have to navigate every single day. And the people who are there are inherently at their most vulnerable moment. There are guidelines here. The state's position is essentially there is no limit. If there is a reason to report, and I want to get into later which reporting statute is actually applicable here. I would argue it's a suspicious death and not child abuse. Those are two separate reporting statutes. But the state is arguing if there's a duty to report, there is no privilege, there is no Miranda rights, there are no more rights. We just go on in this joint investigation.
I'm not sure that I agree that that's where the state's gone. You're blending the two. I think Miranda, the argument as I understand it from the state, isn't related to the duty to report. I think the duty to report becomes important in the privilege conversation that I really do want to explore with you today. But Miranda just seems to be, they were invited into the room and they didn't do anything. They were polite, they were nice. I heard that a lot. And therefore, there was no detention, no interrogation.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Justice Bacon. And you're right. You're absolutely right. There is the mandatory reporting falls under the privilege issue, where I think the state is largely mistaken. But let's talk about Miranda for a minute. Let's talk about that custody, because all of the cases that we just heard counsel cite are completely distinguishable here.
So when the state agrees that there was no medical reason for having the police officers in the room, does that bear on Miranda?
Absolutely.
Tell me how.
Absolutely. Well, to answer your question, Justice V. Hill, there are basically two universes we can be in. We can be in an investigatory universe where Miranda applies, or we can be in, we're here to support the doctor, and we're in the medical universe and privilege applies. The state can't thread the needle through those two by admitting that there is no medical purpose for the police to be in the room. That's effectively an admission that they're there to investigate a potential crime.
But is investigation the same as interrogation and detention?
That question doesn't go to custody. I am interested in that. I mean, does the answer to Senior Justice's question mean they're in custody? Because then you get to interrogation.
I want to make sure I understand your questions. So I want to make sure I understand your questions appropriately before I answer. There is a difference between investigation and custody, but in this case, there wasn't. In this case, there wasn't. And the reason is because of that pre-confrontation conversation that occurred in the hallway that the justices were discussing earlier. And that's that conversation where police are told by the charge nurse that she entered the bathroom to, and again, the charge nurse never treated it like
But that really seems related to interrogation. We're talking about custody. The question is, was she restrained? Was she free to leave? Those are the kinds of things we're looking at when we're deciding whether she's in custody. And what I'd really like to hear your take on the two cases where where custody is an issue in New Mexico, and we're dealing with medical care emergency rooms, and that's Ibarra and La Couture. Ibarra, we have a defendant who is clearly in custody. He's been arrested already, and he's taken for medical treatment in the emergency room. And then we have La Couture, where they're not in custody yet. Tell me how those cases bear on this situation.
Absolutely. Ibarra says, and I don't have the pin site on me, but Ibarra says, I do have it. Ibarra uses the term
Joe Schmo, and those who are just hopping on, basically what's happened is you have a 19-year-old cheerleader, high school student who goes to the hospital with severe back and hip pain, gives birth in the bathroom, and puts the live baby, because they were medically able to prove it was a live baby, into a trash bag and put it into a trash bin and cover it up. Goes back to her hospital room, ER room, not hospital room, ER room, and a cleaning lady finds the deceased baby. At this point, the doctors call the police because they're still trying to figure out why and where the back pain's coming from. They had no idea she had given birth. And from there, it's a shite show. So that's where we are. And we are arguing there. The argument is that the Miranda rights were not given at the time that she was detained. And they're trying, I guess the biggest question is when was she detained? Was she medically detained because she could potentially bleed out and die because there could be partial placenta rupture just still in her? When were the police, when did it go from medical to legal detainment, ... So now her defense lawyers, the defense team, is arguing before the Supreme Court trying to get her testimony thrown out. I hope that is a very super quick version.
an inherently coercive environment to describe the emergency department. And that's directly contrary to what the Court of Appeals said in La Couture, which effectively said this is just a normal situation, but that was factually distinguishable.
But Ibarra was already in custody. There was
Correct.
no question about custody in Ibarra.
Correct. Your Honor is absolutely right. The reason it matters, though, is because that inherent coercion also goes to custody under Munoz. Munoz gives us, the conversation earlier with counsel got really focused on custody only being a restriction of freedom to the degree normally associated with formal arrests. But in New Mexico, it's disjunctive. We have two ways that somebody can be in custody. There's that way, which normally comes with handcuffs and everything else. And then there's the second, which is that a reasonable person in the same situation, and in this moment, let's put ourselves in the mind of a reasonable 19-year-old high schooler, would not feel free to leave. And that's where Ibarra, I think, is so important, Your Honor, because it talks about the inherently coercive environment of the
And yes, Darkling, I listen. Yes, we are going to get to that point. Thank you so much for bringing that up. That is true. She was still bleeding quite a bit, enough that they did send her to a trauma center. So medically speaking, I would say she was medically detained, but then once again, the police officer did say that she was detained. So I have found the entire video, so we will watch that after this. We're going to watch the video of her in the hospital, body cam videos. We're going to watch all that in a minute. But I wanted to get to this argument. So while we're watching the videos, we know what we need to be looking for. Here we go.
Of the emergency department and caution.
No, I'm not saying the officer medically detained her. I'm saying that the hospital was trying to medically detain her because they felt it was unsafe for her to leave because of her bleeding. But at what point did it switch from being a medical concern and a legal concern? That's where I want to see. I've not seen the videos that they're referring to, so I am hearing all this for the first time. So I look forward to the next video. Really
police against exploiting it.
I ask you just in answering that, can you, because the state did, can you, in discussing custody, talk about the 2 minutes prior to the officer telling her that she was detained versus what happened after? Because the state seems to be breaking it up like that. And you might not agree. I'm just wondering if you can address that. Because in my mind, that could possibly be an issue. 3 minutes prior to them telling her she was detained.
Correct. Yeah. So the questioning started 3 minutes prior to them confirming that she was detained. To my mind, Your Honor, the reason that doesn't bear on this case in the way that the state wants it to is because that was a confirmation sheet. And he said earlier, we heard counsel say, this isn't a whodunit. This isn't who had the baby in the bathroom. So there's nothing that was stated there that would have taken police from a place. And that's where that pre-confrontation comes in with the nurse, where he says, she went in there to harm her pregnancy. She's lied the whole time she's here. She's gonna lie to you, and she killed the kid. So they're operating under, we're in a homicide investigation now. She's our only suspect.
And I think the through line of what you're saying is Miranda doesn't require confirmation by the police that you're being detained. I mean, our case law all over the place handles cases where there is no confirmation.
Absolutely. And the one thing that we haven't yet addressed, Justice Bacon, is the main difference between those cases on which the state relies and this one is the placement of police, where they're either just in the emergency department, they happen to overhear, or they're standing back, and there's this independent conversation. What we have not seen in any of those cases that makes this one markedly different is that these officers were physically blocking the door. We heard counsel talk a lot about that video. In that video, we see Alexee Trevizo on the bed, hemorrhaging in a hospital gown. Those are the circumstantial ideas, right, that we talked about earlier, that your honors talked about earlier, in terms of circumstantial custody, that she's not free to leave. But that's not what puts her in custody for Miranda purposes. I mean, that's part of the coercive environment that they're exploiting, that they're taking advantage of here. But the reason she's in custody is because she has 4 authority figures acting in concert, only one of whom she's ever seen before. That's the doctor, the charge nurse. And as if you've all seen the video, he's a large man who aligned himself very strongly with police. These 3 men walk into the room and they're physically blocking the door. The operative question for the court is, would a reasonable 19-year-old high school girl in that situation feel free to leave? And the answer is no, even if she wasn't hemorrhaging, even if she wasn't hooked up to an IV, even if she hadn't just experienced the first vaginal exam of her entire life and the precipitous labor and delivery of what the defense posits was a stillborn in the bathroom. Those all contextualize it. Yes, Your Honor.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I really do want to talk about the privilege. We have not had an opportunity with the state to really talk about the privilege either, but I need you to identify something pretty specific to me because I don't know the answer to the question.
Absolutely.
What, to your client's mind, did the doctor say? What's the actual violation of the privilege? What are the words spoken by the doctor that you assert?
Okay, I appreciate this woman's question.
Are a violation of privilege?
I'm not sure that that's the way, Your Honor, that I conceptualize the privilege. The privilege is a rule created by this court as a rule of evidence. So the question is, so the doctor can invoke Alexee's privilege for her and should have, but did not. And should have a pursuant to medical ethics and her professional guidelines and did not. But in terms of waiving the privilege, only Alexee can do that. And so this is a,
Before we waive, get to, it's a privilege.
Yeah, I mean, why is this, what is
Yeah.
the privilege being asserted here? I mean, I know that it's a physician patient, but what is happening? What have you identified as triggering the violation of the privilege?
well, the violation, there's actually two different
Okay,
violations.
and that's what I want to try and
Yeah,
understand.
there's, and you can see this from the court order because we've got the district court made an order, one on the statements made directly responsive to the collective confrontation in the room, and also,
But that's what I want to try and get to, because if the privilege you're asserting that's been broken is the statement of, we found a baby in the trash, that's not a privileged statement, because it's not about Ms. Trevizo's healthcare. It's just a statement.
I'm not sure I would agree with Your Honor.
Well, let me
Okay.
finish. So to me, that is not a violation of privilege. The remainder, we need to transport, bleeding out all of that information. I might agree with you as a violation of the privilege, but in this context, given the suppression here, I don't think anybody cares, because that comes after the inculpatory statements by Ms. Trevizo. And so if that's a violation of the privilege, sure, but it's not what is really at issue here.
What's really at issue here, Your Honor, are Alexee Trevizo's statements. It's not the doctor making a statement. The doctor and the nurse both did violate their duty of confidentiality several times by telling officers, I think you said earlier, Justice Bacon, I'm not sure they should have, but to get to the actual statement that is, there's two realms, but the one that is responsive is Alexee's statement. Alexee's statement, which was made for the purposes of treatment and diagnosis. That's the standard under Rule 504. And the reason here that it is, the doctor comes in and says, I'm sorry, there's police here. We found a dead baby in the bathroom. So this is the first time the doctor has spoken to Alexee, and she made it clear later in an interview, and her actions made it clear at the time. And this is the substantial evidence that the district court relied on, that she wasn't going to get treatment without police present. So this information, the doctor didn't know where the placenta was. Indeed, the placenta was never found. The doctor didn't know anything about the circumstances of the birth. So Alexee's statement confirming that birth is absolutely necessary for her ongoing diagnosis and treatment. The problem here is not, I think where we're a little bit stuck is we're imagining that the police could have come in and maybe the doctor could have said something different that wouldn't have triggered the physician-patient privilege. And I would say, no, the police should absolutely not have been in the patient care room, nor should Dr. Vasquez have instructed her entire ED staff not to interact with Ms. Trevizo except for in the presence of law enforcement. She effectively conditioned her ongoing treatment on their presence.
So talk to me then about waiver?
Okay, let's talk about waiver.
Yeah.
So here the state is effectively saying, and this is how I understand it, that Alexee has waived her privilege by the presence of third parties. Well, all we need to do is look at the text of the rule. The rule, and instead of me paraphrasing it, I'll just read it because I think that would be probably better. The rule defines confidential communications, and then we can get to the exception, which is the mandatory reporting exception. But the rule defines confidential communication as a communication made privately, not intended for further disclosure, and then this is the operative language, except to other persons in furtherance of the purpose of the communication. Now that has a little bit of a loop-de-loop feel, because what does it mean in furtherance of the purpose of the communication? We know that from the first part of the rule, which says that the communications that are privileged are those in furtherance of diagnosis and treatment. We also have direct case law on point that says, we look at State versus Roper, and granted, Roper was construing an earlier version of this rule that specifically said family members were exempted. from the privilege, from waiver, but the current version of the rule actually broadens it. And it broadens it so that it reflects the reality of New Mexico, which is that no person is going to the emergency department by themselves. Every person has a support person, whether it's extended family, whether it's their mother. I mean, and this idea that she's 19 and therefore it doesn't matter, that's not reflected in the law.
Wait a minute. This is the first I'm hearing this. My understanding from my personal experience, both a patient and being there as a chaplain, when something, and I have been there, when a police officer showed up and the person committed a crime and it caused a death, and I'm sitting there with that person not knowing that this was going to happen, and they come in, the doctor comes in, and they say, your rights to HIPAA privacy, and your even as a parent, they've said it to the parents while I'm standing there, your rights to HIPAA and confidentiality will not uphold as long as you have these people in the room. Do you wish to have them remain in the room? They have done that in front of me. It doesn't matter if they're 18. It didn't matter if they're 80. I understand she's a young, impressionable 19-year-old girl, but do you know what? Didn't we just see a 19-year-old girl go away forever? You're an adult. You made the decision. And it wasn't like you were 18 in a day. You were 19. You've been an adult for a year. An adult is an adult, and I struggle with lawyers minimalizing the deed because they are a young adult. In this situation, I don't know. I think that's a weak argument in my humble opinion. In my humble opinion, that's a weak argument.
The law says that any person, it's not someone who's absolutely necessary for care. It's someone who's there in furtherance of that care.
But so the officers are in the room and
Officer,
they are not in furtherance of her care.
I would argue, Your Honor.
Would that be a waiver? I mean, I think the state asserts that that's a waiver, like that she's cognizant of what's happening and makes a knowing decision. I don't care that they're here. I'm going to answer this question.
She could easily said, excuse me. Bye-bye, everybody. Just me and the doctor here. She could have done that. And you know what? I don't care if you're 19 or 30. There are a lot of people who are not in hospitals very often. It doesn't matter what age you are. They're not in the hospital. Some people never go to the hospital but once or twice in their life. So I get that. But at this point, in my humble opinion, she's an adult.
It's not a question, this statement for purposes of furtherance of my care.
Right. I think in that idea, it kind of loops back on there's two things here. One, it loops back on the idea of Miranda, that a statement, any waiver needs to be voluntary. And so for the same reasons we would argue she didn't voluntarily waive any rights under Miranda, she didn't voluntarily waive any rights.
So, Ms. Faber, assuming for purposes of discussion, assuming that the statement by the doctor, we found a dead baby in the bathroom.
If you go look at my merch, it says I'm a hoe, meaning in my humble opinion. I just got tired of saying in my humble opinion, in my humble opinion, in my humble opinion. I just say I'm a hoe.
Was a violation of the physician-patient privilege in the context of everything that's going on. She never had a chance to waive.
Correct. Right.
There's no waiver.
Right. You can't waive a right that you've not been informed about.
And she had no, and by the way, a fact I think that you left out, and I don't think you meant to, on the custody, is that the officers were armed.
Absolutely.
Visibly armed.
Absolutely, visibly armed. And if I could just add one more thing to speak to that, Justice Vigil, and also finish answering your question, Justice Bacon, they also fit into other persons because the reason is because of what the doctor said. That and the charge nurse verified it and said the exact same thing. No one's talking to Alexee, aka no one's treating her except in the presence of police. So in that situation, they're absolutely in furtherance of care because she's not.
But how was the mom in furtherance of the care? She's actually she was questioning her daughter more than the police were. And it wasn't about her treatment. It was about, you did this and you're going to be in trouble and all of those comments. And in fact, if I remember correctly, I think the police even at one point said, please stop. So how was the mom there in furtherance of her care?
I think we have to.
I would have been in high school at 19 had I not decided to graduate early, because in kindergarten I was adopted at the age of 5, and I was held back a year because of delayed in reading abilities. So because how my birthday fell and being delayed a year and held back a year in kindergarten because of my delayed reading abilities. If I would have continued on the path and not graduated early and done the work to graduate early, I would have been 19. My brother was 19 when he graduated. It just depends on if you were held back and when your birthday fell.
Step back and look at the totality of the circumstances for that. The statements that you're pointing to, Justice Zamora, or from mom, are her own reactive statements to what she's just learned. But in the course of Alexee's care, she brought her there as her emergency contact. She was asked by medical professionals at one point to help her get into her gown. She's been going back and forth to the bathroom to knock and see if she's okay. She's sitting by her daughter's side. She's advocating her. That's absolutely in furtherance of care. Just because we now in retrospect think, oh, some of her statements might have been against Alexee's interests, that does not mean that in the moment she was not there in furtherance of care and that the physician-patient privilege does not attach.
So we have exceptions to that.
Correct.
Let's talk about those.
Let's talk about D4.
Let's talk about a statute that also exempts it, a statute by the legislature. We have, interestingly enough, this privilege exists in statute. Seems a fair rule was generated out of common law, 32A45. And then let's talk about those two things, because it seems to be a high burden on this doctor who has an obligation to report a crime. I think perhaps lawyers have that obligation. You know, take a separate factual scenario in which they ask a 25-year-old, you know, stabbed in the leg, I killed somebody. They having that conversation as a doctor and a patient, I'm not sure it means the exception doesn't apply. Why doesn't the exception apply?
So you're saying, why doesn't the mandatory reporting exception apply to the statements that are happening after the collective enters the room?
Or under the statute shall not be excluded on the grounds that the matters be subject of a physician-patient privilege or of their similar privilege under 32A or 5.
Right. So I think there's a couple of things here, and one of them is that the report was already made to the extent that it was applicable. And I just want to step back for a moment because we've got two operating statutes. The state has focused exclusively on 32A43, but there is also, for your honors, 2411.5, and that's reporting a suspicious death. 32A43, excuse me, is part of the Children's Code. And we know from Strouch and its legislative history that the purpose of that statute is to intervene and protect a child from ongoing abuse. And so
that is a good point. She wasn't arrested until 4 or 5 months later.
It's the mandatory reporters that are reporting abuse. And that statute uses the language that a mandatory reporter, and obviously the doctor is one, if they have reasonable suspicion that a child is an abused or neglected child. And then it goes on to a whole slew of legislative rules that have to happen, including you have to report it either to police or to CYFD. If it goes to police need to report it to CYFD. CYFD then gets involved. That's not what's happening here. There's nothing in discovery. There's nothing in the record that police ever got CYFD involved because this isn't the operable statute. The operable statute is instead 2411.5, which is reporting a suspicious death. There is no dispute here that doctors did not try to resuscitate this neonate, that they found the neonate cold, blue, very clearly deceased.
I don't disagree with that recitation, but there also is an OMI report, at least according to the briefing. Is this a question of fact?
I think that part probably is a question of fact, but what's not a question of fact, yes, the stillbirth versus live birth is absolutely a question of fact. But the issue of what people knew at the time, as far as a report, there was no OMI report at that time.
It does triggering the suspicious death statute.
Correct. All they saw was a suspicious death. And so that requires one of two things, either a report to local law enforcement or OMI. And then it's up to those people to take on the investigation. But even if we are operating in the realm of 32, of the Children's Code 32A43 and 32A45, I would still argue, Your Honor, that any reporting is not prospective reporting. It's not an ongoing duty of some sort of ongoing duty of disclosure. That would de facto turn a doctor and any other mandatory reporter into an investigator by police.
The only thing the doctor was required to report was, we found a dead baby.
I would say that the doctor was required to report the basis of her reasonable suspicion for child abuse. So we found, that's what the statute says. And that's what happened. We don't know that the doctor did it. We think it was and obviously the nurse was the first one to have a conversation with the police. The report was made. Now it's up to them to take on their investigatory tools. It doesn't mean they have an ongoing open entry into her medical records. The other thing that I would point out for Your Honor, especially Chief Justice, I want to make sure I'm answering your question, is that the records referred to in the Children's Code, I would argue generally referring to the records of the abused child. It doesn't mean, well, now let's look at the suspect and prospectively and in an ongoing manner have access to their records. That's why we have other investigative tools. They could have gotten a search warrant for her DNA. They could have gotten they could have taken her clothes and conducted communications on those. They could have gotten other warrants for medical records. They could have subpoenaed things. They didn't do any of that. Instead, that very night between them and the hospital.
Some of it is based, some of the duty to report child abuse is based on the mother's records, because the pregnant woman who her toxicology screen might report a basis for child abuse, her self-report or clinical observation. I think when it's a drug exposed baby. So there is some basis in the statute. We're not just looking at the child.
Correct, Justice Zamora. But what that portion of the statute also shows us is New Mexico's commitment to reproductive health care. And that what that section says is that mom's status as having used drugs is not an automatic showing of child abuse. So I think here, if we're reading it in total, but I still would urge Your Honors, I think that the morass of 32A43 is avoided entirely by realizing what doctors saw, what they perceived, what mandatory reporters perceived was a suspicious death. We're not in the realm of CYFD. That's just not where we are here.
We're in the realm of doctor-patient privilege.
Correct.
If the defendant would have said instead, same scene, and the defendant would have said, the doctor says we found a deceased individual in the trash can. And the defendant said, I killed that individual. Would that have been privileged?
Well, Your Honor, I would say under that hypothetical, no, the reason being that statement would not be for the purposes of diagnosis and treatment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. So let's get to the statements that are suppressed and tell us how that falls. Basically.
Gigi, we have a lot of new people here, so let me say this. First of all, my stomach's nauseated. Second of all, we welcome a healthy conversation of different viewpoints and opinions. We will never get upset for that as long as everybody is respectful and kind to each other and we can agree to disagree. We welcome all viewpoints. And I've been known to change my mind because of some of your viewpoints.
In essence, the defendant said, baby fell out of me. That your view is tied to direct medical treatment because of the hemorrhaging. Understand that?
Not only the hemorrhaging, but what she's describing, what Alexee is describing, what we hear from hospital personnel. And what we hear from the state is that from the moment Ms. Trevizo got to the hospital, that she was lying. Well, what do they base that on? That she said that she was bleeding, that she was in 10 out of 10 pain, and she wasn't pregnant. It is surprisingly common how many people don't know they're pregnant until well into that case. So that's what they're basing her lying on. But what it really shows, and not only that, Justice, but also it shows an obstetric emergency. She was probably having a placental abruption. And so what her describing to the doctor what happened in the bathroom would have been extraordinarily important. It is extremely unusual for a woman to be able to go into a space and within an 18-minute period deliver a baby, deliver a placenta, and then walk unassisted back to her room. That demonstrates the amount of morphine that she probably had in her system at that point, because I think, just as a matter of common sense, that's not something you should really be able to do. She would have been, so the idea here is she was in the midst and continued because of the hemorrhage.
Okay, I'm going to slow this down a minute because it's one thing. I saw the clip where she walked to the bathroom holding her butt, and then she came out of the bathroom. That's all the really video I've actually seen. I've seen pictures of the body cam. One thing that struck me immediately, how state, you haven't offended anybody. No, that was a blanket comment. That had nothing to do with you. State of confusion. You've not offended anybody that I'm aware of. You're fine, boo. I just make that comment when we have a lot of new people in here because I want people to not just lurk. I want them to feel free to voice their opinion, even if it's opposing what's being said in the chat. So you're beautiful. It caught me that when she came out of that bathroom and she walked back, if I didn't know I was pregnant and I gave birth in a bathroom like that and I had a baby pop out of me, I would have been in sheer panic. And I know that's me. She's different. But all of us women have given birth. How plausible or how easy would that have been for you to do what this woman is talking about unless there's a ton of morphine on board? I don't know. I found watching that video, to me, I almost felt like she knew she was pregnant and that she knew she hid I don't know. Where is the panic? Where is the fear? Where's the tears? Where's the emotion? She just walked back like she just took a dump. You'll see in a minute. I'll show you what I mean.
In the midst of a placental abruption. The doctor did not know where the placenta was. Had any of that been retained in her uterus, she would have bled out and died. So the idea here that her job, she had nothing for medical purposes to say to the doctor is simply not the medical reality. They needed to have an open conversation to make sure she got the care that she needed.
Can I ask a really different question that's just been weighing on me? So assume the court agrees with you on either Miranda or privilege. Case goes to trial. You've indicated today that the basis of the defense will be stillbirth. Aren't her statements supportive of her own defense?
Well, wait a minute. Just because she says that doesn't mean she really was. Now, I understand that people give the benefit of a doubt. But if you're trying to hide, if you're trying to protect yourself and say you didn't know about her being pregnant, the first thing you're going to be, but I had periods. How are they going to prove it otherwise? Just saying. Did the mother notice? Because when you live with a girl who's on their period, you know they're on their period, boo. Just the trash can next to the toilet, all you need to know. Not going to get graphic, but moms know. Moms know what I mean. Just saying. How do we know she was fully having those cycles? She can be lying.
That you're working so hard to exclude here.
I see.
And so I see, you all will be gone. There will be a new attorney involved, probably a public defender. and we will have excluded statements that are consistent with what her defense is. And that just troubles me in a weird way. That's why I said it's just a related but far field question.
Yeah, I think that I appreciate the question, Your Honor, and I'm not going anywhere. I'll be there for trial.
Not saying you can't, boo. I'm not saying you can't. I bled a lot during, I get it. You can bleed through pregnancies. I'm just saying that would be the first answer anybody would go to. Not saying that it's not possible. It's not normal. I'm playing devil's advocate. I do that a lot.
To the extent that it happens, but that's just not the operative question for the court to think about trial strategy and so on. I would point the court to State versus Gutierrez, in which this court has decided that they take a different approach than the feds do, for example, on constitutional rights.
Most things.
On most things. And that approach is, we vindicate her rights because they need to be vindicated. Not for deterrence, not for anything else. Her rights were violated. What we need to do here today is try to right that wrong. And then when we get to trial,
she decides to voluntarily use the information.
Correct.
No harm, no foul.
Correct. Okay. Exactly, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I realize that I am running with only 38 seconds left to go. And so I just want to highlight for the court, and I want to make sure I answer all of your questions, but I want to highlight for the court the policy impact for New Mexico of this decision, that it really matters. The stakes here just reach far beyond Alexee. If the state's position is adopted, the message is clear. And that's, in moments of crisis, patients can't trust what they say to medical staff will remain confidential. And that's going to chill patients, especially adolescents, especially our rural patients, especially our vulnerable patients.
So you're not making, and by the way, guys, I play devil's advocate a lot. Doesn't mean this is what I actually believe. But what you're saying is you want them to base their decision on the implications of the future instead of what's important for the case. Deal with the case. Then if you want to pass law and make decisions to fix future, do that. By the way, I was waiting for this person to come in to chat, and then I got so busy I forgot to announce something. Hold on real quick. There are signs my dad noticed and left a pregnancy test on my bathroom counter when I was 18. Parents should know. Just thought. I would like everyone to welcome our new mod. June Just Talks is our new mod. She's going to be, she's a regular mod, but she's also going to be focusing. This is June Just Talks. She is going to be focusing on research, and we love and appreciate you all the way from England. So we have a Brit as a mod. Thank you so much for joining the team. We love and appreciate you. And if she comments right now, her wrench should be blue. There it is, everybody. She is an official mod of the channel today. Thank you so very much for joining us.
It will also destabilize the physician-patient relationship that forms the bedrock of our healthcare system. And the district court drew that line correctly. Miranda and Rule 504, the relevant medical ethics, mandatory reporting statutes being narrow, that's where the line lies. In this case, it was completely obliterated. So to erase those safeguards would not only reweigh the facts, we haven't talked about standard of review here, but would not only reweigh the facts, which is what the state's in court in encouraging this court to do, but it would also reshape emergency care so that vulnerable patients would be at risk. And I just want to end on one thought, Your Honors, and that's that this case isn't about whether hospitals can notify police of a suspected crime. They can, and in most cases, they must. It's about what happens after. It's about what happens after that notification. Doctors are caregivers. Police are the investigators. Our law keeps those roles distinct. And it's essential for New Mexico that we continue to keep those roles distinct. And I just want to thank Your Honors for your questions and also ask that you please affirm the district court's order on both grounds, privilege and Miranda. Thank you.
Okay, one moment. Let's see if we have any other questions. Senior Jeff. Okay, thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you.
10 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to start off, Your Honor. I will try to talk slower.
It's a lot. It's a lot. I think as you have this conversation, if you can help us separate the Fourth Amendment part and the privilege, but go ahead.
Yeah, and I did make some notes, and please jump in with questions, but I did make some notes about just a few things I wanted to really hit quick. One is that I don't think there's any issue here about whether the doctor had a duty to report, because whether you call it under 32A43, and I did realize that 32A43 talks about a neglected or abused child, but as I pointed in the brief, just from this court's common law interpretation, and it would be odd to say, well, you have a duty to report an abused or neglected child, but not a dead baby. And I'm not going to read much. I don't want to get into the details much, but the defense's own Exhibit D at the suppression hearing, the defense's own Exhibit D, as in Delta, talks about how the Leela, the custodian lady, what caused them to call the police was that she had found a baby wrapped in a trash bag under another trash bag. Now, as sad as that is, clearly that's a suspicious death. No different than if a 30-year-old had been found in the cleaning supply room with gunshots to the head. And so I wanted to make a few other quick points. So in custody, I know there was a lot of talk about what the charge nurse said, and I maybe didn't articulate this really well earlier, but my point was that whatever was told by the charge nurse to the police would not have affected the defendant's objective reasonable view. It's an objective view of what a reasonable person in that situation find themselves to be in custody. And none of what was said to the police in the hallway would have been known to her. It's worth just a few.
But it's not about what was known to her. It's about what was known to the police when they said, yes, sure, we will go into the room and have the conversation with you, because that's their yes to the statement. So it's not about what she knows. It's about what the police know and what their motivation was to go in the room and have a conversation with Ms. Trevizo.
And I understand that, but and certainly if the police had gone there, going home with their guns drawn or something, saying, you're not going.
Oh my gosh, June! Oh my gosh, I can't type all the names, but let me welcome Alice, Keel, Little Miss Red Velvet, you got a membership, Rendell, Cheryl Strip, Amanda R, Beverly, oh my God, I can't read it, Quinticycle Pope, Melissa and Chris, Ruby, oh my God, Saltiger, oh my gosh, Erin E, you got a membership. Texas Roadrunner, Jane, I can't read them all. They're going too fast. Thank you so much, June. Oh my gosh, you blessed me so much. Love you, boo.
Anywhere, and immediately have made it clear you're in custody.
But they don't have to say any of those things for it to be custody.
And I understand that, but certainly what the defendant is perceiving or hearing is really what is the defendant perceiving and reasonably hearing and seeing. The one thing I wanted to point out is this reference to the police being armed. I mean, it's common knowledge that anybody, the police are armed. They could be safe 1 minute and 10 minutes later be dealing with a very dangerous situation. I'm not saying in any way, shape, or form the defendant.
But what about where they were standing in the room? Opposing counsel talked about their location in the room, which was in front of the door. That doesn't seem to support the position that it was not in custody.
Although I would argue that the fact that for nearly about 2.5 minutes, they said absolutely nothing. They just stood there and observed certainly bears on defendant's perception. Just a quick 1 or 2 quotes from Garrison, because Garrison really, the Connecticut case gets to the heart of this. Garrison talks about not all restrictions on a suspect's freedom of action rise to the level of custody. And then they go on to talk about whether a reasonable person would believe that there was a restraint associated with a formal arrest. But another thing that Garrison mentions, I guess this is the part I looked for earlier and I couldn't quite find earlier. Garrison says there's nothing in the record to suggest that a reasonable person in the defendant's situation would have perceived the police officers to be exercising any control or authority over the medical staff. Indeed, the record demonstrates that the officers did not assert control over the medical staff, and that the questioning did not delay, interrupt, or restrict the defendant's medical care. I don't want to belabor the point, but if you do get a chance to see in Johnson, the Virginia case from the notice 2 weeks ago, Johnson gives a list of the kind of factors that might be relevant in a hospital, and one of them is whether the police maintained a constant presence in the patient's hospital room. As I noted, from about 3 a.m. to when she leaves in the helicopter at 4:30, you can tell from their camera they're out in the hallway. But one other thing I wanted to
But they've told her.
And I understand. Let's see already make the statements.
And they,
Which is equivalent to being in the room to be like, we're standing out right outside the door.
Yes, but again, at the point of the 3 minutes into the lapel video, when they tell her you are detained, you're not free to leave, you're not under arrest.
You're the one who raised they were outside the room. You want to focus on the 3 minutes, but you also want to focus on, oh, they were good guys. They left the room after the 3 minutes. Can't conflate it.
Yeah, and I understand, but my only point is that even if the court wants to consider the point where she's told she's detained to be custody, the motion should have been more.
What I want to know is usually a baby cries when it's born. You've got all these people in the hospital. Did no one hear a crying baby? We're going to watch the video to find out.
Specific on that, because I don't think there's anything in the first 3 minutes until she's told she's detained that would lead a reasonable person to believe they were in custody. And I would be remiss without at least mentioning this. If you look at the judge's findings at RP 159, I'm sorry, 158. The judge in her conclusion of law number 3, record proper 158, the judge says, Dr. Vasquez, by failing to advise Trevizo of her right of confidentiality, and she cites Rule 11504, acted as an agent of law enforcement. I'm not reading the entire paragraph on RP 158, paragraph 3, but the judge seemed to be reasoning that because the doctor did not go in and affirmatively say, before you say anything, you have a physician-patient privilege, that the doctor's failure to advise the defendant of that made her an agent. There's several problems with that. That's not the test that Santiago provides. Santiago, of course, is the case. This court, 2009 NMSC 45 says it's A, whether the government knew of and acquiesced in the conduct, but 2, whether the party performing the search intended to assist law enforcement efforts or to further his own ends. And Santiago makes it crystal clear in paragraph 24. It makes it clear that if it's a mixed motive, that's not enough. So in other words, even if the doctor was thinking, I do want to help the police, but I'm also concerned because I'm the doctor, I'm in charge of the ER, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, there's going to be Artesia General Hospital Board of Directors to answer to. I need to find out what's going on. I also need to find out how it impacts her care. Because one thing that's clear from the video is the doctor through all this made it clear, your care is paramount. Even Sergeant Anaya says, the number one priority is your care. We're going to step out if we need to, and the number one priority is your care. There's no evidence in the record that the doctor was motivated solely to help the police.
Wait a minute. This girl goes into the emergency room. She's got these backaches. She's asked, are you pregnant? She says no. They then do a pregnancy test. It comes out positive. They don't tell her. They don't tell her that the test shows she's pregnant. After the baby is delivered in the bathroom. So she comes in and says, we found a dead baby in the bathroom. Worse to that effect. It gives weight to the assertion that they thought from the beginning, the doctor thought from the beginning, she lied when she said she wasn't pregnant. And now she's confronting her without the benefit of having given her any medical information that she in fact delivered a dead baby. So that seems to me pretty agency oriented in terms.
First of all, the baby was not deceased. Medically proven in an autopsy, that baby drew breath.
Of assisting the police.
Well, again, Santiago says that it has to be solely to help the police. Santiago says that there's any kind of mixed motive, like you have a professional interest.
An inference can be made, it is solely to help the police.
I don't believe that inference can be made under Santiago, but I will say this, Justice, and I think this points to a good point. Even if you give the defendant the benefit of the doubt that she did not know she was pregnant, immediately upon giving birth, the natural thing you would think anybody would do is, help, help, I just had a baby, help, help, I need help. She did not tell anybody for 30 minutes. It was 30 minutes later that the cleaning lady found the baby, and obviously another 5-10 minutes till the police showed up. I think one can make a good argument that she did not even from the beginning avail herself of the physician-patient privilege. State v. Roper, 1996 NMCA 73, paragraph 6, said the privilege is designed to encourage patients to make complete disclosures of symptoms. I would argue that if you're hiding a material fact from the doctor that you just gave birth to a baby, you're not asking for help, arguably you're not even availing yourself for a privilege. Now I understand after the fact, now that she's caught and she's in trouble, she wants to say, My privilege was violated. But State v. Strouds, 2015 NMSC 9, paragraph 44, states expressly, privileges often have limits, particularly where there are conflicting interests that may outweigh the interest of confidentiality. And it's interesting that Strouds notes in paragraphs 29 to 31 that New Mexico in 1973 became one of the earliest states in the country to impose a mandatory reporting duty on all persons. So New Mexico has a rich history of protecting children and babies. And the other one more thing I wanted to note is it's also interesting that some of this privacy and privilege is a little bit pick and choose what serves me. There was a lot of emphasis in the answer brief about privacy, and they didn't respect her privacy. And yet there's something in the answer brief where they say, well, the hospital let her go to the bathroom unattended. Well, she's 19 years old. It's ludicrous, almost incredible to me that they expected the doctor to go into the bathroom or a nurse to go into the bathroom and stand over her to make sure she didn't do anything. So there's got to be some treatment of, you're 19 years old, you're a responsible adult. I think that's been a little lacking here in terms of the defendant certainly has rights, she's on trial, but there has to be something said for the baby's right.
Okay, this is a fabulous question. I'm going to go into it more later. So, because I'm doing a deep dive, we're going to go through all the. I accidentally put my chair too low. Sorry. The thing is that the baby was alive in utero. They know this because they gave her medication. And I'm going to go in more detail, so hold on. This is just a quick response. The baby had medication in its blood that was given to her when she was in the hospital. The baby heart was beating when it was born. And I am about ready to fall off my chair. Hold on. Everything's falling. Everything's falling. So long story short, I got to stand up. I got to reset. It's cold here, and I don't know why. Okay, so the whole thing is that we're going to go through it in great detail. We're not just watching videos. We're going to actually do a deep dive in a minute. I just want to get the videos out of the way first so we would have some context, because I've not watched the video. I wanted to watch it with you guys, with her in the ER room. So, ADK, you also have a Brit here who offers any support around the channel development. This is well, do you know what? Get on our Discord. Mods, someone pop up our Discord and chat with me in Discord. Love to talk to you. Well, it's hot here, but yesterday the high was 78, and I'm just chilled in this room. So it's okay. I'm just trying to get comfortable. I have been doing a lot of packing and moving of the old office. This is a new location for me here. And I'm just been uncomfortable. Did a lot of manual labor.
Let's do Thomas. Anything else? Any other questions? All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for the good question.
In the matter of S1SC 40478, the court appreciates the briefing and oral argument today. This matter will be taken under advisement and is deemed submitted. Court is in recess. Thank you.
Okay, court is in recess. No, and there was also oxygen in the stomach. When you do CPR on a deceased baby, their lungs are full of fluid, a lot of fluid in the lungs, and abdomen as well. You might be able to get fluid into the lungs, but the abdomen would still have fluid in it. The medications that were found in the baby's bloodstream negate all of that. Negate all of that. Well, let me look where I'm going next. I need to find the video. Now, this video is a longer video, but it is. This is the video. Now, once again, I may zoom a little bit during some down parts, but now we go into, this is the body cam video footage of the event.
She had sex. Then she said she had to go to the bathroom. She went to the bathroom. She was in there for quite a while. We kept knocking on the door. Finally, we got her to open the door, and there was blood and shit everywhere. She was cleaning it up. So we took her back to the room, and I was afraid that she knew she was pregnant. She had done something to herself. So the doctor started doing a vaginal exam on her. We had the lady come to clean the bathroom. She put the baby in the trash can, and then she put another clean liner over the top of it.
Okay.
So when they looked in there, there was no trash in there, but it was underneath the clean bag. The baby's dead. Okay, we haven't.
Okay, that to me, I'm sorry. That takes an awful lot of thought to put another clean bag over it. That freaks me out. Just that alone makes me very suspicious of her intentions.
She killed the kid.
Yeah. How old was the baby?
I don't know. It's full term. She just had it. She had it in the bathroom. Was what happened, and then whatever she did, I don't know. She's gonna lie. She wouldn't even tell us she's pregnant. She's been lying the whole time.
Okay.
So that's what's going on. I just pulled the doctor out of the room, so nothing's been said to the patient or the mother that's in there yet.
Okay.
I have Leela, the housekeeper. If you want to interview her,
Yeah.
she's the one that kind of found.
Yeah, because I wanted to get with you guys first and then get with her to get her statement before I even did anything.
Well, I'm the charge, and this is what has happened.
Okay.
You can interview the nurse that had her, the two nurses that were taking care of her. You can talk to the tech, which is Lori. She's the one that went in there and actually found it because Leela's like, this is really heavy.
Okay.
So then Lori went in there, and then of course
Here's the position.
The clean liner.
Okay. Yeah. If we can speak with Lori, that
Okay,
way get
I'll
her
get
statement.
Lori and I'll get Leela.
So, officer, he's the first thing though is I need to make sure that the mother, the woman who delivered the baby, is medically stable. I don't know if she's delivered a placenta. She's bleeding a lot. I just got her accepted to Loveless, so I need to get her up there as soon as possible.
Okay, I'll get detectives over here right away.
Okay, so how I need to tell her what's going on, and I need to tell the mother what's going. The mother, they're both in there together. Is one of you willing to be present for that conversation?
And I'll go in there.
Are you guys going?
Yeah.
Okay, let's
Yeah,
go
for
right
sure.
now and do this.
While we're doing that, I'll
And
get
then
with
I'll make sure Leela comes down. Lori.
That is true. He has stated that it could have been a stillborn. He doesn't know that yet. But the point is, in his mind, and by the way, you don't train for this crap. So I agree to a point. To a point, I agree.
For all the other nurses and stuff are here, and I'll get Leela here.
Okay.
She's a little shit. Maria, you get Leela back down there? Maria.
Hey, bro, you might need to get down here to the hospital pretty quick. So we had a girl, 19-year-old female, came in for back pain. They did a pregnancy test on her. She ended up going to the bathroom. And when she went to the bathroom, basically she had her baby and she threw the baby in the trash. And when she threw the baby in the trash, well, the baby's dead now. When they found it earlier. But they need to get her shipped off to Loveless Medical Center. To the girl, so that's what I'm saying. I don't know if y'all want to get over here real quick. We haven't interviewed her or nothing yet, so we just ready to talk to the charge nurse, and that's it. Yeah, they're gonna get her stable first, so they're gonna do some more workup. So they're probably gonna be like another maybe hour, if so, to get her stable and talk to her and do some other stuff or whatever.
Thank you, Chickatude.
But like I said, I just ready to talk to the charge nurse, and I was ready to talk to the lady that found the baby in the trash and everything like that too. Yep, you are. Yep, we just pulled up here. All right, bro. Thanks. Bye.
The baby's gonna have to take him for autopsy. There'll be an investigation. I'm so sorry. We need to do this correctly. And I want to be transparent with you about what I should do. Officer, do you guys need to talk to her before we get transferred?
How long is it going to be before you have to transfer out?
I don't know. We gotta make calls.
Okay.
Marianne,
So-
you think 20, 30 minutes?
Yeah, hopefully, yes.
I got detectives on the way, so they're gonna be talking to her.
Okay.
So,
You guys have, I'm the charge nurse. Do you guys have any questions for me?
Like, how big is the baby?
It's full term.
What? 9 months? Nothing was crying. Lexi, have you watched the news of the girls that what they do to their babies and what they go to jail? Nothing was crying.
Any other questions?
I really feel for the mother. I believe, I don't think the mother knew she was pregnant. I don't know for sure, but this is a true, honest reaction.
Right. So as of right now, like what I said is we're going to have the detectives come over here and they're going to talk to you. Okay. We have to gather some more information about what's going on. They'll get your statement. They're going to get the doctor's statements. They're going to get everybody's statements. Okay. So I don't know everything yet. Okay. So I'm not going to tell you. I can't tell you nothing, honestly. Okay. All I can say is
Couldn't go to jail.
right now right now she's being detained. So she's not going to leave from here at all, period. Okay.
Okay.
So one of us will be in.
From that point on, he should have done the Miranda rights. In my humble opinion, boom, Miranda rights right there. Anything that's said after this, it shouldn't be used.
Your custody? Like,
Yeah, she's detained. Yeah, she's not under arrest, but she is detained. Okay, she's not free to leave. So while this whole thing is coming up, is you're not free to leave. Okay, one of us will be in here the whole time with you because you're not going to try to leave or nothing like that. All right. Like I said, the detectives will be here. They're going to talk to you. I mean, your care is of the utmost right now. Okay, they're going to do what they need to do to take care of you to make sure you get stable. They get you transferred out or whatever. Like I said, the detectives are already been notified. They're already on the way, so they're going to come talk to you. All right. So don't leave. Don't try to do nothing. One of us is always going to be in here in this room with you. Okay. Unless we have to step out for doctor's orders or something like that, because if they need to examine you or do something with you. But other than that, like I said, you are detained. You are not free to leave at this point. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Where's the baby at?
I don't know. I have no clue yet. Like I said, I just talked to the charge nurse. We're still getting all the information right now.
Okay.
Okay. Once we get that information, like I said, the detectives, they can clue you in on everything and talk to you more about it.
Now, I want to make an observation. He's not questioning her. She's detained. Part of the reason, medically, he did make that clear. But anything before that detainment is in. But at the same time, he's not interrogating her. He's not asking her questions. That to me is the gray line on the Miranda rights. Once they start questioning her, so she's talking to her mom and it gets caught on camera, to me, that's the gray area. That's where I don't know.
Okay.
All right. So
I don't know. That's where I don't know. I'm not a lawyer.
do you happen to have an ID on you, by chance?
Yes,
Did you
she
bring it?
does.
Okay. Can we get that, please?
I don't know. This is right. That's how I understand it. I am a criminal justice major. That is my understanding of law, but that's Texas law. And you're right. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much for putting that up, Nightbot. But for me, they're not questioning her. They're at this point. When do they start questioning her is what I want to see.
Get all the information. Call it in.
Right, June?
Not on your radio. Oh, okay. Call it in on your phone. Tell me I have the record to call. So hang tight right here with her, okay? And I'll be back. Ma'am, could we get your ID also, please? So we can put you. If you have anything, call me. I'll be right back.
I feel for the mama. I feel for the mama. Even if she did give birth in the bathroom, the fact that the grandbaby has been unalived is horrendous.
Everything else is in here?
That was somebody they didn't want them to see. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. So what I need to do is I'm gonna go ahead and secure, I need to secure this, make sure nobody gets in here no more.
Okay.
So,
Okay, so the bathroom's just
Yeah.
out of order.
yeah, if you can, just put a sign.
Okay, that was a big trash can, y'all. Look how big that trash can is. That's not a little itty bitty trash can. That's a big one.
Yeah. Yeah, if you can, just put a sign on that. And then you said everything else is in here?
The baby is in there.
Okay. Okay.
So like I said, he was in the trash one.
Okay, thank you.
Wrapped up with the paper towels underneath that. So I pulled that out of the way to get him out so we could check on him.
Right. Okay.
And then she's already cleaned in the bathroom, so.
Yeah, that's what I said. We'll leave it the way it is.
Right.
And then, but like this too, could we go ahead? I'm gonna have to secure this room
That's
also,
fine, that's
since you pulled everything in here. So was the baby wrapped in the plastic as well?
Yeah, it was in the trash. See, we pulled it apart
Okay,
to get to the baby, because we had to check on it.
right.
So she put it in the trash, and then it was wrapped up, and it was in the bottom with this brand new plastic trash bag over it.
Oh, okay.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I just want to see if it was actually if the baby was in the bag
Yes,
itself.
the baby was in the trash bag.
Okay,
She
yeah,
put it right in the, see, you can see all that stuff is from the trash that was in the ER.
right.
And she put him in there, and then she put a new one over the top where you couldn't see it.
Okay,
And the only reason we found them is because when she went to pull the trash, she goes, "This is awful heavy."
kind of heavy.
And then Lori went and looked, and she goes, "Holy shit!" And then she came and got me,
Okay,
and I got the doctor. We brought the baby in here. Of course, he's dead.
right. Okay. Alrighty. Yeah, I can secure this one off too.
So I have it all pulled up there, and I'll put a note on there. And
Okay, yeah, sounds good. That way nobody else
put
comes in
notes
here.
on this door and that door.
Yeah, just
They're not-
nobody else to come in this one and that one either.
outside door.
So. Oh, yeah, sorry. Sorry. Okay, so I'm not gonna ask you a lot of questions, okay? The detectives are gonna come and they're gonna be the ones to ask you a lot more questions than I am, okay?
Okay.
So what the basic thing is, how did you get notified to come over here to check it out, or?
Oh, Lori called me to come clean the bathroom because it was all full of blood.
Okay,
So that's what I was doing. And the last thing I was going to do was throw the trash. And when I picked up the trash, I thought it was heavy.
uh-huh,
And so I started looking in there. And on the very bottom, she had it covered with some toilet paper.
mhm.
And that's when I called Lori and told her to come and look.
Okay, so did you look inside of it at all or anything like that?
Yeah, I looked inside of it, and there's where I seen something, on the very bottom of the toilet paper that covered it up with
Okay.
it in a plastic bag.
Okay, when you looked at it, did you see that it was a baby, or what did you think? You knew already? Okay. All right, like I said, I don't want to ask you too many questions because detectives are going to ask you a lot more than I am. Okay, so I don't want you to have to repeat yourself or.
Yeah, I was about like that.
Okay. All right. Do you have your ID on you by chance?
Yeah, I can go get it.
Okay,
It's my
yeah.
locker.
Okay, yeah, you could. And then, like I said, once detectives get here, do you still have stuff that you need to do around here right now?
No, I'm done. I mean, I'm okay for now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I was gonna say, because if you need to run around still do stuff, it's fine. Just stick around. That way, when
Yeah.
they need you, we can
She
call you.
normally doesn't leave till 5, right?
Yeah, I don't need till 5.
Okay, sounds good. If you want to just bring me your ID, that way I have it.
Okay.
And then we'll go from there. Okay.
Okay.
You okay?
Yeah.
I know it's kind of dramatic. So,
Yeah, it just bothered me at first.
yeah.
And it still bothered me.
Yeah. No, I understand. Trust
I
me.
wasn't expecting that.
Yeah.
But I did have gloves on when I pushed the bag.
Huh?
I did have gloves on when I touched the bag.
Okay, so it was
I
just,
was the one that found it.
okay, so, well, okay, can I get your ID from you too? Because I'll definitely have to add you, yeah, I'll definitely have to add you to all this.
Yeah, somewhere in my Google bag.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me explain this again and we'll talk more about it, but I want to answer this question. Right now, the chat's moving at a comfortable pace and I can catch them, but I'm trying to get you on the habit of putting question marks in front of your question. But thank you so much for the question. What was the need for the doctors asking the police to come into the room when was she behaving aggressively? No. But when confronting somebody that they now found your deceased baby, she could have tried to self-harm. She could have freaked out and tried to grab something and tried to hurt staff. They, number one, believe a crime has been committed, which it was, but a lot of times police aren't in there just because of that. They can be there because they are concerned that maybe the person could act in a way that can harm themselves or others. One time I was in San Antonio in an emergency room, and a girl had come into the hospital with a boyfriend. They were both injured, and what was thought was a gang discrepancy. I'm trying to use my words carefully. And they discovered that the girl is the one that injured the boyfriend and then tried to injure herself. Okay. Mind you, her was a foot wound. The guy was a chest wound. And when they suspected otherwise, they called the police, and well, the police came in with the doctor and they had the conversation. Now, mind you, the reason why we knew this, because we didn't have rooms, we only had curtains between us. And I'm on the other side of the curtain, and that's when I could hear, and I'm hearing all of this. And all of a sudden, the moment they brought up the suspicion, the girl jumped up and was grabbing stuff and trying to, she went crazy and was trying to harm herself and others. And so they had to restrain her. I'm just giving another side to the coin. I can't get into the minds of the doctors and the police in this situation. But what I am saying is it is not uncommon, depending on the situation, to have a police officer there or security. You never know what they're going to do when they're confronted.
Well, I'm still getting all that information. The only ones I've talked to so far was actually just the charge nurse, and I just got done talking with the cleaning lady, the housekeeping lady.
If you have any other ideas, please comment below. I'd like to hear them.
So, and she said that she got she cleaned up everything first because like I said, the girl went in there and had the blood and shit everywhere. And then when she went to throw the trash last, she felt it pretty heavy. And then that's when she looked in there, and then she saw what she thought looked like a baby. So she came and got the charge nurse and one of the other nurses, and they're the ones that got the baby. The baby was wrapped in a plastic bag and paper towels and all that. They brought the baby into the trauma room. When they did, the baby was already dead. What?
So, June, as per our conversation yesterday, the baby in the photo that's in my thumbnail is not her baby. I'm going to remove it. There's no way that was her baby.
No,
because that baby looks a lot. No, I'm going to take it out. I got to redo my thumbnail.
They're giving me a sheet right now. Yeah, I'll have everybody's information when you get here on the sheet. Yeah. Okay, I'll get it to you. Okay, bye. Can I get, you have the sheet for her?
Yeah.
Just so I can send it to detectives real quick, please.
Give her her name. Don't give them the sheet. You know what I'm saying?
I want that baby up there. That's her baby.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to make everything.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good.
Good man.
I know that little girl from somewhere. Can I get just a regular scratch sheet of paper also, please?
A what?
Just a regular sheet of paper, blank sheet of paper real quick.
What kind of what?
What type of phone? Does that phone say or no?
Be on her phone.
Thank you, sir.
Sherry, leave the beer.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, whatever you need to do, just say, or if when they come here, they can talk to you, okay? So you
Okay.
take back in there, or however they want you to do, okay?
Okay.
Let me see what time it's on. 2:01. 2:01.
You know, let me get your information real quick. Is this still your current street address right here? 806?
No, it's
Your title here?
EVS Tech
So what do they?
housekeeping.
Just housekeeping? And they called you, said at 2 o'clock, right? 2, was it 2?
2:01.
Okay. Okay, let me hand that back to you.
Okay.
And then, like I said, just kind of hang around so we can, when they get here, they'll speak with you real quick, okay?
Okay. Yeah, I'm here till 5.
Okay, sounds good. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
What are you gonna do with them?
Just wash it out and then
Kick them out. Kick them out. Okay. All right, cool. ID? Give me her ID. Huh? Mom has them? Okay. Where'd the mom go?
she left.
She said
she's gonna
step out and come back.
Well, that girl's 19, so.
Yeah.
They were on that.
Plus, she took her ID with her, so. Yeah. I got it.
I wasn't sure if I did it.
Are you wanting to interview them?
No. No, I was trying to get her ID from her, or this one's ID from her.
So what I'm gonna put is 208 or 210. Lori came and got me. I went to the bathroom. It's 220. 228. 227.
Is this still your current street address, the Church Street?
Yes. That's
Okay.
I can't fully answer that, but if you know, you're a nurse, but I would think that they would have removed the bag and everything with the baby, run next door, open it up, and try to save the baby. At that point, you're not worried about taking pictures of the baby in the trash can. You're trying to ascertain, is it alive or is it revivable? Can we save this baby? I would think. And then they left everything there in the other room. I don't know. I don't know. Their policy, this is a different state. I have no idea, Tinkatude. I don't think she did at that time. I think she was in utter shock. Yep, exactly. That's my thought. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that they did. No one knew the baby was in there until the cleaning lady found it. Yeah, that's the way I feel. Hey, 80 Music Man. Here we go.
227. You want me to give you
All caught up.
grandma's address in case I'm not there for something?
No, I'll be fine. I'll get a good contact phone number for you. So what's a good phone number?
575.
Okay.
518.
Tinkatu, they didn't know if it was dead or alive at that point.
1023.
Okay. So you're the first one, right? You said? And did you ripped open the bag?
Yeah, because the housekeeper was getting the trash, and then she was like, "Oh, this bag's heavy," so she set the bag back down. So I was like, "It is." So I went in there and I just like opened it up, and that's when I saw it.
Okay.
And that's when I called the charge nurse.
On the bag, was it like
She had it
tied or?
Yeah, it was like she twisted the bag,
Like kind of
and
like what you
rolled it under, and it sat him in there, and there was paper towels on top of him, and then like wadded up bag, like trash bags, and then she put like a fresh trash bag tucked in. We wouldn't have been able to see if housekeeping did it.
right pick it up. Okay. Is there a way to know like what time she actually went to the bathroom at that time?
Yeah.
This hasn't been done.
It's at 0150. She told him she felt like she had to have a bowel movement, and he took her to the 145. They checked on her. The doctor checked on her as well as the nurse. She wouldn't come out. And finally, I don't know what time, they opened the door. She was trying to clean up the blood.
Okay.
She's lazy.
So she was in there because you called her at 2:02. So she was in there. Y'all were trying to get her out for about 5 minutes.
Well, about a good 20, 30 minutes trying to get her out of there. Because we checked on her a few times.
Okay.
How long were we trying to get her out, Chris?
She was probably in there for total maybe 20 minutes.
But it's two separate times.
After maybe 10 minutes or so, we started like, hey.
You okay?
Right.
Oh, it took, so it was like 10 minutes and then we went looking for her.
Yeah, and then it took a few times and she still didn't come out until we threatened to open the door.
And that's when she came
And
out.
then she came out.
Okay.
You know, the blood in the restroom. But the trash can was empty. The trash liner, apparently she had, obviously, put it under it.
Yes. Let me grab a paper real quick. Okay, go ahead. Oh, for her, I already gave that to you.
Well, that's what I was wondering because yesterday they called her at 02:01, and then y'all said she went in at 1:50. So it's about 10.
No, she had to run. Chris, she went to the bathroom around
before 150, right? Because there wasn't 10 minutes to recall.
Okay, yeah, because I got 00201 is when you called the
0201.
But she went in there.
Yeah, it probably was closer to like 135-ish.
because I know whenever we were leaving, that's when the mom came out and saying, hey, she needs to go to the bathroom. So I remember that's around the time it was. Okay.
Where's that? That's discharge.
Renee, baby, it's okay for you to go. I hope you don't watch this. I don't want you to be triggered. My heart goes out to you. It really does. That happened to you. How horrible. Please. I want to cry for you. It's okay if you need to go. Take care of yourself.
That was at 0155 when I.
We love you.
When you guys were walking, so probably about 205 when you were walking up to somewhere.
No, but she was in there before that.
Yeah.
But that's when I got 155 when we
Yeah.
discharged you.
Okay. So this is the housekeeper lady right here. Okay, she got called at 0201 to clean. So that's when they found the blood and everything inside her floor. She's the one that actually at the very end she picked up the trash can and said it's heavy, and then she put it down and she looked in there and she like
There's nothing in there.
well no, she saw the baby was in there.
Yeah.
So that's when she called.
Am I going to go back in?
That's when she called this one. And this is the nurse right here. Called her, and she's actually one that opened the bag for the baby because the way the baby was wrapped up, the baby was wrapped up in the bag. And she kind of like twisted the bag and then wrapped the baby in the bag. So basically, the baby suffocated in the bag.
Where's that right now?
It's in that trauma room. I already got the bathroom, I already got it secure, and then I got the trauma room secure, so no one's going in there no more. So, and the actual bag is in, everything is in there. So remember whenever we were coming out or we were here, and the lady came, the mom came out and said, hey, she needs to go to the bathroom.
Yes,
that's whenever she went to the bathroom. And she was in there for about 20 minutes. After 10 minutes, they went to check on her. Hey, are you okay? Are you okay? She refused to come out. And then finally, whenever they told her, hey, we're going to open the door, she opened the door, and that's when she was trying to clean all the blood and everything up because that's what happened. So
what did they initially come in for? Stomach pain?
Back pain. Yeah.
You gotta know if she wants to be in there.
Well, as long as we don't have to be in there, as long as because she can't go nowhere.
Yeah.
So as long as she's we're here, that way she doesn't try to leave or anything like that. So now that the mom is gone, the mom's staying out.
Okay.
So once the mom tries to come back, it's like, no more. You're staying out. So I didn't even know she left. Where'd the mom go?
She said she's in the car, husband.
Okay. Well, from now on, she's not coming in no more. If she would have stayed here, she would have stayed in there. No problem, but not anymore. She's not coming back in.
Yeah. You know what? And that's important. That's very important that they separate her. And she's not going back in. Also, because the girl is 19 years old, she's no longer considered a child or a minor. So she can't go back in. Oh. Y'all, I can't get comfortable today. I overdid it. Went less this weekend with the moving. All right, here we go. Back to court.
That'd be a fun conversation with her.
Oh, no, she's not coming in. So, yeah. You have all her information, right? Alexee?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and let me have it so I can put it all on this sheet for there too.
It's like, it's in CAD. I don't have like her ID or anything.
Okay.
Mom has like everything, so.
Okay. Well, always, whenever you write it down yourself.
Okay.
And have everything too, because if they don't put it in there, you're screwed.
Okay.
Because even though they say that they're gonna do it, sometimes they don't do it.
Okay.
So always write down your information that you need and have it, and also that way they have it too.
Okay.
But like I said, because sometimes if they don't put it in there, then you don't have it written down. You're like, oh shit.
Okay.
So
And so like situations like this, what I took to just keep the IP until we like release them.
Yep. Yep, because detectives and we're gonna need it too.
Okay.
So, but like I said, that way too, if dispatch doesn't put it in there and they can't look it up on the system.
We actually can't.
No, she's not coming in no more. I'll explain it to her. No, I'll come back in a moment.
No? Can you tell me why not?
Because now it's an active investigation. So once the detectives get here, then we'll come out here.
Okay, I didn't hear what she said. Let me back that up because I want to hear that.
No, I'll come back in a moment.
No? Can you tell me why not?
Because now it's an active investigation.
It's an active investigation.
So once the detectives get here, then we'll come out here and speak with you. Okay. Okay. Could I get her ID back, please?
Yeah. Is that you can tell us?
Mm-mm.
No. She was like that and she handcuffed or anything
No,
like
no,
that?
no, 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 no.
Oh, wait, I think I just threw it back in there.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
As soon as detectives get here, then we'll come back out and get with you, okay?
Okay.
And I'll let them know you're out here.
Okay.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, what was your name again?
Rosa
Rosa?
Rodriguez.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, well, as soon as they get here, then we'll keep in contact with you. We'll let you know, okay?
Okay.
Gotta make sure that stays on the whole time too. So it's to John.
Is it booked? No, it's just her.
Huh?
Is that just hers?
Yeah.
Why do we not have captioning anymore? My apologies.
Did you need the moms too, or?
Yeah, I'll get John to get. We'll get her stuff in a little bit. So I'm not really worried about her. We have that.
Exactly. And okay, I want to bring that up. That is exactly one of my points. She was told she was detained, but they have not been questioning her at this point. Right now, they're doing medical stuff and she's in there by herself. They are not questioning her. Miranda's not needed. I'm sorry, Boo.
Yeah, just hold on to that. Like usually when I do it, I keep a lot of my stuff like that. So I always have it. Let me run all these people, put them in. I don't think we need the.
Thank you, Aaron. I haven't seen it. We need to find it.
Okay, I got a couple to run for add to the record of call, please. Okay, the first one, witness is 515. I'm sorry, New Mexico, hold in. 515-731-032.
Let me look.
Okay, the next is, it says Lila Lewis. Okay. Okay, the next one will be the nurse is 035-834-737. Okay, and you have.
Okay, to answer your question, the jury trial was set for August 26 or 24. However, it was removed from the docket after the prosecution filed an appeal concerning admissibility of evidence. This is why we had the Supreme Court hearing this past week. So there is no actual court date set yet. They're waiting for the for the Supreme Court's decision.
Alexee in there too, and the mom too, right? Yeah, Rosa and Alexee are both in there. Okay, that'll work then. Are they showing their social security numbers like they're full? We're gonna need the full of all these people, social security numbers and everything.
No, they did not.
Okay, sounds good. All right,
I wish.
Pretty much extend us. We got detectives
No.
right now. So. Okay. Fine.
So let's go back to the questions. Go back to the questions.
We can hang out here. Just keep an eye on her right there. So. Just when we do it, ask the nurse. Make sure there's nothing in there that she can harm herself with or anything like that. Excuse me. There's nothing. I don't want to have him sitting in there with her all the time. Is there anything in there that she can harm herself with? Anything like knives, scalpels, anything like that? I mean, we're gonna keep an eye on her from out here. But...
There's nothing crazy like that. I can kind of.
Yeah. Just in there. Yeah, just like I said, I just don't want to be in there because I mean it's bad enough that we're here. So.
I really didn't say anything to her because I didn't know what to say. So.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna tell her what's going on. So. Hey, Alexee, I know it's kind of tough right now. Okay, I know you're scared. I know everything else. Okay, as of right now, I cannot allow your mom to be in here with you. Okay, so once the detectives get here, then she may be able to come back in here. But as of right now, I can't allow her to be back in here. Okay, if you need something, we're not going to stay in here. Okay, because I think it makes it worse that we're here anyways. All right, obviously, and I know you're scared. So what we're going to do is we're going to stay on the outside of the door. Okay, as long as you promise me you're not going to hurt yourself. Okay, like I said, this is a lot. I know it is. Okay, you're young. I don't want to be in here kind of adding to your anxiety and everything else. Okay, if you need something, just push that button. Okay, and then they'll come in here. They're on the way. Okay. Okay. So as soon as they get here, they're going to talk to you. I mean, the reason why your mom, well, not yet. I can't let her to come back in here yet.
But when they get here.
Yeah. Once they get here, then it's up to the detectives, and then you could ask them if she can come back here. If they're okay with her coming back here, then she can come back here. Okay. The reason why is because you're an adult. You're 19 years old. Okay. If you're a juvenile, I would gladly have her back in here. Okay. But being you're an adult, I can't have her. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, okay, if you have any questions, like say push that or yeah.
For someone who just gave birth, She don't look it. She don't act like it.
One more form. This is for the flight crew who's gonna transfer you to that facility, so just sign the date. Today's the 27th. Thank you so much. They'll be here for another 30 minutes.
Well,
They're gonna transfer her in 30 minutes.
okay, I'll let them know. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, we're gonna be out there. If you need something, let us know, okay? All right. Sorry, I got
No,
you.
you're good.
We're just gonna be right out here, okay?
Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna ask.
Okay.
I'm talking physically. I know the body can follow the brain. I get that, but dang. Oh. Dang, y'all. Okay, everybody, our fabulous interpreters in the house. Let me make some arrangements and adjusting. I'm going to put her over here. I got to move me around. Give me a minute. Okay. Where am I going to put you? Where are we going to go? Give me a minute. I got to readjust everything because of the video. Got to get, because we had rearranged it for something else. So now I need to rearrange everybody. So give me a hot minute. Diane up here. I got to move some things around, y'all. While I'm doing that, let me update Miss Diane on what's going on and all that kind of good stuff. Diane, we have a lady by the name of Alexee, Alexee. She is the young woman who gave birth to a baby boy in the hospital, and it was in the hospital bathroom, and she put the baby in a trash bag and left it in the trash can, and the baby died. I think this will work. I got to change our format a little bit because Miss Diane's in the house.
About that.
Yeah. And so that's where we are.
Okay.
We do have video and captioning. So,
Hey, dude.
Diane, I will let one of our viewers know that you're on. They wanted me to let them know when you popped in.
Transfer out like in about a little bit. They said. No, I'm good, dude. I'm just telling you. Okay. Well, no, I figured that, but I just want to make sure that you know what's going on. So. Mm-hmm. All right. Bye. Yeah, they have the. Do they have the? I think they still have it now. Yeah, that one. They changed the thing again.
Okay, Diane.
Oh, yeah.
The captioning it and getting all of it. Okay.
Yeah, that. Being the DTC, so for arrest. I wish it was like that every night. That's how it used to be. It used to be like that, bro. Like,
yes.
So it's like that's the shift you wanted to be on.
Trying to get the captioning.
Now it's just like Yeah, I know. Ooh. What's up? How you doing, man? Huh? Yeah. Yeah, his arm's all infected. That's why he's all jacked up. Huh? Oh, I don't know. I didn't even see it. No clue. I know I'm gonna take mine off too. Worry about it. Oh.
Two pumps, 3 pumps, 4 pumps, 5 points, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's a lot of cream.
He just likes a little coffee with his milk.
Yeah.
Give him the ow.
Okay, let me we don't need to watch him have more creamer. Come on.
Thank you, officers.
Juice? Ask him for juice. Bring the juice.
We're skimming through this.
Like get pictures of it so you gotta secure the bathroom.
There you go. There's the pictures.
Trauma room where they actually had the trash can, the trash bag, and everything like that. Babies on bed, so they go secure that too. No, it looks the way. I mean, say it was in the trash bag, so more like the baby suffocated. Little boy.
I'm not aware if she actually had a DNC, but I do know that they were going to transfer her to a trauma center because at some point her bleeding became worse and they were concerned that that there was going to be complications. So I don't know if that's what she medically had. Those documents have not been released, as far as I know.
Decent size. And out of order. Out of order.
We'll go in there here in a little bit. We'll say get here because we'll have to take all the pictures and do all that stuff to help them to do all everything. Never know.
They had to wait for the helicopter to fly in.
No, you're good. No, you're fine. I think that one of his moms, I think that girl was she like 19 also?
Yeah.
Some people want to throw the baby in the trash.
I think her last name was also Trevizo or something like that. Yeah, like I can look for it.
I'm glad we got Carmine.
Alexee Trevizo. Yeah, me too.
What was it?
Alexee Trevizo was or
I'll be lying.
Yeah, I reached it. You know, I'm so happy we got him. I said I'm happy we got him.
Yeah, no, not till detectives get here, then they can allow it or not. So till then, man.
Someone not happy. We're going to move forward.
I want to go see it. Huh? It's like, I don't want to go see it.
Your water wasn't in your car. Don't know, 'cause I didn't know.
It should have been in my car. Uh-oh. Thank you, boo.
Ada, I normally have a black box with captioning.
What?
I normally have a black box.
It's dropping. Well, it's not catching everything they're saying. It's too soft. It's there.
I didn't
Just too
know
soft.
it was my computer. Thank you.
Oh, we haven't talked to her about that. We just told her that she can't. Nothing back. I mean, once she gets taken or whatever, then yeah.
I was just gonna let her know she's being transferred.
Yeah, no, you can. Yeah, no, you're fine. Just be careful what we're saying, because these. I mean, this is going to be something we're going to be. It's going to go all the way up. So definitely make sure on this one we'll get this report to be done. As soon as we're done here, we'll go get them knocked out.
Before our weekend, hopefully there's always something. Always something. So anytime I go out of town for the shift before, always something. So,
You get the exposure, that's what you need. So
yeah, no, I'm glad.
that's why I said. That's why when I read it, I was like, oh no, we'll take it. This is definitely one you can do. It's got a lot of intel to it. So. Just remember, the main thing is whoever the supervisor is, you notify them and tell them what you got, and then the supervisor is the one that calls detectives out. You guys don't call detectives out.
Okay.
Just your supervisor has to call.
Why is that?
It's just because they basically I'm the one making the determination when you tell me what you got, which I'm going to make the determination whether or not I'm going to call detectives or not.
Oh, just so they're not like excessively called.
Yeah. Okay. Exactly. I mean, like, obviously this one I already knew I was going to call him because I already knew what was going on. Just from the notes, like I knew what was happening. Yeah. That's why I say we're not going to talk to her. We're just going to get the other statements first.
That's probably the best one not doing that for now at least. I said it's probably best like the mom's letting it for now at least.
Yeah.
She was already like yelling and stuff, so I'm like, no, just stop.
Exactly. Because if she starts feeling her head, it starts telling her all kinds of different things.
And then exactly, she even mentioned the whole news thing about the option. So he's like, yeah, let's not do that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I said whenever she was in here. It's like, I was like, okay, cool. She's part of it then. She's going to stay in here then. And when she left, it was like, well, can you come back then? Because they'll need to get her also to interview her and see what her daughter told her.
Oh, before she found out? Before she found out?
Mm-hmm. to see if the mother told her anything, or if the daughter told her anything, what kind of comment she made or anything like that. It's pretty good, pretty decent sized baby. It's like kind of hard to tell like that she wasn't pregnant.
Okay, I will say this. Thank you so much, Melissa, for saying that. But I really prayed about this one. I don't like covering a lot of kids' stuff, but the person is 19. If she was 15 and this happened, I probably wouldn't be covering it. She is an adult. And I am very selective, and I talk to my team, or now my team's grown a lot, but this is something I will cover. A lot of the reasons why, or one main reason why I'm covering this, is I'm hoping that this will bring awareness that you don't have to do this. There's options, and there's no reason for this to happen. And if you choose to do this, you will pay the consequence. So that's how I'm looking at it. Thank you so much. We work hard on that, Little Miss Red Velvet OG.
These are the ones that you don't want to do.
So we both have to do the report.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And I don't know if I necessarily need your help. I guess I just need like guidance of where to do for an intended death. So
okay, well on this one, the way it's going to be chocolate beef. Okay. Well, it depends how they're going to do it. So we'll ask them how they want us to put it. So on this one, like when we have our sergeant meeting, I need to ask them, because the way it's supposed to be is anything like violence or anything like violent like this or whatever like that. What you do is you'll do the initial, right? Like you do the cover, the 01.
Just so y'all know, my very first case I covered was the Hannah Gutierrez Reed trial. The last day was my first live. Although I watched it, the last day was my first live. And then I covered the Alec Baldwin, and that's how I got started. Guys, do me a favor. We are young and we are growing as a channel. And would you, oh my gosh, we are having some new subscribers, but please subscribe if you haven't. If you subscribed, type ISUB. I'll share it real quick. Type ISUB in the comments if you subbed for the first time, because guess what? We do a monthly giveaway for free merch. So this, you get a chance to be in the drawing. So what we do is at the end of every live, we draw 1 or 2 names. If you liked, and those go in the pot for the drawing at the end of the month. If you liked, or if you shared, and if you liked, that is what you do in order to get into the end of the month giveaway. I do give away merch. We are going to be having the drawing in the next day or two for last month's giveaway. It's just been very hectic, and I'm trying to get the wheel with hundreds. There's close to 200, I think, entries I put on the wheel. Yep. All right, back to this.
And then instead of putting everything on that narrative, you'll put C narrative, C officer narrative on the bottom, anything violent. And then you go add an officer narrative and you put everything on that. The reason for that is because...
Sorry about that. Thank you. I didn't see that. Sometimes I will just take a break and we'll just chat for a minute or so, just to give everybody a mental decompression time. When things are super serious like this, I do like to pause it a little bit. Thank you, Holly. I do like to pause it for a minute and just let everybody breathe, because this is deep, this is heavy, and this is hard. So thank you so much.
The 01 is public record. So the newspaper comes in and they get that stuff, and we don't want to read all that crap, because then they're going to print that shit out. So you don't want that. So basically,
it's getting y'all. Thank you.
So they don't give them all that. They'll give them like I said, you just put a C officer narrative, but then they're going to get the subject line. So when we put that subject line, especially for this, is we need to be very careful what we put on there. So what more likely what's going to be as of right now is going to be child abuse resulting in death. Is what it's going to be.
You're in.
But now, what they're going to do or how they're going to charge, that's going to be detectives, you know. That's like me. I'm always trying to think how am I going to put it in the briefing, because a lot of people get the briefing report, but there's no sensitive way to put it.
Yeah.
You know.
Soft way to put it. Yeah.
And one reason why I like a lot of y'all's, one reason I do like the bantering back and forth and the different perspectives and the different points of view, that's the way it is in the deliberation room with the jurors. Not everybody sees it the same way. Not everybody agrees. And it really helps give us kind of an insight as to what people are thinking. Right, wrong, and different. It doesn't matter. It's your humble opinion. And in my humble opinion, I'm a hoe. I welcome that as long as we're all respectful. So if you're watching and you don't chat because you're afraid that somebody's going to attack you for your opinion, that won't happen here. Because if it does, it's automatic block party. We are a very inclusive place. I'm going to zoom.
We got the mask on. Yeah.
It says it on the door.
It said you have a cough and flu covered with this mask. That's why.
So does
Autopsy.
have it on there? Because I know they had it the other day on the door, where it was like you had to be high risk something, so you had to. It was like mandatory, you know. Here.
Oh, he's asking about mask. Do you have to put a mask on? Good afternoon, Angela.
I didn't see it change on the door.
Thank you, everybody, for subscribing. I got a new color. It's pale pink.
Okay, yeah, because I know last week you had it to where it was. Like
Mine says Lady Doll.
Regardless of what it was. I should have let you write all that since you got pretty handwriting.
The federal law, I think it is. I think a lot of the laws, I don't know what states, but the average age up to a certain age, and that's 30 days. So she could have just surrendered it right there, but I doubt her mama would. Just saying. Well, I'm pausing this because I will say this. For those of you who don't know, I am a Starbucks tumbler junkie. I've got 40 of them. And they were 90% were gifted. 90% were free and gifted. But I am falling in love with this because it keeps it cold longer. But when I'm out running errands and I'm drinking a lot, I have a Starbucks tumbler to match every color.
Dog stuff yesterday after shift. I was like, "You have pretty hair." I was like, "Yeah, I get told that a lot." Apparently, a lot of cops have like shit hair like that. Yeah. I was like, "Yeah, doctors too."
You know, and I've tried to like train myself to like write.
No.
Like I tried to slow down, or I tried to do
opposite.
This is good. Like it's not horrible. Still
readable, but it's horrible. I've never had like my brother Oscar. Let me ask you: are you like are you artistic? Like, can you draw or anything?
No, absolutely not.
Oh, okay. Like my brother Oscar, he's like he can do artistic stuff. Like he play instruments. He can draw real good.
I've never seen that one.
Yeah.
But like me and my brother Dito's, like we have no artistic whatsoever. You know, I can draw a rocket ship and it looks like, you know, whatever. But, yeah.
I just like to like make shapes and stuff. Like if I'm bored, like you'll see me making shapes.
Okay, they're talking about stuff we don't need to be paying attention to. I'm watching her.
You know, Ada, in today's society, there is, my humble opinion, there is no reason for any baby to die when we have sanctuaries and safe havens for them.
I agree. I agree. Y'all, this was $20. They were clearancing them out at a gas station. They were no longer going to be carrying the Stanley mugs at this gas station. It was the last pale pink one. All of them were weird, ugly colors. So this was the last nice one. And I treated myself, but no, I am not rich by any means.
That will keep your drink cold 24 hours to 48.
Oh, I've had ice in it for 3 days.
Oh, yeah.
I've set it, and I have two. One I've had for a long time. I won it. I earned it as a part of my company. And I put ice in it and set it down in the kitchen, forgot about it, went back 3 days later, and it was still half full of ice.
Did he request to come over here? Oh, did he request to come over here?
Looks like they're putting an IV in her arm. My humble opinion. I can't see for sure, but that's what it looks like.
Did you
I'm surprised they hadn't already. But this is not a usual situation.
Just read it. Just read it. Well, I mean, guarantee you can get medications like you should and take care of it so years.
Did your water have lemon in it?
Maybe they can.
Have lemon in it.
Suspect for tires at T branch or something too. I see. This has the one for the county. Which one?
But
County sheriff's got that one.
when I do this way with arthritis, I don't have to worry about losing my grip.
Good.
If you hold it this way, yeah. But if you do this,
Tell him to see if he can. Well, because he starts to interview him anyways. Tell him to come in and see if he wants to interview him, and that way get the overtime on it too. Interview him and get it over with. And get a warrant for him. That way he stays in jail for
yeah, they're doing blood work.
It'd be nice because then they can hold him a little longer. Well, this one's going to hold him in there for a while. So hopefully they'll hold him in there for a while. At least do the weekend. I'll call Matthew. Well, that way at least he can interview him.
Get everything moved?
No, they should be cherry, right? Oh yeah. As long as you can identify him. You can sit there and like look at it and be like, oh, that's him. Like as long as you identify him, then yeah. But if you got green video or something, like you're gonna get an admission from him. What happened to your boy? You leaving? Doesn't matter. I told you.
Okay, so right here, basically, I don't want to watch all this, but what I'm trying to find out is when do they question her?
Got his call, like, I even told him to. I said, dude, you ain't on no shit or what? He's like, you can tell. I was like, yeah, I can tell.
When the doctors say she's stable.
She's stable. She's been stable, but she did start having more aggressive bleeding. So they did go ahead and send her to trauma unit to make sure that part of the placenta did not remain in the uterus. Oh, really?
Yep. It will. I always put a little ice in my coffee. If it burns my tongue, lost all.
Okay, hold on, Diane.
Go in there with them just in case he decides to swing, because if he did go over, I can't get pissed.
Put your arm down. You gotta piss so bad, you'll. You're fucking pissed, dude.
I'll give you a urinal.
Hey, when you booked him in, cop his spot and everything.
They should have been told, but until they question her without reading those rights, they really haven't done anything wrong in some states. But if they question her, don't read her rights, and after saying she's detained, then that's definitely a no bueno. Yes, they will be. I think that yellow one is a gown. Yeah, this is showing a whole different perspective. You do it this way? We just do that. And it's my understanding, and I'm no lawyer, I'm just saying, not a lawyer or doctor, but it is my understanding that each state do have slight variations on that rule. It's not a universal federal rule, I don't think. I'll check into that. I guess we're just going to keep zooming. Okay, so they're going to go do an exam or something. You can still see in a little bit. Okay, let's see what happens here. Not yet. 4 months later. 4 months later, she was under arrest. June, can you give me a sound check?
Maybe this happened.
It's on. It's just not strong enough to capture it. Do you not have live captioning on your computer?
Oh, okay. Oh, the other nurse call?
See, it's coming up when it catches it. It's just too soft.
Yeah.
I'm checking.
I'm gonna ask if he knew anything else from us, or from her.
I lost his truck keys.
Oh, shit. That what?
The wheels were my truck keys. I don't have his truck. I just got back from Dallas yesterday. Oh, there we are.
They're in that pocket.
Did you go in there?
Yeah.
What did you send me, Boo? I see the, excuse me, I do see the video of the arrest, if that's what you're referring to. Thank you. Otherwise, I don't see anything new.
They're gonna do a pregnancy test because she didn't know she was pregnant. And I was like, that's a big baby for to not know that you're not pregnant. Like, it's full time. It's crazy.
The first one hit in my back until 6 months.
Well, that's what she came in for low back pain. So. Yeah, see, that's what I said. They have them in the very walk in. So.
Yeah, we're going to go through that in a little bit, Aaron. Thank you so much.
Health or whatever, they'll fine them like $10,000.
Oh shit, so I probably should go back.
Thank you, Ms. June Just Talks.
Yeah, let me just take mine. So, I got one. I don't want to get everybody to trouble.
Yeah.
Thank you, June Just Talks.
I'm done.
I guess quick.
So I've got on the court and the way our house faces, the sun is not hitting. It's all snow and ice still.
Oh,
Oh, no, are you not last week?
They're just talking about weather.
Not today.
Yeah, no kid, no. Wake up real quick.
When did this happen, Ada? When did this happen?
2023, January 27th, 2023. 4 or 5. They're getting ready to transport her via helicopter.
Has she been in jail full time?
I'll tell all that in a minute.
What?
From her, right now. Hey, the crew just got here. Did you need anything? Oh, fly out. Did you need anything like pictures of her or anything from her right now?
No, I'll have to get to the hospital, get me all her medical.
Okay.
And for let's take photos and then stop there and get a search warrant. You take photos of her.
Oh, okay.
We're going to do a deep dive and answer all those questions in a minute.
I'll just get the old stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, I would call it online.
Let me finish talking to her real quick, and then yeah.
Okay, he's just talking to her real quick.
But now we don't have anyone for Artesia.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because I can't confirm or anything, but I took, you know, the pictures that this is a full-time baby. Like, seriously.
Hey, I forgot her name. Who's doing it? Justine? Is that her name? Justine? Who? Yeah, there you go, Jasmine. APD. Sorry. I forgot her name. Oh, I need to go ahead and contact OMI for Detective Gonzalez. You're at AGH. Yep. And AGH for the newborn baby.
I don't remember. I have to baby.
For a newborn, the newborn deaf baby.
And then I got 2 inadequates.
Yep. No, Gonzalez is right here. I'm just saying Detective Gonzalez said to contact OMI.
I don't know.
Yeah.
No, I
Per,
don't know.
yeah.
They said they could
Yep.
I just get it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's what OMI, that's what OMI is for.
I don't think it doesn't sound. No, I think.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Did she need anything in particular? I walked in there. No, she was like, I walked in there. She's like, oh, I see that baby doctor.
It was a busy night. It all hit at one time. Yeah, let me get the detective over there. The mom wants to talk. Yeah. Do you want me to get all the doctor's info too? Do I need to go and get her? Because I didn't get her info. She's the only one yet. So
She's the one that worked on him, right? Or checked him, yeah.
yeah. Well, see, yeah, because the nurse is the one that brought him back there, so I don't know if he needed the doctor.
Well, I'm gonna talk to the nurse and then put it off to the DSO's nurse.
Okay.
Did you call?
Yeah, I already told him. So
See the front?
yeah, her name's Rosa.
Rosa?
Yep. Sorry, I'll get there. I'm out of the way here.
I caught it. Brain cramp.
Can I get your ID from you real quick?
Yes, sir. Do you need my, what do you need?
Yeah, if I can get your ID, make it quicker. I can just run your driver's license number.
I forgot.
And as a witness or?
Well, since you worked on the baby and stuff like that, so.
Address isn't even updated yet, but.
Okay, I'll get that from you real quick.
She's asking for someone to talk to her mom.
Barney's out there. It's an act. Running the wrong, so that's all it was.
That's the air flight nurse that we saw in the camo jacket.
You work today too, huh? Yeah.
We're going to back it up. Okay, we're getting ready to transport her, and then we're done with that. June, please use red room. I don't want to get in trouble. Thank you, babe.
You work today too, huh? Yeah. I'm gonna be here later, so if anything, if you need like more time to sleep or whatever, just I'll let not Devor, come in, Bailey. Ryder. Watch. Yeah. Here, you want them?
Not yet.
Huh? Is that cold earlier? Where are you guys at now? Because I'm half-assed retarded.
Well, you're helping out a firefighter, right?
Exactly. Right now, if I'm a firefighter, I'd be all cutted up next to my battle buddy. Let me tell you.
I'm just going to mute this because it's BS talk. What I want to know is, and I understand they're concerned about her hemorrhaging. She's been there for hours. It is 4:30 in the morning. This happened 2:41 in the morning. Okay, several hours. Now, it was my understanding that the bleeding began to get worse. But, well, it depends on where their next trauma level unit is. I understand. Yes, 3 cheers for flight nurses, flight crews. But she is definitely not in life-threatening situation at the moment. I think that she was bleeding. From what I understand, it progressively was getting worse. So they decided, because of her age and the way the baby was delivered, and it was not delivered in a way that it was witnessed, and the way everything had transpired, it was in her best interest for them to transport her to a level 1 trauma hospital for them to do further testing. She may have had a DNC just to ensure that everything was properly expelled from her body. And as far as a plea deal, we do not know for sure if there has been, but a plea deal. But I don't think so, because it's not been mentioned.
You'll be the detective by tomorrow or something.
You want to come along? You sure?
Dude, I would love to, honestly.
I'd love to get in the airplane, helicopter.
You know, you could. Whenever the guys are here, you could talk to them. They might take you.
We should organize a PR. What's that? You should organize a PR. For what? Taking some of the boys out.
Yeah, but you'll try to make us throw up.
No.
You lying.
Dude, super mellow. They got a camera.
We'll get Priester. Priester will get up 10,000 feet. He doesn't know how to.
Okay, that's the end of that. That is the end of that. Okay, I'm going to take a quick breather. Then we're going to watch Mama's. We're going to watch her getting arrested. Got to find the video. I'm going to queue up the video. But we're going to, why don't I do this? We're going to go back to this. No, we're going to go back to this. I'm going to go here. I'm going to cue this. We have a new thing that we do now. There we go. Okay, and then Miss Diane and I are like that. Yay! Yeah, I don't think they have yet. By the way, I need to switch Diane and me. There we go. She went on, the father bailed her out. She went on to finish high school and went into college. All right. Are y'all ready for the mother and the arrest? It's a very short video from what I understand. Let's get it going. Okay. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to get in trouble.
That is his policy.
Please
Yeah, it's nothing personal. It really is. And we understand. but we have to do our jobs too. Okay?
I understand that. I understand that. That's Melanie. That's Devyn's mom. She's very,
I don't see options for captioning, love. So we're gonna have to interpret if possible.
rough with her, please.
Just bring her out. You can deal with her.
Oh, boo! Come on.
Who's being arrested, the daughter or the mother?
The mother.
Okay.
I mean, the daughter. Mother of the baby. Here, I gained it up.
As soon as I release the criminal complaint to her, she can then give it to you there, okay?
When can I get like her bond? What?
That's set by the judge. It's Magistrate Judge Chuck Foster. He should be doing it after 3. He'll be doing it in the morning.
I think she thought she was home free.
Go on the back. All right. Hi. What's your name?
Alexee.
Okay. What's the last 4 of your social?
She don't even know it.
You don't know it?
I don't know.
Alexee, do you know your date of birth?
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
11/25 birthday.
Yeah.
Do you have to walk her all the way over there? Can you bring the car up here?
It's up to you.
That's all.
I'll go get it. Alexee, are you okay with your mom getting your criminal complaint when we get to the detention center? It has your personal information
Can
on
you
it.
repeat that?
Are you okay with your mother getting the criminal complaint? It has your personal identifying information on it. Serial number, date of birth.
Yes.
Are you okay?
Yes.
Okay. I have to serve you first, then your mom can get it, okay?
She's a lot calmer than her mother.
He's gonna move his unit around.
Her mother is a lot worse than she is.
No medications, anything you need to take while you're in there.
No, sir, no.
Okay.
She has still been like bleeding, so I don't know if she needs.
Do you have any? They do.
4 months later, you're telling us she's still bleeding? Oh, bull crap.
I don't know if they have tampons.
They do have family products.
Okay.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure if you take your own, you can use your own.
Can she? Do you want to grab some? Can she grab some of that real quick? Or?
Yes.
Do you mind if
Get your little bag.
one of us goes?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Personal pads.
Just pads. Yeah, she needs that.
She's on her monthly cycle, but from the pregnancy.
Public safety complex. If you just go through the front door, you know where we first spoke in the records?
Yeah.
If you just go over there. Is there any four?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll meet her in the front.
Okay. I'll get with him and do all stuff. Go to dispatch.
Okay. We'll meet you in the front.
Okay.
We're Tampa. I'll be headed your way shortly.
True.
Or relay the rest.
I'll be headed your way for the relay shortly.
I'll turn it down. I turned it down while the wind's blowing. Honestly, I have to say that's not an uncommon reaction. What are people going to think? What are my neighbors going to think? Oh my God. It's a normal reaction.
They know about it anyway.
Huh?
They know about it anyway.
They may because it hit the news. He's tall.
Yeah,
he's a big boy. That's not what I wanted. I have to be careful with their music. That's not what I wanted.
I didn't listen to you.
Yeah, they know now. No, I really, in all honesty, that is a very, when my mother found out that I had been EPAR'd, first thing she said, what are people going to think about me? Which really upset me. But I've been on a lot of places where people have been, okay, so are we done with that video? I guess we are.
I guess so.
Okay, we're done with that video. Okay, let's get back over here. I want to share one more. We watched it this morning, but we have a lot of new people on today. So let me get it geared up, and I want y'all to look at this and tell me if you really didn't think that people did not know this girl was pregnant. You know, her classmates obviously had to know. I mean, just watch the video and then give me your humble opinion. I don't have sound because I don't want to get in trouble with copyright. That's her. A base. She is throwing people at 6, 7, or 7, 8 months. I don't know. She's pretty pregnant there.
She's very
How can you not tell that girl's not pregnant? And here she is right here.
That's called denial.
But everybody around her, parents, friends. If you look at my thumbnail, and I'll bring it up, you can see, look at that.
Oh, it's easy to see. Yeah, really. That's called denial. Denial. Not my daughter. Not my friend.
All right. So I'm going to do a deep dive. We've watched all the videos because I felt like we needed to have context. Okay. Has the father been brought up? He was there in the waiting room. He did not know. He said his mother didn't know. Well, that's a great possibility. I just can't go there. Yeah. What, Diane?
I was reading the statement.
Oh, okay. Diane, you're going to have a lot of interpreting. I'm sorry, boo.
No problem.
I'll try to read and do everything in a very user-friendly manner. Okay, so we're going to talk first about the Court of Appeals in New Mexico. I'll share this screen so y'all can see it as well. Let me see how many pages. Oh gosh, this is too many pages for us to do now. I'll do that in a minute. Let me get, I will read this. In a ruling, and this was when? August 29 or 24. Okay. What was too blunt? Yeah. Okay. August 29 or 24. In a ruling on Monday, I'm going to bring this over in front of me so I don't see y'all, but I see comments. Sorry, Diane, I don't see you. So if you've got to leave, let me know because I've got something I'm reading.
I'm here.
The New Mexico Supreme Court rejected the challenge of 2 defendants that said the county sheriff officers violated the Miranda rights, specifically notifying them their right to an attorney. The justice ruled that the way detectives phrased the warning was sufficient. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say may be used against you in a court of law. One episode phrased it. Another one said you have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided to you at no cost. The state Supreme Court, okay, this is for an attorney. Let's keep reading. The state Supreme Court ruling stems from the appeal with the 2 defendants who admitted to actually harming a little one during questioning without attorney present. Both had confirmed at the time they understood their rights. The separate In a separate and later case, detectives with another county sheriff's office warned another person they had the right to an attorney and have him or her present. Okay, that's a little different than what we are dealing with, but they just had 2 Supreme Court hearings and they were upheld. Okay, where am I at? New Mexico. Here's the law. You have the right under the Fifth Amendment and the United States Constitution not to talk to police in a situation. You should never talk to a police without first obtaining legal counsel. It's from a law group. I'll get to that in a minute. I'm trying to. Okay. All right. So here's the deep dive. Yes, I understand. Miranda, she was not told anything, but this is why I wanted to watch the video in its entirety. She was detained, but they never questioned her. That is where the gray area is, I think, in this case. Either you're going to see it black or white in the sense of she was not read her rights, therefore she cannot be questioned. Therefore, after she was told she was detained, they didn't read her rights. But the problem was she was never questioned after being detained. They never talked to her about what happened. They just informed her that this is what's going to happen. This is why we're here. We're going to stand outside the door. And they never asked her any questions in that video clip. Now, what they did at the other hospital, I do not know. I don't know if there's video for that. In New Mexico, as in the entire United States, the standard Miranda rights apply when someone is in custody and being subject to interrogation. She was not being interrogated. She was not being questioned. And I think that is going to hold up in the Supreme Court. But let's do a deep dive, and that brings more context to what's going on. Okay. So the Miranda rights, do they apply? Let's do a breakdown. When Miranda rights apply, police must read the Miranda rights before custodial interrogation. Again, the key words here: interrogation. Custody means a person is deprived of the freedom in a way similar to an arrest. They cannot leave. And she was very clear. You cannot leave. You are in custody, but not under arrest. Interrogation means questioning designed to gain or glean incriminating response. That is where the issue comes into play. So the key legal question with Alexee was in custody. When she made the statement in the hospital, if you notice, when we watched the video, and it was way in the beginning, she was making statements. Her mom was talking, but they did not detain her at that point yet. Once they detained her, she didn't say anything other than, okay, yes, and that kind of sorts. What the mother said is fair game. Fair game. And that is where we are with the mother. Mother is fair game. Now, statements without Miranda. Alexee spoke to the nurse and the detective shortly after the baby was found. If she was not under arrest or setting in this setting that a reasonable person would see as custody, Miranda does not apply. Her statements can actually be admitted. So she's sitting there, they're talking. There has been no custody established at that point. So anything she said prior to him setting up custody under the law, from what I have gathered, under said law, Hold on. Why is my thing doing this? It just dropped everything I had in front of me. All my notes are gone. There we go. Mouse, quit being squirrely. I want to see this comment. Well, I think they should have been Mirandized after telling her she was detained because she was not asked any questions by officers. I don't think her rights were violated. That is the whole point right there. So I can't see all y'all's comments while I'm reading my notes, so please forgive me. I'll try to take a break and keep up. Mods, if you need anything, I am in live communication. Okay, so the legal question in all of this is when custody established? Well, it was very clear in the video when it was established. Now, the defense attorneys might argue that she was effectively in custody. She couldn't leave under the hospital supervision, but being questioned by authority figures, so her statement should be suppressed. Now, with the effective reading or not reading of the Miranda rights, if the Miranda rights were not read before custodial interrogation, again, that's that word, interrogation, any statement she made could be excluded from trial. If the Miranda was properly read, she waived her rights. Her statements are admissible, making it harder for the defense. If her waiver wasn't voluntary due to pain, medication, emotional state, her defense could argue that her statements are unreliable. But when I watched this video, I didn't see any statements made after they said anything about custody. Did y'all? Did y'all see something I didn't see? Did I miss something when I stepped away? So why does all this matter in the case? Well, it matters because much of the prosecution's evidence rests on what she said about what happened in the bathroom, whether she admitted to knowing she was pregnant, and her explanations. If her statements were thrown out, the jury would have to rely much more heavily on the forensic evidence. That would have been the autopsy, bathroom evidence, medical records, and the other people, witnesses, i.e. the cleaning lady, nurses, doctors, and staff. If the statements were allowed, the prosecution can argue she knew she was doing and intentionally concealed the birth. Bottom line, Miranda rights issued in Alexee Trevizo's case could be pivotal in her defense and convincing the courts that she was effectively in custody and wasn't properly Mirandized. Her statements may be suppressed, weakening the prosecution significantly. So this is huge. Let's go back to the timeline of events and talk about that. So she wasn't questioned, so Miranda's not needed then. That depends on how you see it, yes. In my humble opinions, and once again, I am not a lawyer. I am a criminal justice major, but nowhere being a lawyer. If I had to take a test on this and they said to me, true or false, they would be admitted. Because I'm just going to move this to the side. It's too hard otherwise. See everyone and everything. There we go, Diane. I can see you over here now. It's so hard to have everything behind. Need one more monitor, y'all. One more. 4. I need one more. Oh, here is the timeline. Are y'all ready? Okay, let's go. Timeline. Early morning on July 27th, 2023, Alexee Trevizo, then age 19, arrived at Artesia General Hospital complaining of back pain, hip pain. Test revealed she was in labor. Around 1:57 a.m., according to the hospital timeline, she exited the bathroom. Staff soon found a newborn's body in the trash can in the bathroom. We all know it was a cleaning lady. We know how the baby was found. It was found wrapped in paper towels, then surrounded and wrapped and disposed of in a plastic bag in the bottom of a trash can with another plastic bag put on top of it to make it look like it was empty. To me, that took a lot of forethought, y'all. I mean, if I was in shock and didn't know I was pregnant and I had a baby and it was popping out of me, I'm in the middle of the bathroom and that head's coming out. I'm screaming bloody murder for help. If I truly didn't know I was pregnant. Just saying. Shortly after the discovery of the remains of her child, the police were alerted. The hospital staff reported the possible crime. Officers arrived wearing body cameras. Charge nurse Alexee, her mother, and doctors are in a room. Statements are captured on body cam. Doctor says to Alexee, "We discovered a dead baby in the bathroom." Alexee, "I'm sorry, it came out of me. I didn't know what to do." Mother asked about the baby's size. The nurse said, "Full term." Alexee responds, "Nothing was crying." Mother, "You put it in the bag?" Alexee, "Yeah, the trash bag." All of that was said before she was placed in custody. Alexee was arrested and charged in May of 10th of 23. So we're looking at a little over 4 months. With first-degree redrum after the autopsy revealed the newborn showed signs of life at birth.
I need you to back up. Back up to the date that happened. Right there, 2 sentences.
January 27th,
Uh-huh.
23.
Now your next sentence was?
May 10th of 23. She was arrested a little more than 4 months. The baby, upon autopsy, showed that there were air in the lungs and signs of hypoxia, Hypoxia, or smothering, suffocating, contradicting the claims that the baby was stillborn. Now, in the middle or mid 2023 through 2024, Judge grants Alexee released on bond, allowing her to continue schooling, though she ultimately does not attend the graduation due to the backlash. She graduated high school, but she did not go to the graduation. She even began college. We'll read more, but there was a petition. There was a petition signed by 15,000 people trying to keep her out of the college. We'll go over that in a minute. The defense files a pretrial motion asking lawyers seeking to suppress her statements and related evidence, arguing she had not been read her Miranda rights, so any custodial interrogation statements are inadmissible. Communications were protected under communications were under the protection of physician-patient, doctor-patient privilege, and law enforcement improperly captured them. No. She could have, even her mother or her, but her mother could have said it, but the daughter would have to enforce the statement. Sorry, sir, you can't be in here. We're with the doctor-patient privilege. It was not asserted at that time. That is going to be an argument for the courts. Question, let me see. Does that actually say she was put in custody at the hospital? She was put in custody on the video after, remember those comments I read? Doctor, we discovered a dead baby in the bathroom. Alexee, I'm sorry, all that. She was not put in custody at that point. After that conversation happened, she was put in custody. So what the defense is doing, it's a twofold thing. One, the police were in the room with the invitation of the doctor. So you have the doctor, the mother, the daughter, and a police officers, 2, I believe, were there. When the doctor told the patient Alexee and her mother that a deceased baby was found. A lot of times when there's something like that happens, that the hospitals will ask for police to be in the room with them to make sure that if the patient or the mother or anybody goes crazy on them, they have control. Now, they're claiming patient confidentiality and that the police shouldn't have been there. Well, under the law, if a third person is in the room, so you have the patient and doctor, if a spouse, child, friend, parent is in the room and the patient is speaking with the doctor and they're not asked to leave the room, doctor-patient privacy laws do not, confidentialities are not invoked. The only time you can have that confidentiality with a chaplain, law, medical, whatever, is only when you and that other person is in the room. When a third person enters into the conversation, it's null and void. I'm looking at chat real quick.
Comfort, right back.
Okay. So yes, she was detained, but not. Y'all make sure you share my live. And if you're new subs, make sure you put I subbed. The bot will give you all that information in a minute. There we go. Right there. Look, right on time. Thank you, Nightbot. She was detained, but not in custody. That was after the comments were made. So we're going to keep going. In 2024, the district court ruling, 5th Judicial District Court ruled in favor of the defense, suppressing the statements Trevizo made in the hospital, the ones I read above, physician-patient privilege. Problem is, I don't know why they did that, because when she's an adult, 19-year-old adult, not an 18, not a 17 minor adult, full-blown adult, she's an adult, and another adult is in the room with the doctor and her, the privilege no longer exists. Body cam footage and security video of her in the hospital, the courts concluded that were inadmissible due to privacy and lack of Miranda warnings. In the state appellate, the prosecutors quickly appealed and argued that Trevizo was not in custody, so the Miranda does not apply. But the problem with the HIPAA is she had her mother in the room with her, therefore HIPAA does not apply. If the mother wasn't in the room with her and it was her and the doctor and they brought in a police officer, she could have invoked that HIPAA. Being detained is a part of custody. So Trevizo was not in custody, so Miranda's didn't apply. At the time that comment that I read to you above was stated, the privilege was waived because statements occurred in the presence of a mother and officers. Security hallway video should be allowed as is a public hospital area, and that is true. The questionable part of that is they opened the blinds, and so they were looking into her room from a public space. That is a very gray area. Mid-2024 additional findings after answer brief was in October 28th of 24. The state's brief reiterates the police did not inform Trevizo, I'm going to call her Alexee, of her Miranda rights, and she never waived them. Brief in chief, September 11th of 24, the defense claims Miranda violations after the August 23 interactions. August 24, the jury trial originally scheduled for the 26th is removed from the docket following the appeal. Alexee's defense also seeks to change trial venue, arguing media attention, social media biases will hamper a fair trial. Her lawsuit against the hospital alleges neglect. Oh, ding, 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 ding. She is suing the hospital, alleging negligence, administering morphine without a pregnancy awareness continues. Boo, but you didn't tell them you were pregnant. It's like if I get in a car wreck and I'm 5 months pregnant and I'm a fluffy woman and they can't tell 100% that I'm pregnant and I'm screaming like hell that I'm in pain and they pump me up with morphine and I don't tell them I'm pregnant, that's on me, boo, not them. Oh my gosh. You guys are reaching for the stars. You're reaching for the stars and you're not going to even get past your toenail. September 2nd through the 4th of 2025, a September 2nd report surfaced that the New Mexico Supreme Court is set to decide, we've already seen that, the statement, Trevino's statements for footage can be admitted, questioning the applicability of the doctor-patient privilege. That was on the 2nd, sorry. September 4th, oral arguments are heard, that's what we just watched, in New Mexico Supreme Court. State argues Trevizo wasn't under arrest and the privilege was waived. Defense contends caregivers are acting like law enforcement agency. I'm not going to touch that. I mean, that's up to perception. Definitely up to a person's perception. As of September 7th, yesterday, Supreme Court has taken the case under advisement, has not yet issued a ruling whether to suppress the evidence will be reinstated or remain pending. So I want to go through the timeline again a little differently. Matt? Yes, that was a monkey. Yes, I have a monkey, y'all. January 27th, 23, Trevizo at hospital birth and discovery of newborn in trash. No, I will go through that anymore. May 10th. Oh, I'm going to get that off there. Sorry. May 10th of 23, she was arrested on first-degree red room charges. Middle of 23 to June-ish of 23 through 24. Parental release, school, college, and motions were filed. District court suppressed statement, video footage. Oh, it was you. September 11th, and thank you very much. Oh.
I talked to Michelle from Mexico.
Hold on, hold. I'm live. Give me a split second, y'all. This smells good. He brought me lunch, y'all. So in September 11th through and October 28th, the brief filed regarding Miranda violation and privileges, trial removed from the calendars, New Mexico Supreme Court. So we're all up to date on that, but we're going to dive even a little deeper. Why is the suppression key evidence? Why does all this matter? Well, the statement on the body cam footage, security video, effectively destroys the prosecution's case unless the Supreme Court reverses the district court order. If the evidence remains inadmissible, prosecution loses central piece of its case. If reinstated, the trial may proceed with a strong evidence against her. You ready, Diane? Oh, I'll give you a minute. At any point, was the paperwork filed? Do you know what? That's a good question. Very good question. If you understand, let's talk. Thank you so much for joining. And that's a good question. Don't know. She did. There were times they were in and out, and they were doing paperwork with her. But I don't know if she listed her mother as a person who could receive information. I know, he's so sweet. Probably was done so during the admission, but sometimes admission sometimes can take an hour after you've been there. So it depends on when they did that. No, I do have a monkey. Maybe my son will get her out for a minute. Matt, I got 49 people here who want to see a monkey. If you have a question, please put question in front of it. I thought the U.S. Supreme Court said the defense can just be under the impression that they are not free to leave and to be considered in custody. Okay, that is true. I know. I don't think so. I don't know. That's the stuff that's going to come out in court. We don't have their medical detail breakdown yet. Everybody's begging for monkey, Matt. Matt, literally, can you bring her? No? Why not? When you're done eating? All right, he's eating lunch. We'll work on getting her out, but he's eating. Pre-registration was hippie. Yeah, I don't know. Where's the monkey butt? He's eating his lunch. When he's done, he will consider. Look what he got me. A Mexican. It's chicken, tortilla, bean, cheese, sour cream. Okay, I'm going to take one bite. I'm going to put it down. We're going to keep reading. All right. So in New Mexico, here is the Miranda rights in a hospital setting in New Mexico. General rule, U.S. and New Mexico. Police must be advised the suspect of their Miranda rights only if the person is in custody, not free to leave. The situation equals arrest. And they are subject to interrogation. Question reasonably likely to elicit incriminating response. Problem is, that part did not happen. As far as the hospital context is concerned under the law, being in a hospital bed does not automatically equal custody. The court will look at whether, one, the police restricted the patient's movement under police order or guards. The police did order that she was not free to leave. That was established. The patient was formally under arrest or told they could not leave. The atmosphere was coercive. Number of officers, tone, duration, and location. So say if the way they came in, you had one officer in and one at the door. The one at the door's body cam was catching everything. That's not over empowering. They had 4 security guards, 2 on each side of her bed, and they stayed there. That would be definitely under detention. If the person is simply being treated medically and the officers ask questions in a casual, non-custodial way, Miranda does not apply. If the officers are treating a patient like they're under arrest, restrained, or told they cannot leave, this did happen, Miranda must be read before questioning. But they didn't question her. If voluntariness of statements. Even if the Miranda isn't triggered, statements must be voluntary under the 5th and 14th Amendment. In hospital, voluntariness can be questioned if the person is medicated, sedated, or painkillers, the person is severe pain, confusing, emotional shock, officers pressure, threaten, or deception. The New Mexico courts require totality of the circumstances test. Was the statement a product of free and rational choice? They were not comfortable in this situation. That is so true. The physician-patient privilege under the Mexico rule, evidence of 11-504, gives the patient privilege to prevent disclosure of confidential communication made for diagnosis or treatment. But if the patient makes any statements or comments in presence of police, privilege is considered waived. If the medical staff essentially acts as an agent of law enforcement, defense may argue privilege still applies. This is the major issue in the Alexee Trevizo case. Sorry. Whether the hospital bed statement captured on the body cam was protected under the privilege. This is what the Supreme Court is going to have to decide on. I don't think there was a female officer, but they were never in the room during any part of an exam. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think she was brought in by ambulance, so that kind of changes the registration process. I think the boyfriend and his mother brought her in due to severe pain in the back and hip area. So I'm sure that she did the traditional paperwork. Mandatory reporting laws. Under the New Mexico law, NMSA 32A-4-3, medical professionals are mandated to report suspected child abuse or neglect. This definitely constitutes that law. That is, yeah. I assume they would not be, Ada. Thought it should have come up. I understand. Diane, you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. That means the hospital staff are legally required to alert law enforcement if a baby is harmed, even if the information comes from patient care. Once reported, the police may arrive and question the patient, but they must still follow the Miranda and the evidence rules. In summary, the police in New Mexico can question a person in a hospital. If that patient is not in custody, no Miranda is warranted. If they are in custody or not free to leave, Miranda must be read before interrogation. Once again, the word is interrogation. Any statement must be voluntary, considering medication, pain, and duress. We watched that video. Even though she had morphine on board, she did not appear under duress. She did not appear to be mentally confused, illogical, or non-coherent. Doctor-patient privilege may shield certain communications, but is waived if made in front of police or other people, meaning confidentiality only applies to lawyers, doctors, medical staff, and clergy, only if it's made between the person making the comment and the other person, the physician, doctor, lawyer, whatever. The rule of thumb is if there's two people in the conversation, it applies. If there's more than two people in the conversation, no bueno, no longer applies. Hospitals must report suspected crimes, especially involving a child. So involvement is legally expected by the police. Because the case involves the death of an infant, an autopsy or crime scene photos were taken, and I don't have those photos, and if I did, I wouldn't show them. The autopsy reports may sometimes request under the Inspection of Public Records Act. We can pull that, but I won't. I'm going to get down to the autopsy findings. The state didn't make the argument that she wasn't being questioned. That's where they went wrong. Exactly. That's where they went wrong. No, they're not. Postpartum depression is not being used, and I think that's too soon after the birth to use that. Thank you for putting the question mark before your comment. Thank you. So after the here is the autopsy findings on the baby. I don't know what the baby's name is. It was a boy. The cause of death was determined to be entrapment, meaning the baby was contained in a tied plastic trash bag, which shut off the air, leading to suffocation. The manner of death was ruled a homicide. The infant was a full-term 38-week gestational male with no anatomical abnormalities or physical injuries. They found air present in both lungs and the stomach, which indicates the baby was born alive and had been breathing. There were no signs of decomposition, referring to the baby was born alive. It wasn't like it was stillborn and had maybe passed away a week prior in her uterus and was born unalive. The adrenal gland showed microscopic hemorrhaging, which is consistent with hypoxia, oxygen deprivation. Heart structure typically opened in newborns, such as a foramen ovale and a ductus arteriosus, I can't say those words, were still open, consistent with the newborn's physiology. What did you say? Oh, great job, Ada K. Thank you. Thoroughly enjoyed you and the way you're presenting. Thank you so much. I don't always get to do these deep dives like this because we go from one big case to the next. And so we have a little break, which is fabulous, my dears. So yes, please do remember that this is emotional. And if you need to take a break, please do so. Your mental and emotional health is more important in this case. So I'm going to look at some of these findings. And this is some of the questions that a lot of you guys had. So I'm going to spend a little time here. The baby had air in its lungs, which means once its head emerged and was born, it was inhaling oxygen. It was alive. Death did occur. There was no decomposition, so the death did occur shortly after birth. Oh, I'm having cord tangle and problems here. Come on, thank you. The gestational age was 32 weeks, which is still considered a full-term baby compatible with life outside the womb. There were no noted traumas to the body. Microscopic hemorrhaging suggested that the deprivation occurred after birth. You wouldn't have that even if something happened in the process of giving birth, because, well, there's no oxygen in the body at that point. I mean, it's all fluid in the lungs and whatnot. The baby suffocated, homicide. These findings are pivotal in the legal case against Alexee. The presence of air in the lungs, the stomach, contradicts her initial claim the baby was stillborn. It wasn't crying. Instead, the medical evidence clearly indicates live birth, followed by fatal suffocation. The determination of entrapment and homicide formed by the medical examiner is the backbone of this trial. In the autopsy report, based on criminal complaints of the official findings, here are some key elements. Baby John Doe is what they're calling the baby. They didn't even name the baby. So are we honoring baby Alex? Was that the baby's name? I've not heard a name. Although her name is Alexee, we can call him Alex if that's what you wish. I would rather have a name for the baby. Please tell me if that was the name given to the baby. I'm going to keep on going. We've already read some of this. I want to talk about the toxicology because not everybody knows. Okay, you heard and read. We'll call him Baby Alex. Baby Alex had 19 mLs of morphine in the system at the time of death. This aligns with the hospital administering morphine to Alexee in her IV prior to the birth. Additionally, phentermine prescribed weight loss medication. So where does she get prescription weight loss medication? was also purported in the infant's toxicology profile, suggesting maternal ingestion and the placenta transfer. Reportedly known that neither amounts of the morphine or the weight loss drug were enough to cause the death of the baby. Let's talk about this. I had a discussion with this. Was it? Oh, that you think that's what they named him? Okay, good. Well, we'll just call him Baby Alex. When Baby Alex was in the womb, if he was still alive, which he was, when they gave morphine, it would pass through the mother's blood, through the placenta, and into the baby. Hence why a lot of times when they have babies that are born when the woman has had a lot of medications, have gone through epidurals, have gone through C-sections, or even normal births, depending on the medications giving, they are groggy. They're not as quick to respond because it does cross-end. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I was going to go there. Oh. We don't know that detail. We don't know that detail, but either way, it's suffocated. So some people were saying, well, if the baby was dead, it could still have the medication in its system. No. Once the heartbeat stops in a fetus in utero, doesn't matter how much drugs the mother is pumped full of, that baby will not have it in its system to any really measurable amount because the heart is not beating. It's not pumping blood. It's not pumping and crossing blood from mother, placenta, umbilical cord to baby, baby, umbilical cord, placenta to mother. That is not happening. The transfer of oxygen, blood, and all that halts the moment the heart stops on the baby. So even if the baby was not alive prior to the birth, number one, it wouldn't have the morphine. It may have the diet loss pill medication in this bloodstream because she was taking it throughout the pregnancy. It's going to have it in its bloodstream. The morphine, which was administered in the hospital, would not be in the bloodstream of the baby at the time of autopsy. Okay. Could be. Could be. Thank you so much. Yeah, they are. Some cheerleader moms are cray-cray, and they'll put their daughters on drugs to keep them skinny. I know. My daughter was in cheer. I get it. Not high school, but still. So the other thing is the baby, if it was born stillborn, if baby Alex was stillborn, it would still have the fluid in the lungs and the abdomen because it would not have taken a breath and it would not have expelled any of that. So in summary of the table, autopsy, no images. Baby was full term, no physical trauma, air in lungs and stomach with signs of hypoxia and asphyxia. It was entrapment in a plastic bag, which caused a manner of homicide. We've talked about the medications the baby had in its bloodstream, which were administered before the birth via IV to the mother. Prescription weight loss drugs were found to indicate maternal use and placenta transfer, meaning it was happening prior to birth. Neither drug contributed to the death, and that is important to know. I'm looking at the comments. I'm trying to keep up with you guys while I'm talking. Oh, okay. Thank you for that, Angela. I'm just going through my notes. I have a little Trevizo defense has filed a wrongful death suit against the hospital, arguing the hospital acted negligently. Oh my God. Administering morphine to a person of childbearing age without confirming pregnancy first. The morphine did not harm the baby. Did not harm the baby. Failing to inform her of positive pregnancy test for over an hour after the results were available. In interviews, her attorney emphasized the hospital's actions may have critically impaired the baby, stating morphine was a critical problem for this child. There's not enough morphine in the baby's bloodstream to cause a problem. I mean, 19% of an infant consistent with maternal, yeah, but what about all the diet pills that she was taking, which would have probably caused more harm? I don't know, but I would presume, being somebody who has given birth multiple times, been pregnant many, many times, and lost my babies, I would be more concerned about the diet pills causing problems than I would the morphine. While the autopsy and toxicology findings strongly support the prosecution's case, indicating live birth and suffocation, they also offer grounds for civil litigation. The criminal case remains centered on the physical evidence and suppression. So we talked about a little bit about the placenta. We talked about how it acts between the mother and the baby. For those of you who are not very well known of what it is, it's the part of the birthing anatomy that transfer nutrition, oxygen, drug, alcohol, toxins, anything the mother consumes to the baby via diffusion, active transport to the baby. This is why many drugs, including opioids like morphine, sedatives, and even caffeine, can cross into the fetus very quickly. The fetal circulation is active. The baby receives oxygen, nutrition, and maternal medications via the placenta. Drugs like morphine, phentermine, benzodiazepine, all that just do many, many, many different medicines, Diane. Alcohol, nicotine are known to transfer. Some drugs may affect the fetal breathing, heart rate, and neurological development. When a baby has already died in utero, or called IUFD, the baby placenta circulation stops immediately. Like I said, the heart is no longer pumping. Nothing goes between the mother and the baby through the umbilical cord and the placenta at that point. Everything halts. So how does all this apply in her case? What goes through mama goes to the baby. Exactly. That's why they're so big on no smoking, watch your caffeine intake, no alcohol, because we have alcohol syndrome where the babies are born and babies who are born addicted to drugs. Because when the mama takes opioids on a regular basis, so does the baby. The toxicology findings support the baby was alive long enough after birth for the circulation and metabolism to occur. If the baby had been stillborn, died in utero, the presence of those drugs at the measured levels would have been unlikely, since there would have been no active placenta exchange at that point. This is the reason why autopsy reports stating that there was air in the lungs and stomach, proof of breathing, combined with the drug level support and the medical examiner conclusion the baby was a live birth. So what happens next? The decision from the New Mexico Supreme Court will critically shape whatever the evidence can be used in trial. If the suppression is upheld, Trevizo's statements, body cam footage, and related video remained excluded, significantly weakening the prosecution's case. If the suppression is reversed, the prosecution may gain access to key evidence, potentially enabling a trial to proceed on those grounds. Now I'm going to go.
You have me for another couple minutes.
Yeah. So with the arguments, I want to review the arguments for the last part of this. I want to review the arguments. And you can leave now if you want, Diane.
All right, darling. Bye, everybody.
We love you.
We'll talk to you later. See you tomorrow, I hope.
Well, yes, we're going to be watching a case it's a rewatch, but it's good. It's a good one.
All righty.
Love you. Bye. Okay, so no Miranda required. State's prosecution arguments that no Miranda rights were required. Assistant GM Michael Thompson's contends that the Miranda warnings were unnecessary because Trevizo was not being interrogated or under arrest during the hospital exchange. She was not in custody at the time the comments were made, and her statements did not result in a coercive questioning. Waiver and privilege. The state argues that Trevizo waived a physician's patient privilege by speaking freely in the presence of her mother and law enforcement. According to the state, such open setting invalidates a claim of protection. Also, they're saying that the security footage is admissible. They also sought to overturn the suppression of the surveillance videos, arguing that the hallway camera is in the public area of the hospital, aren't privileged, and should be allowed as evidence. The only part I have with that I struggle with is that the fact that the nurses were opening the blinds so she could be viewed from outside. But in actuality, she had the right to privacy on that. I did have a problem with that. All those video pictures of her looking pregnant as F and the autopsy should be enough to convince a jury that she knew she was with child pregnant and deliberately suffocated the baby up to the point. I don't disagree with that. He's got his headphones on. He can't hear me, or he's ignoring me. I don't know if he can hear me, y'all. The weapon of reasonableness. Thomas emphasized that the police acted reasonably. Their interaction with the medical staff, doctors, and nurses before entering the room, an exchange of medical in nature, not overt investigation. I'll have to go in there and look in a minute, y'all. I don't know. I did not have a problem with the door closed and the blinds open as long as they were not examining happening. Yes, I'm just playing devil's advocate. The thing is that they can cover themselves by saying because of the situation, she was being she was being watched or surveillance because they were concerned that she could harm herself. If you remember in the video, the police officer asked, is there any needles, anything in that room that could harm her in any way that she could use to self-harm? And so they opened the blinds so that she could be observed as a protection for self-harm. Give me a split second, y'all. Everybody does. Her. No. I cannot. I'm still live. Okay, so we may have monkey butt coming soon, so I'm going to put my food out of sight, out of mind, so monkey butt doesn't get it. Got to clear off my space a little bit because monkey butt likes to touch things. Okay. The other part of this, please hold on. Let me mute. So she's not well, here's the problem with Monkey Butt. She's not acclimated to the change of this room. And monkey butts are very much ones that they don't handle the change very well in environments. So we'll see what her mood is like, okay? So the physician, we were talking about the preserving of privacy and treatment, and especially in patients vulnerable. The defense asserted that her statements made to the doctor remain protected under the physician's confidentiality. We've already gone through this. No, I don't believe it does. Yes, but you got to understand, she may be not in the best of moods, and she's, we're out of routine here. So, district court ruling in 24, all statements made by Alexee, including the captured on video body cameras, all hospital surveillance video were ruled inadmissible under the physician-patient privilege and the Miranda right concerns. Supreme Court rule now is deliberating whether to reinstate or suppress the evidence for use in trial. The outcome could not have broader implications for medical privacy rights and police access during health settings. So we had our hearing. We are all waiting for them to come back with a ruling. The jury trial the timeline overview for the trial was jury trial date was originally set for August 26 of 24, but right now there's no trial date set. Now, I also have I'm looking for, because I thought I had something else to share with you more about the family. I could have sworn I had I'll go through that in a minute. Monkey Butt's getting out. He's getting Monkey Butt out. I wanted to explain to you about the family dynamics, but why can I not find it? Miranda rights in case, go down. I'm going to go scroll. I have a lot of notes. This is all case. I'm trying to find, because we have a lot of family. Does it say the levels of the diet medication to see how long it was been taken? No, they do not. I'll be right back, y'all. Come on. Come here, baby. You want some drink? No. I'm sorry, Matt. I didn't know it to be this bad.
I told you.
Well, okay. I'll go let them know.
He's overwhelmed with the move.
Okay, I'll let him know. Okay, guys. Unfortunately, Monkey Butt is, for some reason, overwhelmed with the changes we've made in our home. She's not a happy camper right now, so we'll have to do it another live. Uh-oh, she may run in here. Will she come in here? Monkeys do not handle changes of environments very well, and we've had a lot of changes. We've been moving my son's business. We're closing it down. We have all kinds of stuff in the house. We're moving things. It has been a huge change in our home, and she has not handled it very well. And he's trying to get her back in the cage. She's running all over the place. Not a happy girl. So let's talk about the family real quick. Mother Rosa presented during the hospital administration, present during Alexee's hospital admission and the subsequent confrontations with authorities. Rosa appears, of course, to be shocked and totally unaware of her daughter's pregnancy. She reacts emotionally upon hearing the news, saying, "I honestly didn't know she was pregnant."
I opened the thing. She went in, closed it, and was perfectly fine.
Yeah, she doesn't want to be out of her cage right now. We tried, guys. We tried. And monkeys aren't going to do it unless they want to. So we'll do it again on another live, I promise. She does better at night. I will say that. During that moment, she seemed more concerned about the potential legal consequences of the baby's welfare. By state, and this bothered me about the mama. She goes, "Haven't you seen the news of girls, what they do to their babies? They go to jail." I didn't like that comment. I didn't see her going, oh my God, where's the grandbaby? I want to see, is it alive? I mean, to me, her reaction was unusual, but we can't gauge people in their crisis moments. I will say that. Oh, thank you for crying. I tried. It's nighttime where you're at. I know. Maybe movie night. We'll see. If we can get her out tonight at movie night, we'll do that. That's usually when she comes out. Usually, see, she's used to being in her cage all day long. And then when we get home, we get her out. Now we're home all the time. So there's just a total upheaval in our home right now. And she's adjusting. At the time of her arrest, the mother was trying to shield her daughter from harsh treatment, even telling the police, please don't be rough on her. They weren't being rough on her. Now, the boyfriend, identified as Devyn Fierro, Alex's boyfriend, confirmed that he was the baby's father during the police interview. He and his mother were present during the questioning, but neither acknowledged knowing about the pregnancy beforehand. So how would he know he was the father? She could have been sleeping around on him, and he may not have known. He took responsibility of the baby. I'll say that. Now, as far as siblings, multiple online accounts and speculation suggest there may have been several siblings, possibly 4 to 7, as far as Alexee is concerned, 4 to 7 possible siblings, but it's hard, but they're not verified. It is noted that during the arrest, someone arrived in a car was identified by Rosa as a daughter sibling, implying the presence of another family member. Denial and belief. Rosa repeated assertion that she did not know Alexee was pregnant, even though she was closely involved with her care, was seen by many as indicative of denial. So, I mean, all the experts are saying that this looks like denial. I'll get pictures when I get done with this. I'll pull up pictures. Yeah, I'm sorry. The boyfriend was the daddy. Some observers are pointed out that the mother was that Alexee was emotionally distant from the pregnancy, which doesn't surprise me. She's called it, not my baby. And that is very, very indicative of an emotional detachment from the situation. A number of people have speculated that Rosa may have exhibited control and overprotective behaviors, potentially enabling Alexee's denial. But this, once again, is not verified. One thing I want to say about the family, we'll tidy it up with this, is it's a very dynamic, in this case, it's very complex. It is very emotionally charged, marked in disbelief, selective, concern, public scrutiny, all of that came into play. The mother was more worried about all of that than I think she was the actual well-being of her daughter. I would have been, okay, guys, we need to make sure she's okay. We need to make sure the baby's gone. I can't do anything about that, but let me make sure my daughter's okay. She's bleeding. Do we need to do a DNC? What do we need to do? I mean, there was no concern for the well-being of her daughter. And not once did I see her reach out to her daughter, hug her daughter, make sure her daughter, why is she still sitting here? Why haven't she had an IV? She just gave birth. She needs fluids. I mean, none of that happened. As far as I'm concerned, I would have been doing that. I think the guy knew she was pregnant. I think he knew. Her reactions, Rosa's actions provides a little glimpse into her emotional upheaval and her emotional state. I think that she too may have been in denial. She may have suspected her daughter was pregnant, but was in denial. And she too may have formed an emotional detachment as well. I don't know. Okay, now we're going to go into the college and school situation, and then I'm going to tidy this up. Okay, so Alexee was treated at the hospital, then flown to another hospital and continued treatment. She was released, was not arrested for 4 months. She was allowed to go back to high school. She attended her prom in the spring of 2023, even though she's on conditional release. Now, hold on. Yeah. And a lot of people agree. Everybody agrees that people think that she really was. People knew she was pregnant. I would not disagree with that. I would agree with that. Give me a split second. So give me a second. June just talks. So she's on a release conditions. She goes to prom. They ask her not to attend the high school graduation due to the community backlash and the concerns of possible disruption. She agreed to stay away. According to the community, she did not walk the graduation ceremony, as one count said that she did. Hi, Ryan Apple Snapple. Hello, welcome. You are more than welcome here, boo. Thank you. I would suspect she did, because once again, I'll show those photos again for all those who were just joining. I will show all those again. Go look on the thumbnail. You can see the progression of photos. I tried to put them in order as much as I could. Now, college. Trevizo was accepted into New Mexico State University with a strong academic record and reported a GPA of 3.86. Following her release on bond, a $100,000 bond, so her parents had to pay a $10,000. The court allowed her to attend college. However, she probably has an ankle monitor on. However, she has not attended classes in person. Oh, she's online via Zoom, her attorney said, to avoid campus controversy. So she's an online college student. Ankle monitor probably still. I want to explain something. Many people don't realize that if you've been charged and arrested with a crime and you're between that point and trial, depending on the severity and what it is, there's something called pretrial services, which is kind of like a probation. Most of the time you are on an ankle monitor. They limit your movement. You've got all these rules you got to follow. It is not just free willy, go out there and do whatever you want. Now, I did notice in her prom photos, she didn't have an ankle monitor on, which concerns me. The community reaction, a wave of public opinions have arose shortly after it was confirmed that she could attend her college. one petition demanded that she be disenrolled from New Mexico State University and barred from pursuing careers such as nursing or social work, gathering, I think, 15,000 signatures. By mid-September, the petition had gained over 25,000 petitions. New Mexico State University stated that Trevizo is enrolled and attending classes online. The university declines to discuss her admissions process publicly. So, one of the reasons why this is so is because in the U.S., you're innocent until proven guilty. She can go because she's not convicted. To be in certain programs, you don't have to take an account of what happened. So, meaning that was a quote. Some other persons stated, if she goes in person, she has the biggest lady cojones I've ever seen someone have. That's why she can't walk graduation, but sure she can even, but not sure she can even in New Mexico anymore. So that is the end of all of that. Let me close out some of these windows because I got 100,000 windows up. I'm going to bring on Miss June Just Talks in a minute, but I want to play the video one more time. I'll do this. I'll bring you up with this. Give me a second. Oh, I got to get it again. Huh. I dropped it. Let me get it. Of her in her cheering. I want y'all to see her in her uniform and all of that stuff. Where is it? I got to find it all over again. Here we go. I'm not going to put the voice on because I don't want to get copyrighted. But look at this video. We're going to see it. They're going to pop it up closer, and I want to pop you up on stage. Hello, love. Let's see. Here we go. This is what I want to show. You can't tell me that nobody in that team, nobody knew that girl was not pregnant. This is not the one I want. Watch this. Oh, I don't want to see your ugly face. I don't want to see your ugly face. I'm going to remove you from, I'm removing you. I've got to go back over here and find it. I know we had it, June, from yesterday. I just got to find it all over again.
No, we saw it, and I'm absolutely with you that it did look a little bit more than there would have been questions asked.
No, I don't need that. I'm trying to find that video again. I got all the videos of her in the hospital, but where did I have the video?
Is it in your history?
I'm looking.
It's which one is it?
It's the one where it showed all of the different pictures. And June, did you send that to me, Boo?
Not this June, other June.
I just gotta find it.
Other June.
No, we got multiple Junes here, y'all. I'm waiting for the window to open.
Oh.
I'm waiting for it to open. I think I got it. I just got to wait for it to open.
Hi, Deborah. JJT, I think I should shorten it down to JJT. It would be so much easier on here, and then Ada can just call us JJ.
I can call you Gigi.
Gigi called me a lot of things. I don't mind. I've been called worse. Little Miss Red Velvet, I'm just going on Discord
It's
now.
not bringing it up in my history. So the thing is that this woman, and I kid you not, the picture, maybe that's a problem. I'll just click on it and see if it opens up. It's struggling to open. I don't know why. The link is not working. I'll just let you spin. Let me go in here and Google her name, go to videos. I'm looking, y'all. Give me a minute. It's in here. I got to find it at some point. But here we go. Got it. Nope, that's not. I don't want the reporters part of it. I think here we go. Oh, yeah, this is the one. Well, I don't know. Stop. I have to look and skim through. Oh, this is some of the interview with people and stuff. No, that's not what I need. Ay, 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 ay. I can't find it, y'all. Let's see if this is. This may be it because there's a commercial. Everything has commercials. And I don't want to sit here and play the commercial. So we'll do this. And as soon as the commercial stops, we'll pop it up. I'll just let you spin and say that myself. So commercials, there's like 3 commercials in a row. It's like, seriously?
3?
Oh, it's the same reporter. I don't want you. I don't like you. I want the video I had. It didn't have the reporter in it. Everything's. Ay. Well, hey, June, did you find that video? I think you did. Oh, thank you, Miss June. I give it up for Miss June and my fabulous mods, all of you. It's weird. It's really weird because when you're under the gun trying to find something, you can't find it. But when you don't need to find it, it's right there. Okay, let's play this. And I'm not playing this. Oh, it's the same one, June. It's not what I'm
seeing. New video of a cheerleader who's.
This is the one that has all that other stuff. That's not what I need.
But it's the beginning of it, not the cheerleader
No,
bit.
remember at the beginning of my live, I had all of the videos with her cheering and everything else, and that's not what I'm finding. That's anyway. I guess what I can do is we're going to go another way. We're going to do it this way. I'm just going to show you pictures. All right, there you go. Pregnant, very pregnant, very, 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 very pregnant. You can't tell me that this girl. All right, this is at the beginning of the year. Probably pregnant there in the fall and there.
Yeah.
I get it. There she is at prom after unaliving her baby. After. I wouldn't show my face anywhere. June, you are awesome. Thank you so very, very much.
Do you think that that prom date is the boyfriend?
It is.
Or is it?
That's the dad. There he is. There he is at the hospital. That is the father. That's
yeah.
I'm just like, you can't. There she is. No ankle mon. Oh my God, that dress is hideous. I just can't.
When they said, when you were reading the autopsy.
Look at that picture of her at school at her practicing cheer. She's holding somebody up. You mean to tell me a coach would not question her medical ability?
Yeah.
Baby, are you pregnant? You can't be doing this pregnant. It's a liability for her and the school.
Yeah. I mean, when you said that the baby was found with diet medication in its system, this is what she had through her. Oh, that was that's why I put in the chat that.
By the way, I want to debunk something. I have to do this. Excuse me. People are saying that that is her baby.
No.
That is not her baby. First of all, that baby is older than a newborn. 38-week-old newborn, and that is not a just born baby. It's perfectly cleaned. It has a shirt on. It's got a diaper on. There's no umbilical cord. If it was born placenta, umbilical cord, and all, and put in a bag and put in a trash can, and they take it and open it up and put it on a gurney and work on it, it ain't going to look like that. So I am going to debunk it. That is not her baby.
Yeah. Yeah. And I absolutely think that medication was probably, if that family in
I'm going to get you up here. Hold on.
What's okay, was in, I'll put that down a bit, was in denial about any possibility of a pregnancy, then if mum saw her getting chunky, mum could have convinced herself that she was putting on weight, and due to cheer, we'll put you on diet pills to get rid of this weight. Never mind pregnancy weight.
She did not. I don't think she cut the umbilical cord. She would not have had anything there to do it. I think what happened, baby was born and she probably pulled on the placenta to get it out, which is excruciatingly painful. And that's why she was bleeding. And that's why they felt that they need to put her. Thank you, Miss June. That's why they felt that they probably needed to put her in. Nope, not the right one, boo. Probably needed to put her in a trauma level, a level 1 trauma hospital.
Yeah. I mean, we spoke about this when I came on my very first live with you, Ada, that I was 17 and 2 weeks when I had my first child. And I was 2 years younger than her. I was terrified, and I mean absolutely terrified. And yes, my mum went through the shame routine, but at that age, I still knew my body was changing. I could still feel a baby moving. People at school, yes, I was at school, still even didn't know I was pregnant, started making assumptions that I was pregnant just because of a change in body shape. And if I take this as her story, that she was unaware and she went to the toilets and did this, I can't understand or appreciate where her brain was to do this alone and then take it to completion the way she did it. I can't comprehend how anybody in whatever state of mind that is. Dump it and run is one thing, because all of a sudden your brain may go, what on earth is happening? But as people said in the chat, she went through that level of a conscious decision afterwards.
Yeah, hold on. June, do you remember that email, that link that you sent me to all of those photos that we were using to create my thumbnail? That is the link I'm missing. If you can go back and look at your links that you sent me, because for some reason that's the link I don't have. I'm sorry, boo, I'm not trying to be difficult, but that's where we are. This is Lily Wayne. Welcome to my channel. Thank you so much. I'm way behind watching this, but in my humble opinion, the mother had to know that she was pregnant, or the mother didn't pay enough attention to her. Alexee is small, thin, and her baby bump would have shown, and it did.
Oh, it did.
It did.
It did.
And there is no way, if I was sitting on the sidelines watching my daughter cheer and I saw that bump.
If, because it was just at the front, it couldn't be put down to a sudden weight change. by overeating. That would have been everywhere. It would have manifested itself on our hips, at our back, everywhere would have gained the weight.
Yeah.
Weight gain due to just weight gain doesn't just happen in one place, or very rarely in one place. But
Yeah,
oh,
exactly. Well, and I just look at her, and as my daughter was not in high school cheer, but she was in cheer up to high school because she was in junior high. She cheered for a competitive cheer team. And her freshman year in high school, there was a girl that was pregnant, and she cheered the first game or two, and then informed people she was 4 months pregnant, and she was gone. And
yeah.
it's a liability for the school.
Yes. My school found out at 3 months. When I was 12 weeks when I told my mum. We told the school straight away, and the school straight away stopped me for doing PE in games. At 12 weeks pregnant, I wasn't allowed to do it because they weren't taking the chance. And this was in the 80s, and they weren't taking a chance of it.
Gosh, I remember being in school in the 80s, and there was a time I graduated in 89. There was a time when you need a certain call. Sorry, couldn't help it. We are the world. That time in our lives, it became a fad.
Oh,
every girl wanted girls were putting padding to look pregnant.
So I was pregnant in 1984. So
And how
that
old
was,
were you?
I was 16.
You graduated what year?
So the only person who's possibly going to understand the English system is Miss Red Velvet.
Okay. So what year were you when you were 18 years old? What year was that?
18. So 2 years after. So I was 18 in 85.
Okay. So
September 85.
You're a couple of years older than me, but the same generation.
Yes. And I did my O-levels, which little Miss Red Velvet would probably be aware of O-levels. I did O-levels then. So I did my exams pregnant. And it was a tough time. But in my last year, there were so many girls that were falling pregnant and were terminating the pregnancies. And I was the first girl at the school I went to that kept the pregnancy. So I was the anomaly. And it wasn't the pregnancy that made me different. It was keeping the pregnancy going. Oh, Ryan and Darkling. So I had my first child in 84 and my second one in 86. Well, little Miss Red Velvet, I did mine slightly different. I did O-levels, didn't do A-levels. Then at the grand old age of 47, I went and did a BTEC. And then at 50, I went to university. So I did mine just a little bit differently.
Okay, here we go. This is what I think I was looking for. Let me get it sized so y'all can see it. So let's give this.
She's even got a pregnant squat.
Yeah, well, here it is. This is just weeks before. Here, this is what I want. Weeks before she gave birth, just a few weeks. And this is what I played earlier. Look at her. Look how big she is. She's the base. She's supporting the weight of another human being on an already pregnant body. That just infuriates me.
Well, GG, if she wore girdles, there must have been one heck of a bump that was there, because if that is with a girdle, she's got a bump and a half going on there. Those coaches had a duty of care,
How
even if
did
there
they
was a
not
suspicion.
know?
Yes. Oh, June, I actually married my baby's father in 85. He did stick around until I got rid of him 7 years later, but he did stick around.
Yeah, I'm still confused as to.
I do hear of people who get to having their baby and never knew. I've heard of them. And one of my daughter's friends was that person. I have heard it happen, that they were still in their skinny jeans. They were doing everything.
But the problem is when you're in a cheerleader outfit and you go from nothing
And
to
it's visible.
this in a 9-month period, what sane coach would not go,
If those pictures had shown her at the size she was probably pre-pregnancy, we would have gone, oh, baby was tucked right in, baby was this.
Some people have very wide hips and they can carry them very inward.
Yeah.
My grandma was one. But when you're out there in your cheerleading uniform and her
She's
mother's
showing.
out in the stand going, yeah. And then she goes,
Mummy's probably thinking, I need my money back for these diet pills.
is she pregnant? Come on, how could you not?
So I think that Mum has had those conversations with her, which is how when she found out about the pregnancy, there was the question about, you know what happens. They've had these conversations.
Yes, they have, because of her comment in that hospital.
She's had those conversations saying, I've told you about what happens. Oh, Deborah, there's so many. Oh, Little Miss Red Velvet, when me and Ada get animated about something, yes, some of the people
We
knew.
tried. The monkey isn't. We tried. The monkey's not having it.
You didn't get the monkey, so you just got me.
Well, the monkey shat on my bed.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful.
Luckily, it's firm and it was easy to. But she gets scared when she gets loose, and this is we got boxes everywhere. It looks like we're moving because we are. And so she is a little bit on the unnerved and scared side. And that is why. And she was just not having it. We tried. My son didn't want to do it. He did it anyway. I appreciate the efforts. Nope. Oh, I need to get, y'all wanted pictures of monkey. Okay, I'll find a picture of monkey.
Oh.
I'll find picture of monkey butt. But this whole thing with this is that it's really a moot point for the fact that when she knew, whether she knew, how she knew, in all honesty, the more important part is when she gave birth, she knew. When she gave birth, she knew. And the fact that she put her in the toilet, in the garbage can. Okay, guys, this is a picture of Nolly and I. Recently, yes, I've got Glad bags behind me because we're moving and packing and stuff.
Oh.
There's monkey butt.
What is monkey butt eaten? Oh no, monkey butt's in a nappy as well. Oh God, it's diaper on.
It is a cinnamon almond.
Oh.
Capuchin, thank you, Darkling. I listen. Thank you. Yes, that is a capuchin. Now she's small because she's only literally this big, head to butt. Yeah, when you go fingertip to toe, she's 5 times as long. Her tail is longer than her body. She is a very little girl for capuchins. She's my baby.
Oh, she's beautiful.
And the way they sound like a bird. Oh, yeah, full teeth. She's, that's how they sound, literally. No, I am deaf without my hearing aids. I got to explain that to all you newbies. I am deaf without hearing aids. That is why I had his interpreter on, because we also have deaf people that hop in and watch. And a long time ago, she's now 10 years old. There's a group of people called Helping Hands, and they have capuchins that they train for paralyzed people. So if their arm falls off, the monkey puts it back on. They help open bottles of water. They retrieve things from refrigerators. They are in the home disabilities. It used to be ADA, but thanks to certain presidents, they changed it. The time they were service animals, but in home only, because they don't do well in public. So anyway, I had called about possibly getting one for rheumatoid arthritis because I was in a wheelchair. And they said, no, you're a CODA. Do you know sign language? Ryan Apple Snapple. Oh my God, that's awesome. So a trainer had moved away to Colorado from way northeast. And they contacted me because they heard that I was questioning. And she goes, I want to help you. So we got Nala, and she trained through virtual training and raising. I got her at 10 days old, and she was raised on me and with me. And then over the time we trained her. So when I sleep with her, for example, and the alarm goes off, she wakes me up, that kind of stuff. British sign? I can't do that. I can't for the alphabet. I can't do it. I tried. I get them too mixed up. I can do that. Kudos to you. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. It's hard. I agree. It's hard to go from one sign to another sign. If I learned the British first, I would have been fine. So I guess, Ryan, you saw we had an interpreter. She comes in when she can. She's my dear, dear friend. If we are in court and I know a deaf person's watching and she's not here, I throw on the black and I start signing. I went to college, got a degree as a deaf support specialist and an interpreter. I'm now going to college to get my criminal justice degree, a bachelor's, and I'll graduate this fall. The universe broke me.
Universe did.
Thank you so much.
I do believe that the universe puts us in places we need to be. When me and Ada started talking, I'll be very honest here, that we found so many parallels with our life about going into education later and things. And a lot of our beliefs are the same. It was just so, so as you've gathered, I am not on your side of the pond, as we say. So I come from the northeast of England. And the first time I came on, some of the people here will know that when I first came on, I was sort of describing whereabouts in the UK and England I come from. And one person straight away, they will know who they are, guessed my dialect straight away and guessed where I was from. And it blew my mind that somebody that isn't in the UK would guess my accent straight away. That is through what, yes, you have been seen, and that was through watching British TV and getting to know the accents. And it is quite a, if you know English accents, it's called a Geordie accent. I come from Newcastle. And I went, like Ada, I went into education. Oh, why I pet. Oh, absolutely true, Geordie. I'm from the right side of the water.
Oh,
no!
You can get off my channel now, boo. We're done. We're done.
No, the right side of the water is totally different. See, Little Miss Red Velvet understands this. No, there's a river in Newcastle called the Tyne. And on one side you got Newcastle, the other side you've got Gateshead.
You just finished watching the Lori Vallow case? You became friends with Cody? Hey, Ryan, can you get Cody on my show? I'll bring both of you on.
Oh,
I would
that's a
love to
goodie,
interview
that.
Cody. Ryan, hook me up because I want to interview. I want to interview him and have the interpreter on with us, so the deaf community can actually have access to what all of us have. That is my goal, is to be able to provide access with interviews and stuff. Oh, Ryan, please, boo. Colby. I'm really bad at saying LBs. They're hard for me.
Yes, once he gets back from CrimeCon, because he's there at the minute.
Please, because I really want to open up the world for the deaf in this. It is so not fair that the deaf community does not have access to the courts and to this kind of world.
And they'll, I am assuming, I mean, I did my degree with applied theatre, so it's community theatre, and it's theatre for people who need an application, who need whatever. And for anybody, the first response you'll get is, well, you've got captioning. Captioning is rubbish. Real-time captioning. That's if you get every word. But then we're okay, so what if you're deaf and you're dyslexic? Straight away, right, so straight away captions can be no good for you because you mightn't be able to read as quick, or you mightn't be able to interpret.
What do you mean USP?
This is your unique selling point.
Oh,
is
thank
the,
you.
Is the accessibility.
I don't do acronyms well. Okay, just so y'all newbies know, I am dyslexic as hell. And I'm deaf. And I grew up hearing, so I can talk. Yeah, I'll put my email up for you right now. akb@gmail.com. Yeah, there you go. So for me, my thing is I would love to get other well or known content creators. I love collabs. Love collabs. Thank you so much for sending me a message. Oh, please do, Deborah. That would be great. Please, if you're new here, please join our Discord. Please join our Discord and we can communicate. I found the full body cam. Police officer speaks to Alexee Trevizo's mother after the arrest. We're going to watch that. Let me get that here and play. It's not very long. I want to see this. Oh, cool. Why do we not have sound? Okay, I don't want to sit.
Make sure she got it first. Rosa. Oh, hold on, please. Rosa. So I just had to make sure she got it first, and then she was okay with it. Social's on there, social date of birth. Okay. This is her criminal complaint. Okay. She wants. This is her copy. She didn't want to give you a copy. She just didn't want to read it. So this is hers. Okay. If she needs a copy, we can get her another one. Also did a search warrant for her DNA. All it is a buccal swab. Like when you go to the doctor's office, you open your mouth, you have a cough, when you have a cough.
Did she do that?
Yes. Okay, this is her copy. She didn't want to read it either. Okay. This is called return inventory. This is saying what I took for it. 2 pairs of buccal swabs sufficient for laboratory testing. Okay. This is that. Do you have any questions on any of that?
Yes. On this? No.
Nothing? Okay. Leave it to it then, okay?
Okay, wait. Is she going to stay here? Are you leaving her here or are you
Yes.
transporting?
That's not up to me. It's up to your attention. She should be calling you after she's done with booking.
Okay, are you going to isolate her?
Does she need to be?
Gary Mitchell just told me, because that's our lawyer, Gary Mitchell, and he said if he just wants to keep her safe. So
Okay.
if anybody finds out that what she did, what they think she did, or you
Mhm.
know, and she doesn't want any kind of harm.
Okay.
So if you guys could isolate her, I don't want anything to happen.
No, I know what you're talking about. He wants her to be put in special population. That's what that means.
Okay.
No, I'll make sure if she does go out, she shouldn't, because this is through magistrate court here in town, and she should be seen tomorrow because it is non-violent. She has no priors. She's more likely to be released tomorrow. And because I don't know if the district attorney is going to do a pretrial detention or anything, but if they don't, then she'll see the judge in the morning and then go from there.
What time? What? Yeah.
It depends on the judge's schedule. He
Thank
has, I
you,
believe,
Ryan. Come
72
join us in
hours to see
Discord.
anybody, but it just is on a rotating docket. I think detention starts at 7 in the morning. I'm not too sure right now.
Is it for sure that she will get seen tomorrow?
The judge has 72 hours to see her. He has to see her before 72 hours or she gets released.
Okay.
Okay. More likely, she'll be released on an OR. It's called order of recognizance, your own recognizance, meaning like we're trusting you to go out there and not commit any crimes, any more crimes, do anything else. You can't leave a certain area, stuff like that. That's more likely what will happen. All right. So that's where you're at right there. All right.
Thank you for being so nice to her.
All right. I'll leave you all to it.
Okay, that is very interesting, guys. You're texting me, Jen. The thing is that she's an adult. He doesn't have to explain anything to her. She can request all she wants. She can say the lawyer said this, the lawyer said that, we want this, we want that. But guess what? Guess what, y'all? Doesn't mean a thing if you ain't got that swing, because you ain't the lawyer, boo. Only the lawyer can make the request, and they can only be guaranteed through a judge's order. Am I not correct about that, y'all? So,
Yep.
wow, let me see some of the comments here. When interpreters involved, I tend to pay more attention to them than the actual speaker. When you know sign language, you do. The problem with closed captioning is not only that, but you will say sip and it'll say 6. It'll say text. It says, and when you're dyslexic, it goes so fast you can't read it. And so there's a lot of things. Much love to you, Ryan Apple Snapple. I hope to see you back, boo. Thank you so very much. Hey, Barbara King, welcome, welcome. This is sad. I know. The problem is proving. They cannot prove when the mother, even if they knew she was pregnant, that's not a crime. Being pregnant at 12 is not getting, the person getting you pregnant it's a crime. But her being pregnant in and of itself is not a crime. The mother what she did in the bathroom, giving birth in the bathroom is not a crime. The crime is putting the baby in the bag, smothering it, and killing it is the crime. So there's nothing they can do for the coaches. We can all sit there and say everybody should have known. Everybody should have known. You guys want a detailed, deep dive into this case? Go watch the beginning of the live. I know it's a long one, but I didn't know we were going to have this much information. But we watched all the videos. We dived in deep on all the aspects of the case. We are waiting for the New Mexico Supreme Court to come back with a decision whether or not the video and all evidence and everything will be admitted, including the comments, because they feel that she should have been read her Miranda rights. I'll give a recap in a minute. All the women in the world that want babies in this, I know. We are so glad to have you here. We got a lot of new people, and thank you guys so much for being here. So wrapping this up, you have a woman, a young woman, still in high school at the age of 19, probably because she was either late birthday and maybe held back in a grade. It happens. And she is pregnant. She goes into the hospital with back pain, hip pain, and says, "Oh, I didn't know I was pregnant." She runs down the hall to the bathroom holding her butt. She gets in there, she gives birth. That head was probably already crowning when she ran in there. Gives birth to the baby. In 18 minutes, the baby's born, the placenta's born. She puts it in a trash bag, wraps it in paper towels, puts it in a trash bag, puts it in the bottom of a big trash bin, puts another trash bag on top of it to make it look somewhat empty, and then walks back to her room casually. A little bit of pain. You can tell she's not comfortable, but she wasn't comfortable before she went in. And then her reactions, deliberate actions, correct. And then her actions in that hospital bed was total disconnect. Total. No sobbing. There's a little emotion. She knew. The baby was alive. They found oxygen. The lungs had oxygen. The stomach had oxygen. They found morphine and a diet pill prescription drug in the bloodstream of the baby, which means that the heart was working, because in order for that to cross from the mother to the baby into the baby's system has to have heart pumping, blood flow going, crossing from mother to placenta to baby and back and forth. So that baby was born alive. Born alive. Died suffocating in a trash bag in the bottom.
Quick.
In a bottom. And there was no crying. Nobody heard it. That's like.
And it's as though, I don't think that, I think somebody said ages ago, used the word entitlement. I don't think she's ever had to actually take responsibility for anything in her life. So she's like, well, this has happened, so I'll stick my fingers in my ears and go, la, la, la.
Do you know what we do in sign language?
Oh, I love that, because we do we'll do that. Oh, the little baby. Oh, but I put my fingers in my ears and go, la, 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 la. I'm not listening. So I wonder if she's just thought, out of sight, out of mind. And that's so callous of me, and it pains me to think like that.
She was with the boyfriend because the boyfriend and boyfriend's mother, and then I guess her mother showed up at one point. She's been in labor, and at 2:41 or something like that is when the video camera about that time starts on the police. So she gave birth about 2 o'clock, 2:15, somewhere in there, somewhere after 2 a.m. And for all this to happen, and the boyfriend and his mother, they swear they didn't know she's pregnant. I disagree.
But why would you go to the hospital, I'm sorry, with just a backache?
No, the back pain and the hip pain was so excruciating.
Well, it is.
And the mother said, she's a cheerleader. We thought something had happened.
Oh, they thought you had a pinched nerve or slipped a disc. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm going into very dismissive mode here. And this is where I start getting angry with, like, the mother's attitude to this. Oh, Gigi. I wonder.
Something saw that the cord was involved in the
red room. Well,
yeah. No, it could not have been, because if, say, for example, the baby was cord with the born that way, it would not have breathed. It took enough breaths for it to clear the liquid out of the lungs, to fill the air sacs fully with air. The stomach is filled with air. The heart pumped long enough after birth for all that to happen.
Oh, could she have done it afterwards with the cord?
During the birth, it would have had the asphyxiation, possibly.
Oh, yeah,
but it would not have the oxygen and the cleared lungs.
Yeah, if it had been wrapped around post-birth, then would there be ligature marks on the neck, even of a baby? But
There
if
would be.
there's no, the autopsy didn't show. I was listening to the autopsy. The autopsy didn't show that there was any.
There was no damage to the body, no bruising,
nothing,
no marks,
no.
nothing. The body was pristine. I had a friend who lost a baby at 24 weeks and had to give birth. The cord had got around the baby's neck and unalived it. In utero.
Yeah.
There would be very clear and telltale signs.
I mean, yeah, the baby took first gasp, must have taken first gasp because the lungs were full. There was signs of breath. There isn't sign that if there was a smothering, that it was a violent smothering because there was no evidence of bruising or marks. Yeah. But the baby was wrapped in paper towels and a bag, a trash bag. That would limit the amount of oxygen that they would be able to breathe, even if they were capable of sustaining full life. So has it been around that? Has the baby not been the fittest baby when it was born anyway? And has that happened while the act of the wrapping up and putting in the trash can? Yes, I'm using American phrases because it's easier than saying put it in a bin bag and shoved it in the bin, because that's how we would have said it. We would say it. Yours way doesn't sound as violent as ours. Wrapped in a trash, yeah. But I'm wondering if, yes, little Miss Red, she tied apparently I think when they went, the bag had been wrapped up at the top and tucked underneath as well, so there was no loose plastic around the baby. It was all, for want of a better word, it was swaddled in a plastic bag.
It was basically what she did. What the description was is that it was, as the cleaning lady described it, it was wrapped in paper towels, wrapped tightly with a plastic bag, put in the bottom of the trash. Then they put a clean trash bag on top of it to disguise that it was in there.
And there was no sound.
No sound.
And when newborn babies cry, oh, they cry. So this baby was in distress, was in respiratory distress, even taking a breath. It must have been in respiratory distress from the beginning.
Unless she immediately covered the mouth the moment it was born.
It's been a gentle cover that wouldn't, oh, that sounds awful. It was a gentle suffocation.
But do you know what? I've seen babies that have been born that didn't cry until you whack them on the butt, because you want that. They need to get all of that going. So it's possible it didn't cry when it was born. I mean, you're pained enough to go to the hospital and then you run to the bath. I don't understand how a 19-year-old would have the capacity, who's never given birth, to do what she did.
Oh, I mean, I couldn't have imagined. I was terrified. I was left for 2 contractions alone. It's 17-year-old in a hospital setting on a maternity ward. I knew what was happening. I had gas and air. I knew everything that was happening, but I was terrified. I did 2 contractions alone.
Yeah. Well, by the way, we can't say that, because if it was covered with it was covered in paper towels and then a plastic bag, it may not. We're going to find out a whole lot more when we get to trial, and if they get to trial and they get the ME on the stand.
And I think that I know that, I mean, obviously that poor cleaning lady doesn't train for anything like that. She will be,
my gosh.
She's trained to clean up body fluids. She's trained to look at things like that, but not for that. And it doesn't matter how much training anybody in a medical profession or police officers or fire brigade, anything, how they must have to handle something like that, because it's not got to be a common occurrence.
Michelle, thank you so much for joining. Yep.
I mean, yes, those police officers, they kept a physical distance.
They were not overbearing. They were not overbearing.
No.
They were not inappropriate. They were not disrespectful. They
weren't
were
pushy.
handling it gingerly.
I mean, how would they probably? I'm amazed on their body cam. You never had them going, what the do we do with this?
Yeah, I could not and would never have. I couldn't understand how that could happen. I mean, now my reaction as a mother, first of all, we can never judge anybody when they're in a state of shock. You can't judge their reactions in a state of shock. I can, however, judge her reactions later. And all I can say is I think she suspected. She may not have had 100% knowledge. I think she was in denial. And I think I think that we can't hold her accountable for what her daughter did. She's an adult. Even as a child, you can't. But I still think that this young lady needs to be held accountable.
Oh, so Angela, and could you just go down? No, the one after Angela, the Angela there. Go. Another one apparently.
We're not wishing the kid dead. I don't know who someone said that. That is not the case. I don't wish her dead. What I am saying is she needs to be held accountable.
Yeah.
If anybody said that, we need to, mods, check the comments, please. No, absolutely not. She is a very young adult. Plus, umbilical cord around the neck would have been bruising, more likely. Yep. Ankle, and it has a birthmark from it. Yeah.
So this one, there's another one.
I know.
And I think that part of education also needs to be not just about.
She didn't. Go ahead.
Well, did this? I'll go back to that in a minute. About education, they need to understand that if this is too much and you go through with the pregnancy and at any point you feel that it is too much, there are ways for you to do this without judgment.
Both of us are adopted. We need to take the shame out of adopting and surrendering for adoption.
Oh,
that is something I have preached for years. Okay. Wait. How did she cut the cord? She did not. She birthed the cord, the placenta, and the baby in 18 minutes and put them in the bag, everything in 18 minutes.
Right. Am I right in thinking
she probably pulled it?
That they said that they didn't find the placenta. They weren't sure if she'd passed all the placenta.
They didn't find all the placenta, which means
they were worried that she'd left some in.
Pulled on the cord to get everything out of her. I know but she was on a lot. She was on some morphine, so that helped. And so she was bleeding heavy enough that they were concerned, and they were watching her through all this process. They called for life flight or a helicopter. Not, she wasn't that dangerous yet. They needed to get her to a level 1 trauma center. And they were watching, and she was progressively bleeding more. And so they went ahead and transferred her via helicopter to another facility. Don't know for sure, but most likely after having 13 miscarriages, I know. DNCs are very, very common in those situations to ensure that all the placenta had been removed. So that's where that was. That's what that means.
Yeah.
More education is needed. And that's one of the reasons why I'm willing to follow this case, because I want to bring education.
Yeah. And I think I always say that people
no, ma'am. June,
No.
can you look for that comment, please?
If I understand how comments like that can happen because there can be a knee-jerk reaction. But I'm not so much of an eye for an eye person. I would rather see justice. But we understand how emotional cases like this get. And we're totally, right, totally understand that we want to see punishment and knee-jerk reactions can happen. But what me and Ada try to do, I mean, I always say, I have no experience at all, no education within the law system. I will say my opinion, and I always stress it is my opinion. And I will say, could it be? And I love Ada's space here because we can have open conversations without judgment, because if somebody contradicts me, not contradict, but somebody says something that's against what I've said, I want to know why you think differently to me, not so I can criticize you, but so I can understand why you think that way. And that to me is more important, for us to understand the why. And through that, we may all end up coming to a totally different decision. Ada has said herself that you've gone in with one notion, and after taking all the comments on and reevaluating what your initial belief was, you have changed your initial perception on something. Oh, state of confusion, I have an Asperger's son. We love a bit of high functioning. They're wonderful. I love. My son used to call himself a hamburger. Yeah, he's not an Asperger, he's a hamburger. That's fine. He can be anything he wants.
So this is a case we will be following. And I hope to bring more
in the UK, just everybody see my Asperger's now. In the UK, they don't diagnose Asperger's anymore. They just put you down as autistic spectrum.
Same here.
But it was so much easier when you had Asperger's, because it's straight away people knew. You were probably high functioning. It was more than likely the social skills you struggled with. There was already, you didn't have any of the negativity that can come around people's ideas of autism.
Well, guys, I threw up there. Now I can't find it. I'm getting tired. Where's my link?
Which one are you looking for?
I just posted a link with Discord because we've got a movie night tonight. There it is. There it is.
There it is.
Movie night tonight. It is going to be the movie Lily, based on an inspiring true story of Lily Ledbetter, Patricia Clarkson, an Alabama tire factory supervisor who discovers she's been paid less than her male peers. Her fight for fair pay takes her to I can't read all of it. The times is 6 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Mountain, 8 p.m. Central.
And 2 p.m. UK.
2 a.m. UK.
2 a.m., not p.m.
Eastern. 2 p.m.?
2 a.m.
That's what I said, 2 a.m. May make an appearance. We'll see. She also is intact. So she may be having her monthly. We don't really see I don't see evidence of it when it happens, but she gets a little bit testy. So we respect the monkey because monkey still has a mouthful of teeth. Very rarely does she use them. She's really good for being a monkey. She doesn't do what most people think monkeys throw poo and nasty and all that. She doesn't do any of that. Males usually do.
She just does it on your bed.
Well, she didn't have her diaper on. We were trying to diaper her and she ran and she got scared. Maybe we will see. But we love to do, I know 2 a.m. too late. Sorry.
I will say, mind you, when this if this trial, if it gets to full, well, there'll be a sentencing, even if there's not a full trial. If she pleads and it goes straight to sentencing, I will be doing it with my dog on my knee, because that last sentencing you and me did, I had to sit there with Doggo next to us. I had to sit and cuddle Doggo because, yeah, I could see if this evidence isn't suppressed, if the Supreme Court says, no, you can do this, then I could see a plea deal, and they'll be trying to push for and they'll be going for mental state.
Yeah. That's one thing that I was surprised is they did not bring up mental state, because if I was her attorney, one, she was under a lot of morphine, mental state, emotional. I've been throwing the tea bag at them. And they didn't bring that up in the hearing with the Supreme Court.
I would throw the pushy mother, the domineering pushy mother. It was the mother that gave her the diet pills. I'd be pushing everything.
Yeah, I would be too. So I don't know, guys. We'll wait and see.
Yeah, I found out about diet pills tonight, though. But
yeah, we didn't know about the diet pills until today. That was a new discovery for me.
I will say, on a different note, does anybody put that much creamer in their coffee as that policeman did?
10 pumps, 9 actually, 9 pumps of creamer. That would be equal to 9 of these.
He wanted a latte, didn't he? He wanted a flat white.
I'm like, 9 of these.
He wanted a latte. He wanted a flat white. He wanted a milk. But but also he probably wanted to drink it quick. He probably wanted it drink it really quick, and he didn't want a coffee with 1 or 2 creamers in that he's going to sit for aged. Oh, you do? Is it so that it's cooler? Tinker too. Is it so it's cool so you can drink it straight away?
I would have said, if that was the case, I would have said he would have done 5 pumps to that coffee, because that would have brought it to a more warm but not room temp. But when you do 9 pumps to that little bit of coffee, you're drinking it cold, boo.
I will admit, me and June talked about this
and he
earlier
served it really well.
Do you know, I don't put milk in coffee. I don't put milk in tea. I hardly have any milk anytime. My husband stirs coffee and tea like that policeman. He will stir even a spoonful of instant coffee. He will stir it 25, 26 times. I am going to count them one of these days. He's going to think I've gone loony, but I am going to count them. He's an obsessive stirrer.
You know what's funny? You're right about this. After one of my deliveries, I bled too much, and they gave me I can't say that.
Oxytocin.
Oxytocin, thank you. And which contracts the uterus.
I love that with the accent. You said it in my accent.
I did. Maybe they gave her a needle and didn't show it. They may have. They may have given her a needle, but they didn't put an IV in her until way late, till they were getting ready to fly her out. I actually, at my shop, when I move it here this week, I'm going to have my coffee bar in here, and I have a Nespresso, cappuccino, whatever machine. Makes all kind of fun stuff. But there sometimes I just want a nice black cup of coffee. I may put one creamer, one, and usually it's because it's too hot, and I just want to take the edge off.
Now, my
But
husband
this is
drinks.
not milk. This is an oat, so it's not as dairy.
My husband drinks decaf coffee. Yeah, I'm still married to him as well, and he drinks decaf. And I've got high blood pressure, and he keeps trying to get me to turn to decaf. And now and then he'll bring me a coffee, and I'll just look at him. Go, this coffee's not very strong, and he'll go, oh, I mustn't have put as much in. I'm going, you're giving me that stuff again. Oh, now, state of confusion. I'm with you. I don't understand that Coca-Cola now do sugar-free, caffeine-free Coca-Cola. That to me.
Where do you see that?
State of confusion, decaf. What's the point in decaf coffee?
Decaf, yeah.
Yeah. Coca-Cola do a caffeine-free, sugar-free. It's brown sadness water. Yes, red velvet. My husband drinks an oat milk decaf flat white. When I met him, he was a black Americano drinker.
Okay, I'll confess. I will drink a half and half or decaf. Only when it's 2:00 in the morning and I need to go to bed, but I need something warm to drink. Okay. I will do a decaf then.
I'm laughing at Ryan.
But rarely.
Yeah, I'm laughing at Ryan. I love him to bits. I can't take his oat milk though. He's tried. If I've had cereal, no.
Well, I can't taste this because it's such a small amount.
I like strong coffee. As you know, the last live I was on, I was drinking my weasel coffee. My Vietnamese
weasel coffee. If you don't know what weasel coffee is, it's when they eat the coffee beans and then they shit them out.
Yeah, we just called it poop coffee. And that was... Oh, Tinker, I couldn't even do warm milk. My husband likes weaker coffee, which is why I think he is preferring the decaf. And when we used to go out when he wasn't on decaf, I always used to have to pay for an extra shot in my coffee to make it strong enough for me. So what I used to do was I used to say to them, can we have a venti Americano? But could you put one of his shots in my coffee? That way I got the extra shot without having to pay for it. Yeah.
Well, I will tell you that this Coffee Mate oat milk, the reason why I got that, it was on clearance for $1 a box because the company was still good for 2 more years. But the store is no longer carrying that product. And I can't really taste the difference between one. Now, if I put 2 or 3 of those in a coffee, but just one to bring the temp down, I'm good. Now, the coffee, speaking of coffee, oh my gosh, y'all. Oh my gosh. Y'all got to see this. Hey, y'all, please help me welcome the Hitchman Homestead Coffee. They are fabulous. They have many different blends of freshly roasted, freshly ground coffee. They have a monthly club where you get 4 bags for $40 or a Keurig option. Also, they just came out with a half and half. Oh my gosh, I absolutely love it. So do me a favor. Go down to the link below at hitchmanhomestead.com. Order you some coffee and show them some love. They are a company based out of Kerrville, Texas. They roast and grind their own coffee fresh. You will never get anything that sits on the shelf more than 2 weeks. And they buy their coffee beans already in a better ripened state. Most people don't realize when you buy coffee at your grocery store, like Folgers, and it's strong or whatever, they buy the beans actually green. They are not fully ripened, so to speak, when they purchase those beans. So in order to get those bold flavors, they burn them. Have you ever had a cup of coffee when you feel that little really chemical, acidic-y, weird taste on the back of your tongue? That's because the beans have been burnt in order to achieve the flavor. It's a wonderful, wonderful coffee, and I drink it. That's all I drink. It is.
It's
You don't
very
have
reasonably
that weird
priced.
taste on the back of your tongue.
It's very, very reasonably priced.
You just pulled it up? Oh, okay. How much are they selling it for?
$12.
But you get 4 bags for $40 or 4
And
boxes for $40.
they do a decaf. I'm just looking for the do.
I like it better than Starbucks because I got to be honest. Starbucks gets some of their coffees, depending on what you get, has a bitter bite on the back of the tongue. It's like, ugh. I love Starbucks drinks, but I'm very careful with what I get in there. But their darks are nice. They're bold in flavor. They're nice. I love. Do they have one that says San Antonio or Texas something? It's got a little bit of pepper in it, and it's not enough. I can't do pepper, but it's warm. It's got a little nice little splash of heat, just a tinge of heat, and I love it. Mm-hmm. I know there's a ton of beans. Dutch Brothers, over Starbucks. They just opened up a Dutch Brothers this year in Kerrville. We've had 2 Starbucks. Yep, but I don't want to have to sit there and add cinnamon to my coffee. It should just pour out, boo. Oh, that was June, Luca. Hi, Luca. Long time no see. Luca, thank you for joining.
Little Miss Red Velvet. Who was that again? What in relation to what?
What?
There's Little Miss Red Velvet did a comment here, and she's gone, who was that again? And I'm just wondering in relation to which comment was that?
I just scared.
Hi, Luca.
I got some open in here. The Tex-Mex. That's the coffee I love. The dark roast Tex-Mex.
So the coffee company is called the
Shooter Shack.
The Hitchman Homestead. I'll put a link to it in the Discord.
If you go under I got to teach my mods something in Discord. Go under Ada's links, and there'll be a link, and I'm going to go do it now.
Are you going to do it? Oh, I see there, Ada's links.
Okay, and then there's my links to my merch. There's my links to the coffee. We have something called Ollie Tea. It is veteran owned by a woman in San Antonio area, and her teas are hand blended, hand mixed, no added preservatives or anything. They're fabulous teas too.
Oh, I can't see the link for the tea.
It's just below it.
Oh, there, I see it. Ooh, I did post it in. We could have a coffee morning. Oh, that would be nice.
The tea and the coffee are really good, y'all. I have to say they're fabulous.
We do drink a lot of herbal tea in our house as well.
Well, she has one that's called the Rockin' Rooster. She's got one that when you're sick, it's got extra antioxidants and stuff in it. And I love it. And now she does change throughout the season some of her tea flavors. But when I'm sick, I have really enjoyed that tea. That's my go-to, man.
Rockin' Rooster. There we go. Oh, it's for lung health and breathing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's nice.
Well, since we're talking about it,
I want to welcome Alexee to our family. They are our new sponsor. Alexee is a veteran, woman-owned company. They are passionate about creating artisan small batch herbal teas, focusing on self-care and wellness, while at the same time offering tasty drink options. Alexee does not incorporate scenting or flavoring agent and is naturally caffeine-free with no added sugars. They let the natural ingredients speak for themselves. The herbal teas are packed as loose leaf and in convenient tea bags. Certified Go Texas and homegrown by heroes. They offer many different choices from lavender citrus to lemony mint to restore and to scarlet nibs. They also offer fabulous Christmas gifts such as these wonderful tea strainers. Y'all, this is absolutely beautiful. Please click on the QR code or go to www.buyolexee.com to get your tea. Let me know which is your favorite. I hope you enjoy.
Wow. Yes, I think I'm just double checking regarding shipping, but I think that they ship worldwide.
I think we've had somebody in Europe get their tea. Hello to Brit. Didn't you get their tea? I think she did. I think it was Hello at Brit. She did get their tea. I love their tea.
Wow.
You can get it loose or in the bags, but even in the bags, it's large chunk. It's not like that powdery grind up. They don't use the leftovers in the sieve to make their tea pouches. So it's wonderful. Yeah, she is. Luca, go ahead. She's from the UK.
Yeah. I'm from the northeast of England, from a city called Newcastle. And I think this is about the third time I've come on, Ada? And it's
a minute.
Yeah. I actually piece of trivia here, Ada knows this one. When I was at university, I did a project and created a podcast around drinking cups of tea. Trying to work out why, as Brits, our answer to everything, whether we are happy or sad or stressed, is putting the kettle on and making a cup of tea. It's what people imagine Brits do, and we do.
Yeah.
If we're stressed, I'll just put the kettle on and we'll talk about it. So I did a huge project around it.
Yeah, that's awesome. Look, guys, it is 4:00 my time. I need to go take care of business here at the house. So we got to start moving some more stuff. I got to do some every day. But I have been so blessed. First of all, thank you for joining JJT. She's our newest mod. Yay. But one of the things is that, what is this, PNG? Ah, yeah.
PG tips.
Yep.
We are a Yorkshire tea family in ours. People are very, very loyal to a tea brand in the UK.
They are
very loyal.
We do have a merch shop as well. Please go look at our merch. Guys, I am going to have to say farewell. We have been on for 6 hours. Yay. We have covered this case from stem to stern and then some. So if you are wanting to, if you were hop on and you did not get to see the entire show and you want more of a deep dive into this horrific situation, and I'm sad that I'm having to cover it, please go and rewatch. We have had a wonderful day with you guys today. We have movie night tonight. Go to our Discord. The Discord link, I'll do it one more time. It should pop up in a second by the bot. And what we'll do is we'll be live watching a movie, 8 p.m. Central Standard Time in the U.S. time.
And I would love to be watching it with you, but fingers crossed, I'll be asleep.
If for some reason you can't.
If I'm not asleep, I will be on.
You'll fall asleep watching, which is fine. Which is fine. Some of us have done that. But thank you guys. We've had a lot of wonderful new people here, and I can't thank all of you enough. I hope that y'all will continue following us, please. Oh, wait. We got the likes and the giveaways. I got to do that. We had some new subscribe.
So what happens is when you come on and you like the stream, you like that, you type in all capitals, I liked. If you subscribe, you put I sub. If you shared it, you type in I share. And your name goes in a monthly draw for some merch.
Lucas, don't put an exclamation point. It will not catch you. It will not catch you if you put an exclamation point, but thank you for doing that. So I'm going to do the subs first because that's usually the one I'll start with. What's happened is whoever wins today is in the end of the month drawing. So let me do that, and then I really have to get up. I have somebody waiting for me. I love her. She's waiting.
Is this the August draw?
No, this is the August draw.
Yeah.
This month.
This month.
Yeah, the month we're currently in. I've got a wheel with hundreds of people I got to put on. It takes forever. I have to put your name in every single time. Yay, Woo! Kelly! Since we had so many newbies, I'll draw again. Now, June is not going to win because she's already... Oh, Ryan, you are entered into the giveaway.
Well
all
done,
right, this
Ryan.
I shared. June is in it because if there's only one person in the drawing, it won't draw. So June always goes in to make it more than one. Tinkatude, if you are a mod and win, we draw again. You get in it too, but we draw again. All right, Miss June, you got an entry. We'll draw again. The only one you cannot enter in every single day is the draw for iSub. You have to be a new member for that. There we go. Angela, thank you so much. Now we're going to go into the I liked. Everybody, I liked Aluna Palata. Thank you so much for joining. Oh, wow. I think we caught you in
Sweet
love.
Magnolia.
Sweet Magnolia. If it didn't catch you, Luna, it didn't catch you. I apologize because it's not in all caps. So I'll add you I'll add you in tomorrow. Thank you, Deborah, and we'll do one more. Sorry, Luna, it wasn't in all caps, but we'll get you into the drawing for tomorrow. Lucas, awesome! Yay! So all of y'all are in the drawing. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you so much for hopping on with me, love. You guys are simply the best, better than all the rest. So guys, thank you so much for joining. We will see you tomorrow. We're going to start a case tomorrow. Keep an eye out for the thumbnails. And please keep following us. We'll be following this case very closely. All right, guys, and I'm Native American Cherokee Cree, and our highest form of thank you is miigwech. So have a great day, and miigwech.
Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.